Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down, down, down, down. Tell me if you like what you see. Tell me if you like what you see. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down. Put your hands up, lose control. Any second I will bring the house down, down, down, down. Tell me if you like what you see. Any second I will bring the house down. Tell me if you like what you see. Any second I will bring the house down, down, down, down.
Come on. Yo. Here we go.
You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, 'cause everything about you is the key to my heart.
All right. That's right. Come on, come on. Dang, diggy, dang. Diggy, diggity, dang. All right, okay. All right, okay. Hey. Magnificent. Incredible.
You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, 'cause everything about you is the key to my heart.
All right. Come on, come on. Dang, diggy, dang. All right, okay. Hey. All right. Come on, come on. Dang, diggy, dang. All right, okay. All right, okay. Hey.
Stand to attention, you could get a mention. Take one, yeah, you're in the presence of a legend. Street fighter, I'm survivor. Hit the grind 'cause we keep getting higher. Don't miss this, you wanna witness? My style rise like a beast, no weakness. No weakness, no weakness. Only know how to go undefeated. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, Trust me, I've been through it, and it ain't worth any of your time at all. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. You gotta let go. 'Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. You gotta let go. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, no. You gotta let loose. Yeah, just let loose. I know you feel it now. You gotta let loose. Baby, get out of your head. Won't you come on out and dance with me instead? Focus on you, leave them all on red. Trust me, I've been through it, I've done it all. Some things are better left unsaid. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. You gotta let go. 'Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. You gotta let go. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, no. You gotta let loose. Yeah, just let loose. I know you feel it now. You gotta let go. Baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. You gotta let loose. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, no. You gotta let loose. I know you feel it now. You gotta let loose.
Rise and grind, gamers. It's time for another episode of Pandora's Box. Niberia here to run you through the high-octane action of Golden Spatula Cup 2. Jimray had an incredible opening on the final day, starting off with 2 first-place finishes in a row. Instead of hearing me babble on about it, we've brought on the man himself to talk about his banger of a second game.
Kill's level 9 board is one of the strongest possible boards in the game. The Kill free, Maokai free and Poppy free, along with 2 other Yordles, gives us Poppy 4, a powerful tank which you ideally round out with Gargoyles for armor and MR, Redemption for healing and a Radiant item from the Masha in the last slot. Then we have Kill as our carry. With double Rageblade she will outdamage anyone in a sustained fight, and a Gunblade will keep both her and her frontline alive long enough to skill. This game, however, I went for Sniper's Focus over my second Rageblade, since I was already on a win streak and I was unlikely to get another bow from Carousel.
Okay, time for a little babbling. Poppy hung out in the backline there to hide from that ever-persistent Zephyr. Kale's magic resist shred makes Gwen shine as a secondary carry. The 2 Slayers make quick work of the front line, letting them cut down the vulnerable Zeri carry. The Martyr augment significantly increases Kale's survivability, since Jimray has plenty of fodder units to heal her. The Zaun lineup is crushed in the final duel, netting Jimray his second win of the day. Now let's talk about the craziest board of Runeterra Reforged that I've ever seen. Endless Hordes is a unique augment. It provides 3 extra unit slots, but your units can only hold 1 item each. Thanks to Strategist Soul, Aug can get around some of the detriment with the massive stats the synergy provides. He plays around legendary units, Ahri, Belveth, and Heimerdinger. Jarvan, Nasus, and Cassante form the front line. Thief's Gloves on the Jarvan is a huge pull. It counts as just 1 full item while providing 2 and some additional crit. Not too shabby. The AP trio in the backline annihilates health bars, allowing the RFC Belveth to clean up with ease. Heimerdinger's Mechanoswarm and Shrink Module Cannon shreds through enemy resists, augmenting the team's damage. This massive backline is enabled by Jarvan's huge CC, locking up swaths of the enemy board at once. His Exodia combo complete, Aug picks up a clean 8 points for the win. Let's cap this adventure off with Golden Spatula Cup victor Yoroi's final game. His vertical Noxus composition claimed victory with incredible inertia through the early game. In order to get there, he had to slam some pretty atypical items. Their only goal is to just keep his win streak going, so Yoroi can't be too picky. Darius's Giant Slayer and Last Whisper soften up the enemy front lines, and the Death's Defiance granted by Portable Forge give him a ton of survivability and sustain. Infinity Edge may look strange, but it allows Katarina's ability to crit. The Guard Breaker boosts her damage as Quicksilver keeps her safe from CC, and the 3 items add up to a full 100% crit chance to make Cat hit like a truck. Both carry units have their second traits active. Warwick grants Juggernaut to Darius, and Echo grants Rogue to Katarina, both synergies serving to keep Yoroi's carries alive for longer. Prismatic Harm Assist and Martyr provide oodles of heals, especially with the huge damage coming in from the carry duo. The start of this fight looks rough, with Darius being stuck on a beefy Bramble Vest Scion. But Katarina's got Yoroi's back, activating Rogue and teleporting directly onto Ahri. The Fox Girl gets immediately deleted, removing Double's main source of damage and winning Yoroi the Golden Spatula Cup. Remember kids, don't try this at home, or do, just don't expect to win a tournament on your first go. These are trained professionals, after all. That's all for today, good luck on the ladder, and we'll see you next time.
Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the note. This way I'm trying to be good. Please believe me, I'm nothing so stopping you. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so down? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you
Move on up, get to the core of it. It's your time to remember the dreams. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Set me free, you make me come alive. Oh, tomorrow comes and I will follow you. Oh, turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Stop. so let me just abbreviate. It's been a long, long, long time coming. Climbing up and down the walls, I took a tumble, took a fall. It's been a long, long, long time coming. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. Hey, hey. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. And it's a damn fine day. And it's a damn fine day. And it's a damn fine day. We walking like a prima donna. We wear it like a badge of honor. Yeah, yeah. They try to stop us, so they're gonna. We gonna do it how we wanna. Yeah, yeah. Stop trying to tell us to behave and go, go at your favorite age. Don't stop, drop, just duck and roll. We keep on cooking and we can't say no. So we gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. You saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. They sounding all the same but won't take all the blame. Oh yes they are. We sliding like an anaconda. We pass it like we're Maradona. Yeah, yeah. They tryna hate us, no they're gonna. We wanna do it how we wanna, yeah, yeah. Stop trying to tell us to behave and go, go at your favorite age. Don't stop, drop, just duck and roll. We keep on cooking and we can't say no. So we gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. Yeah. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. You saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. They sounding all the same but won't take all the blame. Oh yes they are. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. We gonna do it how we wanna. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. We gonna do it how we like it. Ooh, yeah. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. Yeah. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. You saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. They sounding all the same.
Hello and welcome to our TFT Rising Legends weather forecast. All throughout the EMEA region, the heat wave has been crushing everybody. But Panda, do you think today the competition is going to heat up, or will players be able to keep a cool head?
Well, it's DACH and Northern Europe, so I think cool head for sure on this one.
All right, all right. I hope that is true. My name is Makes, and I am here with Counterfeit and ImpetuousPanda. We're going to bring you the SuperBrawl. Now, before we go into the nitty-gritty of what SuperBrawl is, Peter, why don't you give us a rundown on what Rising Legends is?
Absolutely. So, the SuperBrawl event, of course, is a tremendous time, but outside of the context of this kind of one-off event, we've got the main circuit itself, which is 2/3 of the way done. We've still got one Golden Spatula Cup to come, and past that, the Regional EMEA Championship, and then beyond that, the Global Championship itself. So this is our little side stop-off on the way to glory.
And, I'm laughing a little bit because there was a chatter, I think on Friday, that wasn't really sure on how that all works, that we're just going to continue on from Zet 9.0 to Set 9.5. So that's one continuous thing. There is no championship on the mid set, but Panda, we do have our SuperBrawl, which for us kind of culminates the first part of a set.
And it culminates kind of that teamwork element where we don't have a different combination like this in set 9.5. It is the only one in the entirety of kind of 9 and 9.5. And it's a very unique event as well. 4v4 format. You don't see it anywhere else, at least not in official Riot sanctioned competitions. And it's a way for these players to represent their regions in a very, I think, cool way, in a teamwork kind of way, which is always fun to watch.
It absolutely is. I think SuperBrawl for many is a player's favorite and also a fan's favorite, just because of how great it is to see these kind of players interact with each other, do teamwork, or decide to not teamwork in some of the cases. We'll get more into that later on. But yesterday, we already saw a lot of eliminations. We did have our knockout bracket, so lots and lots of stuff going on there. Many forecasts that were start to 3 golden units all around, and in that tumult, some of the teams eventually drowned. We do have a video ready, and we're going to see you after that. Welcome to the SuperBrawl day number 2, and we are here. My name is Makes. I'm with Wita and Morgan, and we have a lot prepared for this pre-show. I know, you want to get into games.
The Rage Blade and the Deathblade BIS, and also has a Predator Sword, also has just all the upgrades, so he's him, but better.
He's just killing everything on the board.
Oh my god, Joshua holding on here. This set will do it in the backline. Now, the Kaisa does have a lot of damage, specifically AoE damage.
Whoa! It's a run, Kaisa.
On the Zet, he's just so strong. But Fabulotus here, and Ceremonials, it looks like he's also able to hang on here. No, the other Aphelios is stronger.
That Nasa's so strong, does get taken down the backlines, go face to face. The Karma gets a shot in. The Azir doesn't quite die, healing up.
The sword should make his board a little bit weaker now that he's playing against Lyris. That Kai'Sa's able to put in a lot of damage, but he's not going to be able to survive enough, and Daerondas takes the L here.
Warthog, thank you so much. And this is just the two sides of the coin. Schmutzman was trying to be that Zed hard forcer. Zed was not happy to be friends with Schmutzman in this game. Instead, Asadfuego pivots into this line, and he's rewarded for it. Before we flame the Urgot, let's remind ourselves he has a Gunblade, a Runons, and a Gargle Stoneblade. This is very far from his ultimate form. This is Frieza stage 1, all right?
Go for that one final win, but Asad
Gwen
takes it on. The Gwen is alive, is able to deal a lot of damage, but again, Fabulo just lives for another day as he knocks Asadfuego out, but it's going to be Duck in the grand finals after game 6.
Seeing you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. It's been our absolute pleasure. We hope to see you tomorrow again. You know, it looks like our editor is a pretty talented, handsome, smart, pretty cool guy altogether. So shout out to him for this amazing highlight reel. But we did have a lot of teams get knocked out yesterday. Unfortunately, Panda, how are you feeling about this thus far?
I think a lot of viewers would have loved to see the France versus Dach final, for example. That was kind of teased last set, teased this set. Both times it was a possibility, but did not go through. But I think the teams that are here today, they deserved it. They've proven it across the entirety of the weekend. So I'm happy. I'm just excited for today.
What about you, Peter? We know that Northern Europe is, of course, near and dear to your heart, but surely you're also a little bit upset about the teams that we had to see go.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think everyone across the entirety of the event has really shown exactly what Team TFT can be. In the first SuperBrawl, people were still kind of really sort of feeling their way around, but I think this time around, even if you didn't make it all the way to the finals, the quality of games our teams are putting out, I think everyone should be proud of their performances.
I agree. I think with all of the MVPs we had thus far, in France, of course, taking that MVP title at the end of yesterday, despite getting knocked out, I think was a nice nod to the quality of players that we do get in a format like the SuperBrawl. And of course, you can always say that like a region is very strong, but are they really that strong if they don't even win the SuperBrawl? Jury's still out on this one. We're going to see. But For today, we do have something very special, not something with a whole lot in TFT. We have a best of 7 between those two teams with DACH on one side and Northern Europe on the other side. This is what we're going to move through. If, for some reason, and I really don't expect this, one of the teams goes 4-0, the day could be over quite quickly, Panda, but I expect we're going to go all the way to 7.
I think every single team here, or both teams rather, have proven across the weekend that they have the mental fortitude. They've come back from kind of those early defeats in game 1 to then coming back the entire series. They've proven it individually. Every single player on these teams has been up to par, except maybe for Memo, for Dak, but I think he's reserving himself for today.
Yeah, I mean, last time round we did have almost the shortest best of 7 final we could have had, and we could even perhaps accuse France of playing with their food somewhat in that series, but I'm almost certain this series is going to be tremendously competitive and quite possibly going all the way to 7 games.
You know, guys, I really want to be excited, but it's the end of a set, and that means we have to say goodbye to some of our units. So at least we're going to give them this. Okay, now that that's over with, we're really not all that upset about units like Teemo leaving. Let's be honest here. We're going to have a lot to look forward to in Horizon Bound. And I am so excited for some of the new units that we are getting. But another thing that always has me very excited is our meta. And I believe we do have a little bit of a breakdown on comms ready now. Of course, it is called the meta talk, so we kind of have to talk about the meta a little bit, which in this case is going to be the Azir Supreme. It just doesn't go away, but a little bit on the rise there is that Aphelios Flex. At the beginning of the tournament, it didn't look like we're going to get a whole lot of that, but it has now been rising, and I can see you nodding in agreement, Panda.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've seen throughout this entire tournament, it's been Aphelios, Azir, and Kai'Sa, this kind of trio of 4-cost carries all the way out. And I think the same will be happening today. I think these are the default comps players will lean on all throughout.
And it's interesting when you compare how these two teams approach these, because between, in Northern Europe, we've got individual players who really index in on playing these particular comps. Whereas for that region, they're very much more flexible. But we can see here, as noted before, Dark Hydra won't be playing in this finals, but did, of course, get some truly astonishing results. Sasa, though, missed a 2-time GSC winner, also with some pretty impressive numbers.
Did you just say Dark Hydra won't be playing in the finals? Of course he will. What will Team Dax do without him?
My apologies. I think I was maybe copiuming too much for Northern Europe because Dark Hydra's stats are absolutely nuts.
Peter, do you know something that I don't? Because if Dark Hydra is not playing, I might get worried for Duff. Now,
I might have stolen his copy.
Their team had a little bit of a disparity when it comes to kind of who placed where. They have one player that didn't even make it once into the top 4. Shout out to my boy Memo. And Dark Hydra has been carrying a lot of their team on his back for most of the rounds, but that could be on purpose. If they do have one person that kind of grieves more of the other team's players, then it makes sense to have them spread out like that. But I believe before we go into our interview, we do have one more thing, don't we, Panda?
I think the last minute talks will be a little bit of a fight breakdown from our most intelligent, most handsome, most Giga Chat analyst on this team.
I didn't know Niberia was here.
And that is, of course, Panda. Thanks, Panda. And I'm here to analyze this fight from Chmochma, who is on a 10 win streak playing Zed reroll. He truly is popping off with these 2 rogues in the front line, trying to get that damage right away, soak that damage, and proc that rogue ASAP. Looking at this Zed, we're seeing the itemization. Hodge, Titans, BT, so much Omnivamp alongside of Vampiric Blades, Jewel Lotus, which rogues absolutely love, and 6 layers online. As the fight starts off, look at this left corner. So important to make note of this. Callista, all of these spears that are going into Zed at the very beginning of the fight, they have no use. Zed will proc the rogue, he'll lose that aggro, and Callista's spears will go absolutely nowhere, while Zed continues to feast this entirety of this corner. You'll see here, just knocks down every single one of these units, heals back up to full, and there's nothing they can do about it with the burst of damage that Zed has. But the Kaisa has managed to escape. We're seeing her now, and we'll see if it'll be enough damage to kill off the Zed in one hit. It does. The burst of damage comes through. Zed cannot heal through that, and he ends up dying. And this fight shows why the Kaisa is the build-around unit in a challenger comp, especially with Combat Caster. She's able to stay out of danger and save herself every single time.
Thank you so much, Panda, for breaking that video down and also throwing to yourself ASAP. Now, Peter, I know you've been incredibly excited about this matchup and you've been reaching out to a lot of people from the community, but in a little bit, we're going to be talking to Asadfuego and Daerondas. Can you share a little bit with us maybe what some people have been saying about them before we talk to both of them?
Well, for sure. I mean, we know that Dark Region, is incredibly close-knit and they're all incredibly supportive of each other. Which is why I've kind of focused my attentions more on the Northern European side of things, of course. That also being my home region. Also, that might play into it a little bit as well. I did reach out particularly to the casters. That's Maisie Marzipan, Barry Baden, and Greyheart, who cover the region. They wanted to, of course, let the team know, and of course, all the people watching, how proud they are of the Northern European team. As much as they, fear and respect the DAR team, they still think Northern Europe have got what it takes.
Well, they're both here now. Welcome, Asadfuego and Daerondas, to our broadcast desk. Congratulations to both of you and, of course, your teams for making it to the finals. We're all very excited here. A lot of bias coming from the desk this time around. I hope you're feeling great today. Thank you so much for being here with us. First question, right from the get-go, you knew that you were going to face each other on that very last day since the show ended yesterday. Have you maybe been doing a little bit of ratting, checking out the other team, maybe targeting a little bit what they're doing? Asad, anything you can share with us?
Yeah, I can maybe share that Zaza did a lot of research and we have our strategy for today. Yeah.
Okay, Daerondas, how about your team? You ready to fight Dach?
Yeah, we've done Slick did a lot of VOD reviewing yesterday. I did a bit as well. We know what we're up against.
Interesting. I'm very excited.
So, as we were talking about just before both of you came on here, we're really looking forward for the development of the regions, particularly on the Northern European side. So, Daerondas, starting with you, where do you feel like Northern Europe is as a region right now, and how far do you think it could grow?
I think right now there's quite a few good players. I would say it's a bit more like top heavy than some other regions. I think there's some other regions that are more well rounded, but I think with time, the number of top players from Northern Europe will definitely grow as the competition keeps growing. And yeah, I think that Northern Europe have a very solid future with also multiple Worlds appearances already. And I think that will keep improving.
Asad, same question to you.
Yeah, I think Dach will also grow since we are one of the best regions. I think we can get even better because we try to learn of each other, and since like 1 or 2 years we talked a lot in Discords and tried to learn from each other. And I mean, I, for example, learned a lot from Zaza or from Salvi or other big German players, and that's why I think we are us right now a big region, but I think we can get even bigger. Yeah.
So my question, I think you guys have a very interesting parallel between both of you individually as players. You've had a really big, in my opinion, breakout set for set 9, Asadfuego. You've been on fire. You are the ESL Meisterschaft champion coming into this performance now in just the same span of a month. How has that individual confidence transferred to this team setting?
I think not only me, but all the other players in my team are confident enough to think that we can win this tournament. And I think that's a big reason we come this far, because we are confident in our skill and as individuals and also as a team. Yeah.
And for you, Daerondas, your name popped up on ladder, started the set, has not disappeared. You've been in top 20 pretty much the entirety of the set. This is very rare for kind of a breakout player to have such a dominant performance on ladder. How is that kind of individual confidence transferred to this team setting for you?
I think it helped me a lot, to be honest. It really, like, at the start, when I started getting higher ranks, I felt a bit, like, out of place. But now that I've realized I can stay there, I feel like I can basically...
I think we might have lost her on this there.
You climbed too
hopefully.
high. Oh,
yeah, there we go. He's
sorry.
back with us.
We got you,
Small
don't
little
worry.
glitch.
Okay, so I was just saying that I'm confident. I think that the fact that I could stay up there for so long really built my confidence, and I feel like I can take on basically anyone given the right gameplay on the day.
All right. I like a little bit of confidence. You know, I won't ask you if you will win today because I expect both of you to give me a solid, confident yes. But I will ask you, what is going to be the score in favor of your team at the end of the day? Daerondas, why don't we hit you first?
I predict that we win 4-2.
4-2. Asad, you give me anything?
I would love a 4-0.
Eh? that didn't sound too confident now. I think we're still working on the confidence levels, but I'll take a 4-0. We'll see whether or not that is in the cards. Of course, you also get to shout out your team, friends, family, anybody that's watching. So Asad, anybody you want to greet here and wish them regards.
Yeah, shout outs to my team. We can make it today. And big shout outs to the German community who are cheering for us today. Yeah.
And what about you, Daerondas?
Yeah, I'd like to, of course, shout out my team. We've grinded a lot to get here. And I'd like to shout out the Northern Legends community and the Polish community, as well as, of course, my friends who are watching and supporting me.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to talk to us today. I'm very curious about those strats that you came up with in regards to the other teams, but I suspect we're going to see them. So we'll let both of the players get back to their teams, make sure they're up and ready for that very first game. Now, Panda, I know you're Mr. Worldwide International. You claim to be not only Spanish, Swedish, Polish, but also lots of other countries every now and then. Why don't you talk to me a little bit about our co-streamers?
Yes, we have options for all kinds of different languages. EMEA, a very diverse region, and we have you covered if you're Spanish, Romanian, Italian, French. The list goes on. You can see it there visually. Just input that little part of the name after twitch.tv. You'll find yourself in a different stream with a language that you're maybe more comfortable understanding, or for in-depth TFT terminology, you'll get a little bit better. So we have options for you covered.
And because we do not only want options, but also eggs on this broadcast, I will continue to call them eggs regardless of what Riot wants me to say. I'm sorry, I'm a rebel like that. But Peter, somebody was saying there's 2 correct answers. Now, I'm not good at math, but I did the mathing, and I think there's only 1 correct answer. What am I talking about even?
Well, so we've got a definitely more complex contest in the previous days. We kind of were warming you up with some of the less difficult math problems. Today, I would probably suggest looking at the order of operations if you want a little bit of help in how to correctly figure out this maths problem. But if you can, then of course on the TFT Esports EMEA account, you can enter in for your chance to win those eggs as long as you get the correct answer. Of course, definitely don't look below in the comments to check what other people are doing, because that's cheating and that would be awful.
Yeah, cheating is definitely not allowed, but, if you see it by accident, we won't tell anyone, I promise you. Now, Panda, I know you're very biased. Peter, I know you're very biased. I am, of course, also biased. All in different directions, but give me a prediction for today. I asked both of the players. I want to hear yours as well. Panda, what do you think we're going to be looking at the end of the day?
Well, I very strategically not rooted for Northern Europe until this very moment to make sure they make it to the finals. 3 Swedish players on that team. I'm half Swedish, a Polish player. I'm living in Poland. I think I have no other choice but to root for them. And I think it'll be close. I think it'll be a 4-2 in favor of Daerondas and the Northern European team.
All right, Peter, do you have anything that's more extreme, perhaps?
I think it's likely we're going to be going all the way to game number 7 here. I think for the Northern European side, they've got, as we mentioned before, they've got a pretty different approach to this tournament than we've seen from the DAR side. I suspect that the DAR players will be able to find ways to exploit that, and there'll be at least 1 or 2 games we'll see go their way, just because they've kind of outmaneuvered and been more flexible than Northern Europe can be. But I think the raw potential of the Northern European team will ultimately win out. So I'm calling it 4-3 for them, with a little bit of hopium.
Oh, interesting. Because the very first time both of these teams met was on day 1. They tied and had actually go to the tiebreakers. There was a Kai'Sa 3 involved that I believe some players might be a little bit salty about. But honestly, if you let someone find a Kai'Sa 3, that's a little bit on you as well. So we'll see how it goes. I do believe both of the teams are very equal when it comes to pure strength. But I have to be a little bit biased and say that Germany takes this one home because, of course, that is my home region. I think we're going to get a lot of comp variety once again. We've been having so many different comps in all of this weekend. But, Peter, if there is one that you would wish for to see, what would that be?
Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, now France are out of the competition. I think we're going to be seeing some more Piltover coming back in again because people are no longer terrified of the notion of even playing it against them. In terms of comps we haven't seen, I mean, there's been a good variety. I think maybe we'll end up in a place where we're seeing perhaps a little bit more of some of these legendary comps coming through. Because I know certainly on day 1 in particular, we're basically seeing almost nobody making legendary suit boards. I think if either one of our teams decides to go more of an econ-focused route, we could end up with a couple of squads which are made up of just purely the most powerful units.
What about you, Panda? I know when we were casting Ultra Liga finals, you were giving me a whole lot about a Cho'Gath reroll. Do you continue to stick with that comp, or do you have anything else prepared for today?
Well, only 3 days have passed since then, so yes, I am still adamant about Cho'Gath reroll being a possibility. A likely one, no, but not an impossibility. So maybe with 6 Cho'Gaths, with the right augment at 2-1, someone will fall for the bait and I will rejoice silently while not casting.
All right. I'm not so sure it is in the cards, but we are going to figure it out. Of course, I personally would like to see a Katarina reroll. We've been seeing a lot of Zed with like the Echo, with the Darius. Katarina not really getting her playtime, of course, for obvious reasons, but I just like to see her as carry, okay? Hit me. I want it, and I think maybe we're going to get it depending on how things go. With that, I believe our casters are getting ready for game number 1. We'll be taking you there very shortly. And we do have Rita and Morgan on that desk. Now, Panda, you've been practicing all morning. Would you do me the honors of taking that through?
Yes, Morgan, Wida, please introduce yourselves and get ready to jump us into the SuperBrawl finals between DACH and my region, Northern Europe.
Guten Morgen to you and to everyone supporting DACH region, not just you, Panda. Again, it's your boy Morgan and I'm right here with Wida for the final day. This is the final meeting. This is the biggest day for both DACH and Northern Europe. Wida, hope you're doing good, and how excited are you for day 3 of the SuperBrawl?
I am super excited we get into this final here, starting it off. And also, I'm just excited for the fact that we have the Northern European team here, right? It's a region that hasn't had a great amount of success in terms of tournament wins, right? We've had a couple players qualify for championships. Lalana, Hayden comes to mind, right? But we haven't had that breakout win, if I recall correctly. So potentially getting that in team-based format against one of the pre-tournament favorites in the Dark region would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Dach is one of the best regions that have been performing so far during the last 3 days SuperBrawl. And of course, they have the legend, the man, the myth himself, the one who has not lost a single game. Okay, Northern Europe, up until yesterday, they were flawless. They did not lose a single game. They 6-0'd. They didn't lose anything up until SuperBrawl Day 3. But Dach also have their little own legend. They have their hidden secret weapon, Dark Hydra, a player that has been performing absolutely well in the past few days and has not bought forward a single time. You see that guy, you hear his name, you know that this is going to be a name that we cast a lot in the games. If it's not going to be a first, it's probably going to be a second, probably a third, probably a fourth, but never a fifth. So who from Northern Europe should we look out for, and who is, let's say, leading Northern Europe team into victory today, in your opinion?
I mean, I feel like they've been playing a more balanced approach, if I recall correctly, right? As a team that they don't have that like full-on Dark Hydra MVP strat that we see with them, but like they have good players. Daerondas, as we spoke about on the show, right, is a player that is super strong and has a very good understanding of how this set really functions and has had that all throughout the set, right? Has a 9th place in the GSC as well to boot. So I think overall, it's a team where everyone kind of understands where they have to go in terms of which like comps are good, and we kind of seen them understand the team dynamic. This is a team that qualified as a team, whereas the Dark team, well, they came together as individuals by finishing top 4 in the ESL Meisterschaft, right? So a bit of a difference here in philosophy as well, and I think that's super interesting to follow.
Yeah, honestly, the difference between both teams is what makes it exciting today, that you have two different play styles and you have two different ideologies when it comes to going into these games. Today is going to be a best of 7, just in case you just hopped into the broadcast. We're going to be playing 7 games. Whoever gets 4 first wins. How do you get 4? It is all according to placement as scoring. If Dach had 3 players in the top 3, they automatically translate that they won this game and we move on to the next one. So we might not be seeing 7 games if we can get an early 4-0. And I wanted to take your opinion on that, Wira. Will we be seeing Game 5, Game 6, maybe Game 7? Is it going to be that close? Or are we going to get a one-sided grand final where it just goes into a 4-0, someone smashes the other, and we end the day quickly?
I think this is going to be... I don't think this is going to be a 4-0, right? I think that both of these teams are strong enough and understand this format well enough to the point that that is not going to be something that we have to kind of fear to a certain extent, right? I think that across the board we have 2 teams that will just perform well and take games off of each other. Whether or not we'll see Game 7, however, that is the big question.
Yeah, Game 7 might be a little bit hard to reach. You are a little bit stretching on the point that we have to get into a point where 3-3, okay? Or 3-0 and then someone just reverse sweeps, which is very possible in TFT. It is very doable. A lot of the teams don't really have that kind of energy going into Game 1. They start waking up, maybe warming up a little bit before going into Game 2. As soon as we go into Game 3, everything changes. Best of 7s are different because you can highlight the mistakes. There are going to be breaks in between for these players so they can learn, they can synergize better. And when speaking about Dach and Northern Europe, one of the best things that really represents these teams and their strats. Okay, we've seen some very good synergy from France where everyone sold their board when they wanted to go for something like, you know, if we see a built-over player, he's not going to be playing that comp. But it was kind of different for Dach and Northern Europe. They really never contest each other. It feels like they're coming 24/7. This is something that makes these 2 teams very exciting to watch.
Interesting first thing here I want to talk about, right, actually, is that there's a clear decision, like there was a split decision between which portal they wanted to go into. I feel like a lot of times yesterday and also on Friday we kind of saw all 8 players kind of handshake the same portal, but that's not the case here, and one team here really wanted to go to Freshest Sanctum, the other one wanted to go to Ironmount. And also another very important thing here, Morgan, Zaza has gotten the honor of being the burnout today. So the 3 portals are going to be Memo, Dark Hydra, and Azad. Yesterday, that was indeed Dark Hydra. That was the Burno. So very big optimization here.
Exiled. Sasa is now exiled from from this team. He's going to be the only one not following them with a little legend. And something I want to say about this portal is that people really tend to abuse it pretty well when it comes to killing and making your own units die in PvE rounds to stack more and more souls. And looking at Sasa's board, he already has 2 built over units. Zeys could be a little bit hard to get your hands on at the early game. Doesn't have 1. He's got 2 built over units now. He's only missing that Void that's coming in this shop right now. And there you go. That's a built over start.
All right, Morgan. Yes, but as we have seen before, there are some risks.
Just ask.
Just ask. There are some risks that are kind of set up with this, right? In terms of being able to open into the pillar, because you know that each team will have someone that is just going to open forward, and if they have you in their pool, they don't get punished for fully selling everything, right? Because you can't really reassemble the pill over line as you're talking about, Morgan. It's a very tough line to go back into, because you have to find 3 very hard units to find in terms of the fact that the Zeys very difficult to find early doors, and that's something that doesn't necessarily matter for the opposite side of the field. So this is going to be super interesting to follow how that's going to go down here. We also see Sasa is also the Earth player, and Morgan, we're starting off with Prismatics.
Okay, I love Prismatics. I'm all into getting these units and all these augments that revolutionize and just make the gameplay absolutely chaotic. Now, martial progress might be really, really good for a built-over player with the start, because you can save all your economy, you can just throw in built-over, save all that gold, and essentially, you're losing, you're getting free XP, you're turning all of your gold to rerolls on level 7 to stabilize that board. Instead, he decides to go for Rascal's Gloves. Lucky Gloves, I mean.
Not necessarily, right? Because I do follow the notion you're trying to protect it to get us even more gold, right? But the issue is that once you get that cash out, you want to be able to accelerate your board state into level 8, level 9, and really get that fully topped up board that is so important for the Piltover line to full success. And with Martial Progress, that line is completely out of the question. Martial Progress, generally speaking, is used to reroll free costs, and that's not necessarily what you want to do in the Piltover line.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It really depends. And this is the beauty of TFT, by the way. If me, you, Makes, Panda, Peter all went into a game, each and every one of us could have a completely different decision, and that's why these games are quite interesting. You have 8 players, all of them which are individually skilled, extremely smart, and they have a lot of info about this set. I would make a decision and see it as correct. You would see something else, and that is the true beauty of TFT. Sasa here decides to go for Lucky Gloves, still committing with that built over, and we see Memo. He did get the Ancient Archives. He has a perfect Noxus start. Also managed to get a Noxus emblem. Now, there's a lot that you could go over here for. And we just got from our production that Daerondas is also on built over, but that is the God start. It is built over with Tiniest Titan. Now, speak about economy. Speak about going into a full 10-loss streak. The only thing that I'm scared about Wida is what if one of them goes against the other?
That is kind of what either team right now are hoping for, right? They want to kind of grief the other Piltover player, and that's just going to be the name of the game. But that's also another thing we need to talk about here. We are on Fresh's Sanctum, the first time we see this weekend on the main broadcast at least, right? So these players that are in the Piltover line, generally speaking, they will not kill a lot of units, which means that they won't get a lot of souls, because they can risk falling behind, right? If they don't have good losses here, and it is going to be a little bit more spelled out the further down stage 2 that we get, right? You can see right now Dark Hydra at 20, we saw 21 on the opposite side of the field, but when we get to these early level 5s coming through out of the carousel here, and those Piltover players will not be able to kill a unit on the opposite side of the field, they will just lose out, and that is going to be something that you got to keep in mind.
Yeah, what I really don't understand, and I might need a small explanation from you, is why is Dark Hydra winning with Transfusion 3? This is essentially an augment that also would require you to go into a loss streak as well, so you can make sure your units really stack up a lot of HP in the late game. So what's going on in his mind?
I mean, he just has a good opener, right? Like, you're looking at a very strong Ionia opener here with an Akshan, the Aurelia 2, but it's nothing comparable to the side of the opener coming out here with the Challenger side of things from Shansa here, really just trying to push a streak here, trying to punish some of these players that may or may not be able to just sit back and relax for a bit here, right? So, and this is kind of, again, why these level 5s are so important here. Dark Hydra did not get to kill a single unit, sure. No, there aren't going to be any stacks him the other way as well for Sansa either, right? He's not going to get the stacks of his own units dying, but he's just putting on the pressure for the enemy team here as well.
Yeah, and now look at the difference between Daerondas and Sasa. I think he has way better items when it comes to playing this comp, because essentially one of these blue gloves could be going into a guard breaker, the other one could be going maybe into a Lost Whisper, all already on gloves for a secondary carry alongside Zeri, or maybe an Infinity Edge. There are so many good items when it comes to Zaza's itemization right now. Only thing good that Daerondas has is that Needlessly Roll Shot can maybe be placed into a Rage Blade. Dark Hydra manages to get another spatula from that carousel. What is he looking at? Is it going to be a Shurima Spat? Is it going to be maybe perhaps an Ionia? And he commits with that board, but I want to see Sasa go against Daerondas. One of them is going to have to grieve the other, and essentially it's all about luck and who takes the risk more. Are you going to give off one round of Piltover, remove them, just so when you win you don't cash out, or do you just send it?
Yeah, we don't know if they are going to face each other, but they do have each other in the pool. You can also see here that from the economy standpoint here, Daerondas is the one with the more economy here, but they're not going to face against each other here. Instead, we're going to see Sasa take a huge hit here against one of these Noxus Challenger openers here, right? So this is going to be one of those situations where, so again, there are mathematical outcomes here where both players are able to not tag each other onto like 3-5 and both of them cash out. That is something that can happen, which would put the entire lobby into a spin. And normally when that happens, that is not in a team environment, right? So how the teams will have to kind of navigate this situation and how that's going to change the game is going to be super exciting to follow here, because both players so far, if they get out of stage 2 at least without taking a win, that would be massive.
Yeah, and something I want to highlight, by the way, just to show people how broken this Augment Tiny Titan is when it's paired with Piltover. Daerondas had 36 gold, meanwhile Sasa was still stuck with his 23. And now we also see another player completely open fording. He is definitely going to grief one of the two players, whether Dubi at Daerondas, whether Dubi at Sasa. He only has one unit on board, and who is it going to be? It is going to be against... Oh, wait, neither of them. Does that mean that Daerondas and Sasa maybe met each other?
Time will tell here, but a big thing that's worth knowing here, Decisive Way had already faced Daerondas, right? Daerondas was not in the pool for Decisive Way.
You wanted to give Sasa, okay.
Yeah. And that, again, like, that's something you can do when you know that your own teammate will not attack you, right? You don't want to grief your own teammates pilled over. Looking into this now, both players still taking losses. The loss streaks are in full force here. Nothing is worth knowing, though. They have to survive this round. The Crocs are pretty damn scary, right, Morgan? These are something that you gotta keep in mind. That, yeah, and again, you're not trying to roll on 3-1, right? You don't have to roll for like a kill or something ridiculous like that. So just getting the actions on the board here should be more than enough to at least kind of put you in the right space.
Okay, I mean, if he was going to slam that gloves, maybe leveling wasn't really worth it. But hey, it doesn't matter. Krugs will give him enough gold to stay above 50, I think. And at the same time, with that lucky gloves, you kind of have to play again around the augment, okay? He has enough bows. That's a Rage Blade. Maybe if he gets an HP here, that could be a Guard Breaker. These are perfect Zeri items so far, best in slot. And okay, losing 1 gold for that is meh. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. You can lose 1 gold, but make sure that you win against Krugs. Sasa does get it. Daerondas is still alive with 72 HP. Of course, Tiny Titan is going to be healing him a lot, giving him more HP. But it is bound to happen sooner or later, okay? They will face each other. And if this is a full prismatic lobby, and one of them gets maybe final reserves, that'll be so spicy.
It definitely would be. It would be spicy, right? That's something you gotta keep in mind here. But also, it's worth noting when you look at this position here that Sasa could very well just end up going for Rage Blade plus a Quicksilver if he needs to go down that route. But again, the Lucky Gloves are super important here. But he's trying to tag into Daerondas, and we will fight each other. Question back in his positioning wise here. The Dragon dies first.
Okay, I think Daerondas wins this because his dragon, I mean, he loses it, that's why he wins. Also, his Vi is going to be oh wait, no, Daerondas won it. Okay, now Sasa is really happy about what just happened right here. He will be taking that loss from your favorite Piltover player, Daerondas, and you can see the disappointment on his face. Look at the camera. It was at this moment Daerondas knew it was kind of messed. And look at Sasa, he's so happy. And it's a full prismatic lobby.
It's not guaranteed full prismatic just yet, if I recall correctly.
No. As long as it's the second prismatic, we just say, yo, it's a full prismatic lobby. Just go with the flow, Ida.
No, because it's worth noting that the gold can come in as a 50-50 between full prismatic and gold, right? So the triple prismatic would obviously mean that it's going to be 50. Like, it's going to be very, very difficult to kind of come back, or like it's going to change the scope of the game, push the tempo even further. But the gold could kind of bring some of the weaker positions into a bit of light, because it won't get like a super acceleration off like a late level up, for example, coming in and kind of just messing with the entire matchup pool. So we are going to be on what looks like a bit of a pause here, Morgan.
There's going to be a pause, and this is going to be a time where we can chill, take a deep breath, maybe taking a little bit more time if we were Daerondas to decide what the hell are we going to do with that built over cash out that we just did. Does he end it there? Does he pivot? Tiny Titan is an augment that essentially you don't have to be losing to make use of it. Okay, that additional HP is really good to play around. It can give you more and more lives during the game goes on. That gold that you get each and every round really plays into a lot of stuff, so you don't have to really commit. And also his second augment, what Daerondas shows, was Cybernetic Bulk 3 Prismatic. So this essentially gives his units a very strong front line. Tiny Titans allows him to stack more and more, but what is the best decision here? Do you still commit to the build over after losing? Do you try to get another cash out, or do you just sell that Hextech Dino, cash it out, and do not contest with someone that is going to be taking units? Yeah, I mean, what I meant by sell it is just letting go of the entire composition, because you know that Salsa with his full low streak is going to have a better cash out. He will be taking all of your units, so do you pivot or do you just commit?
Yeah, so you want to take a, I guess because I kind of follow the notion, right? Because a lot of the time you kind of have the Hextech Dino, the T-Hex as like a additional carry unit, right? And I can kind of see that if it's not fully powered up here, I kind of understand the argument, right? You could kind of go for a second cash out. And this sounds crazy, right? But hear me out. He is on Tiniest Titan. So he does have the opportunity here, potentially, to sack the rest of the stage, take his first cash out, and then go for another power up. Sure, the overall cash out itself will not like combine the same value, right? That's something that we got to keep in mind. But the power on the Dino itself will be pretty powerful, right? So it might just get to that final upgrade. So that's something we got to keep in mind here, whether or not that is going to be the case. We are still awaiting information regarding what the pause is about. We don't have any information. We are sorry for the inconvenience. We will obviously update you once we know what is wrong.
Yeah, it is always good to take a deep breath. It is always good to pause for a little bit for the players to be able to communicate better. But as soon as we know what's happening with this lobby, we're going to be telling you. It's not often that we really have a lot of poses, but we just got told that it was just a very minimal freeze. Everything should be good now, so we should be getting back to our game within a minute or so. So don't go anywhere. If you wanted to go, maybe get yourself a cup of water, something to drink, popcorn to watch these amazing games between Dach and Northern Europe. This is going to be, again, a best of 7. So we're getting ahead of ourselves right now. This is still game 1. We're chilling. So far, you can never really tell where's this lobby's going. Is it Dach winning? Is it Northern Europe winning? It's a little bit too early to know where this is happening. Now, a very specific overview with what's happening in this lobby right now is that we have 2 players lost streaking, each from every region. Salsa has been able to keep it with a 6 lost streak. Daerondas faced him with Tiniest Titan. The positioning gave a very little advantage to him, where he actually ended up winning that combat. And we should be getting back to the game soon.
We do, but also worth noting, decisive way, as we're talking about, was the guy that he started his lost streak on 2-2, not 2-1. 2-2. And his lost streak is still going from what I can tell as well, right? So sure, it's not a pilled over line, but he does have the economy of that lost streak building up as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this Northern European team will navigate themselves out of this position here. So we didn't get the full cash out from the runs. We didn't get to see what exactly it enticed here, but we can see that he does have some items on the bench. He does also have a lot of gold in the bank here. So now the question beckons, Morgan, will he go back in for another cash out?
He already slammed in that Rage Blade and Guard Breaker, so is it about him wanting to win? Is it about him wanting to maybe kill as much units before he loses? But it seems to me that this combat could be actually won by Daerondas again. The Guard Breaker and Rage Blade on the Zeys are really putting in a lot of damage. That Callista is trying to put in God's Work with just a Hodge, and the Challenger emblem that should have been really strong, but the Dino, yes, he is tanking some damage. There's a lot of damage coming up from that Zeys, and the Callista just doesn't run these spears out, and he's going to manage to end Zante's win streak. So I don't think that he's going to be going for another cash out by the way he slammed items, and he's going to play, and he's playing this game currently.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that Daerondas here, he gets a lot of residuals just by the nature of the setup. If he keeps winning with the Pildo, he gets 1 gold every round, plus he gets 2 gold from the Tiniest Titan. So right now he has a free gold, additional gold buffer compared to the rest of the lobby, right? So being able to go for those level 8, level 9s here will be very much cheatable for him now. Not the greatest selection of these emblems here. Bastion will allow him to do a bunch of interesting stuff, most likely down the road, with like when you start weaving in a Shen, can play some different units down the Challenger route, but even a second Challenger emblem maybe would have been good for him on Ionia, to kind of just flex more around those spots, but should be a decent one to follow for sure.
That is not the best Ancient Archives redeem that you could really see. Bastions with challengers. Okay, the thing about challengers composition is that you want all of your units, except maybe Kaisa, to tank in that damage. Even Yasuo doesn't really care about being at the front. You might give him an Edge of Night. You might give him Titans Resolve BT to make him survive a little bit more. But Bastions with challengers, yes, it is going to give you some very good tempo. Because just as you said, if you get that Shen, you can have a lot of damage coming in mid-stage. But is Challenger Bastions a thing? No.
I mean, Bastion is kind of a trait you can just kind of flex in easily, right? Because Shen is generally speaking a part of like every comp, right? And then you just get the Bastion in there. Then you don't have to play a different unit, right? You can kind of, if you want to cut the Taric, for example, if that becomes an issue, you can kind of start pushing levels. Try to play a 4 Bastion line with Taric, Shen, plus a Cassante potentially, right? So there are options to kind of flexing himself out of his position. It's not necessarily going to be the most traditional way of doing it, but speaking of traditional gameplay now, Sasa here will be trying to cash his way out of this Dino now. He does have, he has the items of bench here. He does have the combination with bulk as well as Lucky Glass. And I like the pick of the bulk here, right? It makes a lot of sense, a lot of extra power on the board, a lot of HP, because he has a lot of items here, right? He has an augment to give some items. He's going to get more items from the cash out, most likely. So the entire reasoning for this play makes a lot of sense, but he is on a Seri 1. Will that be enough to cash out? He's going against his teammate in the memo, so necessarily should be pretty easy, I suppose, but he can't really organize it at this point in time.
Yeah, it isn't just it's a Zeri 1. He doesn't even have a pair waiting for at the bench. He has a Zeri, he has a Jinx pair, a Jace pair, a Vi pair. Everything except 2 Zeris. Now, I think it was Virulent Plague, if I'm not mistaken, so that's not so bad for the Zeri. It makes her take a lot of more... all the units are going to be taking more damage. The cash out now comes in for Sasa. And let's see what is it going to be. If it's a gold cash out, that maybe wouldn't be too bad because he still needs a lot of pairs. But it's going to be a Tactician Crown and some gold. Is this good enough? It allows him to get 4 Gunners, so that's almost an emblem. Not so bad, I would say.
It's okay for now, right? You can get the level. You can get to the level 9 board on level 8 here as well, right? You get the Tactician's Crown to get a bit of extra bulk in the front line with that cybernetic, right? So that's something that you can kind of look into as being a positive thing to look out for. Positive look for him, right? And speaking of decisive way, he was the other loss-streaking player in the lobby here. He's kind of trying to go into this strategist lineup, has found an early Cassante, but he has a blue buff on a Vel'Koz too. No locks inside, no items for this Azir either, right? That is not necessarily going to be a fantastic position, but we have seen a lot of power in a Vel'Koz 2 as a stabilization point, and we got to figure out if that's going to be enough, right? He gets 2 wins here going into the neutrals, but 4-1, once the rolldown starts coming down from the rest of the lobby, you gotta ask yourself the question, is this board going to be strong enough to render out the stage, right? He is down just 35 HP. We've seen how strong Sasa is now. This could be an 8th in the making for decisive way.
Yeah, so far Asad is the only player win streaking with a wholesome amount of 9 win streaks, so he's only lost the first round in the game. He's playing right now with Ionia Challengers. He still has that decent Opener with the Samira equipped with the Trinity Force and Trojan. So far we have 2 players playing Challengers. It is going to be him and Zante with the Challenger crown that he has. This is a comp that could easily be contested because it doesn't really matter if your entire front line is 2-star. You just need the Yasuo and the Kaisa. And these are essentially units that are just played by people playing Challengers. Shen, for example, might be very hard to get for both of them because it's a unit that is played on almost every composition. But now, as we go into our 3rd set of augments, if it's a full prismatic lobby, this is going to really rely on tempo, and someone like Decisive, not able to find Lux pairs, will get punished heavily for this readout.
He will, but this is actually one of the things we need to talk a little about here. Bastion Gwen was actually one of the early itemization optimizations that a lot of people made with the composition, right? So I like this coming out here with the challenge element as well. She will be lacking like a raw damage item, that is for sure, but the question back is now whether or not this board will be strong enough on the brink of what's coming through, right? Because also, how many players have been holding on to a bit of gold here in the hopes of a triple prismatic, right? That's another thing also worth noting, because the value in getting a level up, for example, could be big, but time will tell as Slicks will take a loss to his teammate here. So this is going to be a rough one at the top of the standings here. Asad's streak also broken, so no win streakers for now at least.
And it's going to be a full prismatic lobby, just as we guessed. Shadow Isle's crown. But that's too much emblems, I would say. Well-earned comforts is not so bad because he has so many good augments. Infernal Contract Doesn't really sound that exciting. Social distancing could also be very good because he's lacking damage items. He has so many frontline items right now, Wida, and this is not something you want with a challenger board. You need more damage as much as you can. Now, Infernal Contract could have been a good option if he is low on HP a little bit because he knows he's contested, so he needs to roll for these units. He goes for it, he starts sending it, and it's going to be Infernal Contract. We might see him get a 4-cost 3-star.
Yeah, and it's worth noting here as well, the role that he's going to be playing in this game here is kind of amped up by the nature of Infernal Contract. He can play spoiler to players that might be looking into contesting down this route of the challengers, right? That's something you gotta kind of take note of here as well. You can also just stabilize him to a point where he might be bleeding out just a little bit because he won't have the top end of someone like Daerondas, right? But he will be going into probably just trying to bleed into a 4th here, like trying to maintain a bit of that HP lead that he has.
Yeah, the Static Chef now slammed on the Kaiser, and we see Daerondas apparently trying to go for another cash out. That Dino still had maybe a few losses on him, but the only thing that matters right now is that Gwen is 2-star. He has an Ecos waiting outside, so essentially he needs 4 more Gwens to get a 3-star with a Bastion and Challenger emblem. Maybe not the best items, but it does give her a lot of frontline capability with the Bastion emblem. He did miss a Shen, for sure, but that Challenger also allows Gwen to close in gaps, cast her ability more and more, and he still has 50 gold to roll down for, and a lot of HP to sacrifice a few rounds to make sure he gets a 4-cost 3-star. Daerondas now with Cybernetic Leech and also Cybernetic Bulk. So that's a lot of HP and frontline capability giving to him by these augments.
Yeah, I also think that the Cybernetic augments in this set are a little bit stronger than they have been in sets since set 6, right? Because in set 6, the Cybernetic augments were absolutely ridiculous. They were so good. They were almost insta-picked in every single situation. But they kind of had a bit of a downfall, but now they are kind of seeing a resurgence. So I love the fact we get to see a lot of them come out here. It's a lot of power with the amount of items coming through as well. Also gotta remember, extra loot is also dropping through the Precious Sanctum, so over the course of the game, units that may or may not normally hold on to a component here or there will get items and will get the power from those cybernetic augments.
Yeah, and this is what's really good about this portal, by the way, okay? Even if you had a gold starter or if you're down a little bit on items, you don't really have to care about that at all. You just need to focus most of your capability on combat augments, on augments like for Zante Win4, for example, like Infernal Contract, that allow you to up-level your board with all of their stars, because you're getting components sooner or later from this portal. Now, looking at this carousel, there has not been a single Cassante that people playing Shuriba could go for, but Daerondas has a spat. What is the best outcome for this one that you could go for, Wida? He's playing Gunners, he's still committing with the build over. That's bad. How can you make use of it if you don't have another crown?
That's the thing, right? You gotta have to look into that at some point here. He has a lot of tiers. Sork Emblem not necessarily something that is super great for him in this position. So just hoping that at some point down the road, an option will open up for him. But also worth noting that it is just gonna be plus HP, plus HP. He's going to be going into the Aphelios line instead here, however. And this means that there are going to be a few more openings for the spat. Ionia, Flexport can come into play potentially, right? And I was kind of wanted to point out that I felt like this like line in general feels like we didn't see a lot of players on Aphelios in this lobby already, right? There's an open line they can go into later down the road here, and Sanse finds that Callista free, but there is no rage bait on this, so the natural attack speed scaling from the challenger trait plus that static shiv is all that this Callista has to work with.
Yeah, her itemization might not really be the best. The static shiv is really good with the scaling and challenge, just as you said, but Edge of Night might have been a very good item on a Yasuo. Also, Hand of Justice is not the most optimal item you could be looking for unless you have a dual gauntlet on her, so you can make use of that additional crit chance that the item gives. So a 3-star Callista with static, Edge of Night, Hand of Justice isn't really any close to BIS. Yes, she will be dealing a lot of damage. It's a unit that scales a lot with the challenger attack speed that you're given, but a rapid fire cannon or rage blade is mandatory to make her reach full potential.
It is. So also gotta keep in mind, challenges are a tempo composition, right? They are a tempo line that you gotta take, and when you are in a lobby like this one where there's so much drip feeding in terms of items, in terms of just gold, stuff like that, you just gotta play for the maximum amount of tempo that you can. And he's also on the Infernal Contract line. Like, he's not playing for a high top end to a certain extent in a traditional way. He's just playing to maximize his tempo, and then maybe at some point down the road he will get those 3-star Kaisers, 3-star Yasuos, but getting that 3-star Callista in for now is gonna be a massive bonus in terms of being able to punish some of the players that may or may not have hit already.
Yeah, neither of his carries are now 2-starred. Azir is trying to do his best in order to fight it with that Nasus that has an Ionics on him. He's penetrating the enemies as much as he can with that Ionics in order to keep Lux maximizing her damage. Same thing goes for the Azir that is currently still alive with that Trinity Force, all thanks to the Freaky Friday augment that he has. And Nasus, alongside being healed because he's the strongest Riemann, he does have a lot of healing being put on him. He stays alive for a lot of time, allowing the carries to do more damage. But if Decisive went against a board that has backline access, that could maybe get into the Lux and the Azir, something like the Yasuo Challengers, he will suffer. Both of his carries are still 1-starred.
Yeah, so kind of take a look at the general overview of the lobby right now, because Daerondas is the next on the elimination brink. He does have that tiniest Titan kind of helping out. That might be enough to get a singular point over the line here, but Decisive Way is obviously his teammate, right? So even if Daerondas finishes 7th at the expense of Decisive Way, it doesn't change anything in the overall scale of the team-based format here, right? So they got to figure out a way to put together a streak that's strong enough to find out, like, to get towards Asad, get towards Dark Hydra. And the most interesting thing about that graphic, Morgan, was the fact that Asad, all of a sudden, he was full streaking, all good, all dandy, but he lost out the entirety of stage 4.
Yeah, and now he's bleeding at 30 HP. What is going to be the decision of Sasa here? He decides to level, maybe looking for another Freljord that helps a little bit with the Shred. He has nothing so far. Lust Whispers don't exist in his composition. And he's also, Memo, getting very close to hit both of his carries into a 3-star. He does hit the Katarina, all thanks to the duplicator that he had. And Daerondas is maybe onto his final round if he's not able to win against his very own nemesis, not just from Dark region, but also the very person that made him lose his win streak his loss streak, at the start of the game. Lucky enough for him, Zaza went to level 8, so he's not still having that Zeri 2-star yet. His front line is holding pretty well. The Dino that he cashed out is doing very strong. Aphelios has a lot of damage with that Guardbreaker triggering because that's a lot of shields given from this Swani, allowing his Guardbreaker to stay alive, and Daerondas stays in game for one more round.
And the big thing here as well is worth noting that Sasa was actually on a win streak, right? So that board took out a lot of chunks of the remaining part of the lobby, but maybe it's not as strong as we might think it is. And now that's the thing we gotta keep in mind here. As Sasa down to 22 HP, and both Decisive Way and Daerondas started winning. And you kind of look at this now, right? You're looking at Dark Hydra at 16, Sasa at 22. A couple of fights all of a sudden, this could be looking on the up for this Northern European team.
That's going to be another pose. Apparently, we're going with so many blinding speeds, so many rage blades and rapid fire cannons in this lobby. So admin said, you know what? We're going way too fast. We're going ahead of ourselves. Let's take a small pause. And we obviously don't know what's happening, but it's going to be a maybe minor issue. And we hope we can get back to the game ASAP. Until then, we're at 5-2. We have Dark currently, maybe according to their boards, they could be performing a little bit better than Northern Europe. You could debate, but in fact, they're both very, very close to each other. Like the highest 2 people in the lobby right now, Wida, okay, they're 35 HP. Right below them, 2 people with also 30 HP. So this lobby is extremely close. A very quick change of events in maybe one combat that could go wrong for one or another. And you could be having Duck immediately with 3 players on the top 3 places or vice versa.
Yeah, it is going to be crazy here, right? There aren't that game where, like, sometimes you have a game where you're just like, okay, this guy's at least second because it's just like sat with 52 HP, and like the rest of the lobby has like 10. That's not the case here. Every single fight matters. And another thing that's also worth noting here is that due to every single player still being alive, there is very little fight manipulation that the teams can do within each other to kind of keep other players alive. Because sometimes we will see teams, once they have like 1 or 2 players out and there's a little bit more of a limited matchup pool, positioned specifically for specific fight outcomes or taking a loss because you can tank the loss and your opponent cannot. But that's not the case as of right now. And now this Katarina free, Morgan, could be going all the way into the backline here and potentially eliminating Dark Hydra.
And this is something that we warned him about. If any comp that has access to the backline, Derzir is not going to be having any healing at all. She doesn't have the best in slot items at all. Maybe the Shojin on the Kaisa, the Katarina doesn't give her enough damage at all. And also the positioning from him keeping the Azir on the exact opposite side. Memo doesn't have anything on that Azir. Decisive also manages to get maybe a win here with that Azir. 1-star against Sasa. And now it's either him or Daerondas that could be leaving us maybe after the next round. But Daerondas also manages to get another win. And he got 5 people below 20 HP, Wida.
It is crazy when you have Memo on 20, but again, the scenario I was talking about with a player being able to tank a loss here was also what we saw, right? Memo was able to tank the loss. His opponent in that fight would not have been able to do that, right? Had the loss been big enough. So that's a big one to keep in mind here, but we just see how much value Daerondas has gotten from that tiniest Titan, right? Because he gets a continuous drip feed of gold, he gets a continuous drip feed of HP as well, and now Sansei, he's under pressure. He has to see if he can find one of those free-star upgrades looking for the Gwen potentially, but it is not going to fall in line. He has that duplicate on the bench as well. He's going to go up against Dark Hydra, and Double Zephyr in the front line allows the set to go into the back line unaffected.
Yeah, now the Kalista is trying her best to do all that damage. The Gwen is also very, very tanky with the Bastion Emblem, able to tank a lot of damage from the Razir. But again, the Kalista items, we did say that late game it might be a problem. She has little to no damage at all. Edge of Night will keep her alive once they get to her, but at what cost? Her front line is already dead, and that is going to be a lot of damage. Zanti might be the first one to get knocked out from this lobby, and he will be followed by Zaza as well, and here it goes. We're down to a 3v3 situation now.
And it's a 1 unit difference here as well. Sasa on 0 HP, Zanze on just a -1. But look at how the rest of the fights panned out here. Memo on a 5 loss streak now. Asad on a 2 loss streak. Both of these players now on the brink of elimination. They are the ones in line. If you're in a tiebreaker situation, either of these players will almost be losing by default here, right? So even though the Northern European team did go into 8th here with Sanse, they could be taking off the remaining 7th, 6th, and 5th position if the matches fall in the favor of the Northern European team here. But who's the strongest between Decisive Way and Slicks? That's a big question as well, because there's a chance they have each other in their matchup pools right now, and if Slicks take a big chunk of Decisive Way, then all of a sudden, the strong Aphelios board could be nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about why Zante was not able to find that 3-star Gwen, and now that you look at Memo's board, you know who took all of these from him. It was Memo all along, with that 2-starred Noxus Gwen, which is a unit that has recently seen the light with a few buffs here and there. Now with 5 Slayers almost maxed out, that Zephyr is going to get Gwen out, if I'm correct. And it's not just her, it's also going to be the Kalista, followed by the other side from his very own Zephyr. However, it doesn't matter because his strongest unit is the Katarina. He just wants to keep her alive, deal enough damage. The Gwen gets obliterated immediately, and Memo is not able to tank any damage because the challenger board coming from Asadfuego is just way too strong, and Memo will be the 3rd person to leave us in this lobby.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That's a very rough one for the Dark team here as well, right? But the fact that the Sideway loses out here is actually massive because that could end up much, much, much worse than it actually ended up being here, right? That's something you gotta keep in mind. But now, with the alternating positions between the Dark team and the Northern European team here now, it's all about who can take down Slicks here, right? Daerondas, we've been talking about how this Aphelios board could be pretty strong here, trying to find 1 or 2 final upgrades, but even the Lysandra 2 is going to be super far away at this point, because Slicks is sitting on a 3-star Lysandra, right? These fights are ever so important here, but this could be an elimination. It could be a team win already secured now, because it is going to be Northern Europe versus Germany in both of the fights.
Yeah, and now Daerondas was going against Asad or Dark Hydra. Slicks does have the energy to maybe tank 1 loss for him, but that's not the case. He's going to be again against one of them again. The Cassante is able to put in a lot of that CC, keeping away the front line so that Azir can deal enough damage as much as he can. With the rapid fire starting in with the Rage Blade, he has a lot of damage being put on the back line. He keeps amping up. He doesn't have any access to now with that Aphelios because that Nasus is doing God's work keeping him alive. There goes the Swain, is still alive, and Daerondas is not able to tank in 1 more loss because Slicks is going to be the last hope of Northern Europe against Duck, as Dark Hydra and him go into a very hot round of 1v1s.
Yeah, and the fact that the Daerondas here was not able to secure the 3rd place is going to be massive as well for the overall math here. I'm going to wait for someone else to confirm it because I do not do math here. It's the reason why I don't partake in our socials contest, Morgan. But looking at these boards here, these are the most representative boards that we have seen all weekend, right? We've seen the Azir Lux board. This is just a regular streamer board though, but like Azir, Aphelios, the 2 most represented forecast carriers across the entire weekend so far, and they are coming in here swinging it to start off day 3.
Yeah, both Slicks and Dark Hydra have very strong boards, but Slicks has not lost a single round in the past 8 times he's faced anyone. Same thing goes here with Dark Hydra, by the way. Again, now, you have Duck, you have Northern Europe. Whoever from Dark Hydra, him or Slicks, take the 1st place. According to their current placements, whoever wins this 1v1 should be winning. Yes, and it goes confirmed right here by Makes. Thank you so much. So it is now down to Dark Hydra leading Team Duck into victory, or Sligs leading Northern Europe into that one as well. However, keep in mind that Sligs just cashed out his 200th component from the Thresh Sanctum right before this round, so essentially he is up an upgrade additionally over Dark Hydra. Positioning goes absolutely perfect. That Cassante goes with the backline, keeping the Swain, all the Shen on the backline, and now kicks him completely, getting absolutely yeeted out of the board. That Azir has a lot of damage going in, all thanks to the Cassante, absolutely wrecking his front line, but Aphelios goes burrow with all of these crescendum stacks, one after another, able to stay alive, and Dark Hydra is going to be taking a loss against Sligs in this one because that Aphelios has a lot of attack speed, but he's still alive for one more fight.
These fights are so close. It's super intense to follow as well, but Dark Hydra now down to just single-digit HP here. Just rolling for any upgrades across the board here. I don't think there's anything to be found, really, outside of 2-star Cassandra, 2-star Aatrox random spikes, but he would have to sell up his board here. But again, gotta keep in mind, where does this Cassandra go? It did eliminate the biggest frontliner in that Shen, but it wasn't enough here. And again, keep in mind, looking at whether or not we're going to be trying to same side the Azir into the Aphelios here. It looks like that has been achieved. That could be massive as well here, because if the Azir gets through, the Taric gets through the Sejuani and just onto the Aphelios before the Aphelios can eliminate the other team, that could be game deciding.
And now, make sure now that the Cassante did not get the Shen, so he will be taking a lot of damage and tanking it as much as he can. Cassante maybe sends the wrong unit into the backline. Then Lissandra is going to be applying a lot of CC on that Azir, and there it goes against Sligs. Still, his board is way too strong. It doesn't matter the positioning, it doesn't matter where he puts his units, because he's just simply stronger than Dark Hydra. And he takes the first win for Northern Europe against Duck in the grand finals of the SuperBrawl Day 3.
And this is a very similar scenario, very familiar scenario for this Dark team, right? Because they, on day one, they did lose their matchup against Northern Europe in a tie. It's kind of just how these matchups will go. And if all games today are as good as this one, Morgan, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, if this is the first best of 7, if this is the first game of the day, and we went to stage 6 with all 8 people still alive, almost each and every one of these players had 10 HP, 20 HP. It was very close. I cannot anticipate how the rest of the day is going to be, but the one thing that we can be sure of is going to be full of action. So let's take a small break, let us cool down. This time it's a legal pause, so let us go into break and get to our desk before going to the next game.
Hi everyone, it's Zeys, TFT content creator and caster from Turkey. I'm very happy there are so many content and tournaments in TFT. Also pretty excited for today SuperBrawl. I think Turkey loves TFT very much and we have very good players. For example, Rubik, Çınar, Gink, Matt Black, all of them, they are so good. That's such a difficult question because all of players, they are so good and that tournaments is very difficult tournaments. I think Turkey will win again. I think it's Çınar because of my favorite player. He has a great competitive spirit and I like his game and mentality in tournaments because it's Çınar. I want to say good luck and have fun to all players on SuperBrawl. And last thing, I want to say Turkish. İzlediğiniz için çok teşekkür ederim. Tekrardan görüşmek üzere. Destekleriniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Hoşça kalın. And I said thank you for everything and see you later and goodbye.
We're back here at the analyst desk, and I think this first game was already showing us what we're in for today in this best of 7. Now, I don't mean those 2 game breaks that made it a little bit longer than it should have been, but how close this competition is. It went from 4v4 to 3v3 to 2v2, and then that very last matchup between these 2 players still mattered. Talk to me about that winning comp, Panda.
First of all, I have to say the caster blessing went through Northern Europe, and I have to say my hair's slicked back. The crowd is chanting, "I am decisive. We win Daerondas." But winning comp here for Slicks, he was really the man of the show for this game 1, and it made sense. Triple Prismatic augments into one of the highest cap comps in the game if you hit, and it was kind of a reason why he was able to win that. Pumping up Prismatic just scales as the game goes on, so it really is a comp that enables you to win games outright.
Yeah, it was a really, really scary comp when it all came around at the end. I think one thing that kind of really jumped out to me, though, was to go back, from the end of the game right back to the beginning, was how influential it was. We had the 2 Piltover players against each other, and ultimately not having the level of impact on the game as we maybe would have otherwise expected.
I agree. I think there were some very early lock-ins with that Challenger crown being picked up, the Piltovers, we had the Noxus emblem on Memo, so all of these players getting some direction quite early on. Now, there was a little bit of a problem with both Santi and Memo ogling that Gwen and wanting her to be like the additional star on the team, which didn't really work out for both of them. Usually there's a good chance that you can get something like a Gwen 3 because she is not that sought after, but in this lobby it didn't work out. So that Infernal contract went into nothingness, unfortunately, but towards that very end, we did see minor changes in that matchup between Zaza and Slicks, and I really liked him taking out that Soraka, saying, I really don't need the healing. I'd much more rather have some CC, get that Cyan in, and then I believe you called it the Lysandra delivery system, Peter, with everything charging onto that Azir, taking him out for moments at a time. It was really, really smart movement there towards the end. With that, let's have a look at our standings, because I believe they're ready this time around. There's no big surprise here. It was quite close, but with that first place, Northern Europe is going to take the first tie. Now, question is, are we going to be in for tied games the entire day?
If that's the case, and for whoever's casting, I think one little quick tip, if the points are even in the bottom 4 of the standing when there's 4 players left, whoever wins the lobby will be the victor in pretty much every situation, either first or second, first or third, or first or fourth. So just for the future, I think it's very quick maths for casters and for viewers alike. And in that case, it will be a tiebreaker and was such a close match in the end.
It's worth noting as well, our MVP continues throughout day 3 as well. Of course, we've got a much smaller field of players to choose from, but Slicks has got the head start on getting that additional prize.
Yeah, we are getting closer to the prize and the bragging rights, of course, because that's what matters. We're going to see where it goes. Of course, there are no real ties here. Whoever wins the lobby gets an extra point imaginatively. So right now, it is 1-0 for Northern Europe, and we'll see whether or not they can build out that strength, or if Dach can actually strike back. We do have Morgan and Rita ready for game number 2, so let's hear it from them. We'll see you on the other side.
I'm not muted, don't worry. I was just making a joke. I was just making fun and giving off of that fake instance where we tend to mute the mics. I'm a good mime, aren't I? Anyways, it's your boy Morgan. I'm right here with Wida again in game number 2. The game 1 was very close. It was almost tied, but guess what? It wasn't a tie. Again, whoever wins that lobby wins out, so that was a very good game for Northern Europe. Wida, imagine that this was the first game of the day. How will the next games be? We said at the start of the day that people are gonna be warming up in the first few games. If this is them warming up, I don't know whether I should be hyped or scared.
You should be hyped, right? Because this was a great game, and again, as I was alluding to before, this is a very common result for these 2 teams, right? They've already had that. Their players told twice, and now it's come down to the same thing as well. So let's look at it as well here. So the point is not fully updated, obviously, but that shouldn't really be something that we need to look into too much for now. In case you missed game number 1, the Northern European team beat the German team, and if you can do math very well, you'll realize that they had the same amount of points last game, but the tiebreaker, as Makes mentioned, is of course whoever won the lobby. But this time around, it seems like there will be no disagreement, or what is the Northern
Friend.
European team of Moldivers doing?
Yeah, it is now friend. We're both agreeing, we're all holding hands to God Willows Groves. God Willow Groves allows that when you place a unit on the bench, that unit still counts into your current active traits. So it's essentially as if in, that little Teemo that gets thrown in for the strategics, for the Yordles, for the multicasters. No, he just remains with that rightmost bench slot, and that's it. He never gets fielded. That's where you belong, Teemo. Outside.
I mean, he is a scout, right? So a scout, as someone who was a scout for 7 or 8 years of my life, I can kind of confirm that yes, we do indeed spend a lot of time outside. It doesn't mean that I support whatever Teemo is doing. Teemo is a devil. I will not support Teemo. But Sansa here on a Entertainment Duplicator opener here now, and I'm kind of looking around and figuring out. He just straight up just duplicates the Jhin already. I mean, that's a statement of intent for sure.
Yeah, now with that lesser Nikos that he got in the early round, we might be seeing perhaps a reroll potential. I don't even remember who it was, but with the Godwillow's Grove comes like Challenger that rely on tempo, and comes that require that additional unit, maybe something like Shurima, allowing you to get that 5th Shuriman in without even having to level, without even having to field him. It's very strong for compositions that have such strong points at 3 and 5 Shurima and 4 and 6 challenges. Now, 5 Shurima might not really benefit a lot from this, because essentially they still ascend quite late. But hey, it's everyone ascending, all of your carries, your entire board. So comps like this will benefit a lot from this. Now, same thing goes also for if someone had, for example, a Void Emblem. You're able to get 8 Voids at level 7. But you still need the Belveth, so it doesn't matter.
Well, Morgan, last game, Decisive Way was lost streaking without Piltover. This time around, he will be lost streaking with Piltover in play as well. So we'll be looking towards that buried treasures here. He is one of the Ezreal players, which is a default strong pickup here. Generally speaking, he can just do whatever he wants. And again, he can just make his board artificially weaker by placing a strong unit on the bench here in the likes of the Echo, and then put like a Kale in the front line to kind of guarantee a loss potentially going through. So interesting position to be in here as well. Same thing goes for Sasa. Had the opportunity to take that Piltover emblem, but decides against it here.
Yeah, I mean, scouting, you can already see that Decisive has the perfect Piltover start. He has 3 Piltover units. He also manages to get buried treasures, so that is going to be a lot of economy. And it's also going to be, a lot of components alongside him having that perfect start for the Piltover. Now, he goes into Bastion. This could translate into the very basic Bastion Aphelios that we used to see, specifically that already has a Rage Blade in the early game. And it was one of the strongest compositions at some time. If he's able to win streak with that composition, I think that Bastion Aphelios could be really good, specifically that he already has a Rage Blade.
Yeah, so the Aphelios comp is a very expensive one to get online for the most part. And one of the natural ways of playing it was just to get an early Ionia open and then slowly but surely transition that into the board around that 4-1 mark. Because again, Ionia openers, generally speaking, tend to be very strong to win streak from. And when you're looking at what the situation here is for Sasa, it is indeed a situation where he can be win streaking quite well. Now I got to figure out what is the best way for him to maximize his traits and also keep unit strength on the board up to speed, because he doesn't have a unit that can add to that Deadeye trait just yet, right? So he is going to be buffing up the Bastion on the set here, which is going to be absolutely massive, and then playing the Soraka as just a strong secondary unit.
Yeah, now, all thanks to this Poppy, he has a Bastion set with Ionia, so he gets a lot of HP. He also has a lot of armor given into him for tanking with a little bit of the early game. Now, for comps like Ionia, you could maybe put in a Warwick on Godwillow's Grove, and it gives you all 3 traits. If you could be playing maybe a zone unit inside with the Ionians, and look at the front line, this set was able to hold so much. I might be a little bit worried for the Gen because he technically takes a lot of time to cast, but it's enough to get Sasa a win against Asadfuego, which has won the first round, I think. Yeah, this is the first loss for Asadfuego. Shame.
Oh, is this set to a bait though? Like honestly, because it's so expensive to play. Sure, you will. It is a boost in terms of the damage output off your team, but you're giving up a lot of the pairs that you have currently sitting on your bench to even make economy at this point in time. Then, because you would have to give up a Soraka pair. And Soraka is such a key component of that the Targon caught alongside the Aphelios, right? So it is something you got to keep in mind here, whether or not this is going to be what you want to do, because it actually isn't a key unit. Even if you were to go into a different, like you want to stick with the Ionia core here, you would not be sticking with the set. You would much rather prefer fighting that Irelia that we can see on the opposite side of the field being a part of this early opener for Zante.
Yeah, he has so many pairs. Just as you said, the Soroka is extremely crucial. And in a combat like this, would Z2 have won it is debatable. He still went against Zante, who currently has a very strong opener. He has a Kalista, he has challengers in. I think that was also Ionia in form, Speed of Shoshin allowing that Jhin to cast multiple times. And now he's able to sell all of the pairs that he had with the Samira, with the Malzahars, able to make it to 10 gold, so it's not so bad for Sasa. And it's the carousel, your favorite part of the game, Wida.
I don't know if it's my favorite part of the game, Morgan, but we do get to see that there are some pretty interesting ones here, like the Kalista with a sword, right? For any players that want to play into the challenger line, that is going to be super valuable in terms of being able to get half of that Edge of Night for a Yasuo, for example, a Gunblade for the Kai'Sa. So many options, Spear of Shojin as well, right? It is just a super strong component for that line in general. So now the question beckons where we will be going. Because you're going to see a lot of uncommitted components on the bottom side of the field, because a lot of players right now are also on that Buried Treasures mark. We have 4 players here for now, so they will just continue to get drip feeding of components for the rest of the stage pretty much here. I think the final one will be coming through now, right? So, wait, Morgan?
Yeah?
Bottom right corner, not on the bench, but just above the Renekton. If I say L, can you spell the name? Yeah. With a Gunblade.
That's a Lux at level 5. That's a level 5 Lux going in for Sligs. And you know what? It's not even luck. Fight me.
No, it's Lux.
It's Lux. Yeah, you got the fun. I'm proud of you, Ida. Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's not luck. It's Lux, baby. It's a plural. Sligs has it. He won the last game for Northern Europe, and he is still able to get her again at the early game. He also has a Gunblade, so that is going to be a lot of healing. He didn't even roll once, and he has an Aurelia 2 front line. He has a Shogat 2. What are these shops, bro? What are these shops? A Kai'Sa, a Sejuani, there goes a War. What are these shops?
I mean, do you just call it here and say, I am now the challenger player on our team? I don't think necessarily that's going to be the case, right? Because you don't have the spats that some of the other players do have, but you're just getting this early Sejuani onto the board as well will be massive. It's just like a holdover point. But this Kai'Sa here in a shot right now probably is bait, and I like the fact he recognizes the fact that is the case and just sends it away and says, you know what, I don't need this right now. And if that had been Sante, however, though, he would have been absolutely loving life with the Spear of Shojin already slammed.
I mean, I'm sorry, man, but this is not about maths. I think it's something with my eyesight. Down below there, above that Kai'Sa, you can see the purple one, right? Are you sure that's 2%? Isn't it more like 20 in this case?
The last two shops definitely would you have believing that
it's at least 20.
Slicks has the purple whispering here, right? But
wow,
you even play Malzahar 2 over 1-star Velicast?
This is not even Mordog's favorite. This is Mordog himself in disguise.
In disguise? Yeah, sure, maybe.
In disguise, yeah. Wait, let me spell that. I mean, okay, forgive me. Do not expect me to. Yeah, do not expect me to spell anything correctly with these shops. Okay, I lost so many brain cells just trying to understand how can you get these shops back to back. Sejuani. Okay, I do agree that the Kai'Sa was a bait. It's something as if he got a Zeri. Okay, completely uses the board. No one cares. But Sejuani looks in the same shops. Yeah, it's really good for Sligs. I don't envy him at all. No, not at all. Not even once. I assure you, not even a little bit.
I mean, his spot here is actually pretty good, right? But now he has to make a decision here, because he could go for a static shift, have that as being something that gives him direction going in towards the Asia line, right? Getting the static shift down now. I mean, he already is down the route, but he could also just strengthen his front line even further with the addition of that redemption coming through. Does he go to level 6 here? Does he need to go to level 6 to continue his streak, right? That's another thing that's worth keeping in mind here, because he does have Zaza in his pool as well, but Decisive Way has maintained the loss streak successfully so far. He even has the robotic arm once that Zeri comes online for the maximum combat power. So his position here is going to be very strong to work with.
Now, that Jovan in the chop, could be really, really good, and you can make a lot of use of it if you get his own emblem, and that allows you to get the explosive Jarvan Pokemon, which is one of the most amazing combos that you can have on him. He also, I think, has a Giant's Belt hanging around somewhere, so that will be a very good combo for him. Now, we had a first gold augment. If it's gonna keep going with gold augments and not gonna go to prismatics, Decisive is gonna be happy because he's not gonna be losing. There you go. It's gonna be a second set of golden augments. Daerondas, with his first augment, I believe he went for Buried Treasures, so he has a lot of items already. He rerolls both of these. Will he go for challenges? What do you think, Wida?
Yeah,
Okay,
his line kind of already is committed to that towards that line, right? He has the Kaiser items already unlocked. He's been playing this Ionia Challenger-centric opener. Will be able to go for 4 challenges. He just needs to figure out which board is going to be the one that will take him through stage 3, because he is not in a super advantageous position. He's down to 69 HP without a significant economy to boot and to show for that as well, right? So just gotta get through the stage into 4-1, have enough gold for that level 7 roll down where you can then try to angle for the Yasuo, angle for the Kaiser, get a Kalista online somewhere in between there as well. So I like this position from him now, and now this should be enough for him to at least be able to maintain a win streak.
Yeah, he has perfect items for the challenger board as well. He has Jewel Gauntlet, Spear of Fusion, which are currently 2 of the BIS items for the Kai'Sa as soon as you can get your hands on her. Last Whisper isn't like the best that you could put on Yasuo, but it works pretty well. It's pretty good on Yasuo. It allows him to delete anyone in path, and he also has a Titan's Resolve sitting around with a chance of maybe that glove being turned into Hand of Justice or whatever. So he has very good items for the challenger board. It makes total sense for Daerondas. And now in this lobby we have 2 people on fire. We have 2 people win streaking. Sliggs again has not lost a single round. Very, very understandable with the items that he has. A Gunblade, an Ionic Spark, a Sunfire is like a perfect starter build for anyone playing such an AP composition. He also got that very early looks, that very early Sejuani, giving him a lot of frontline power. But Asadfuego's board, he put effort into that. Okay?
I mean, there's a lot of players going towards this challenger line, right? Because even Santi looked like that was also a route that he wants to go down, right? Obviously, you can use the Spear of Shojin in other... it can go on the Lux, for example, right? It can go on to Senna. There are options for it, but with this set of items that Asad has accumulated right now, this is definitely a challenger lineup in the works here at some point. Sure, displaying the Yasuo unitemized for now, but will obviously be an itemized unit somewhere down the road here, but this win streak will get broken here for Asad, actually. Sliggs' Lux set up here with all the Sorks and the overcharged mana fund, just adding so much damage here, and I think the Sliggs might just be going into a just straight up sorcerer board here. No SC or no other nonsense down that route either, so it would be interesting to see where that will go.
Yeah, we also got to see Dedication being picked up here by Dark Hydra. It's not an augment that you see that much, but it's something that it makes sure that you get your favorite emblem for the first traits that you hold on a board. So, well, he'd be committing to that and the carousel. Oh, I saw that. Oh, what do you want to highlight?
Yeah, there's an Asir, there was a Gwen, and there's also a Yasuo with a bow, right? So a lot of key units for some of these compositions that want to get their forecast here. That is actually a very big setup here. We did see the size of it just cashing out as well now, so he's going to get able to cash out here, get the double spike on 3-5 alongside. That doesn't have to level out here. Obviously, that just means 1 less loss, but it should still be more than enough for him to find himself in a somewhat advantageous position, but he gets a Radiant Blood first and a bit of gold, and then a
Reforger.
2 Reforgers, I think it actually was from
2
that cash out
Reforgers
as well.
If he manages...
You don't.
That could be a very good item for an Urgot, maybe,
Yes.
Radiant BT, because it allows him to stay alive for quite some long time, and it gives him 2 shields. It's too strong, by the way, for Urgot, but I don't think you want to reforge that. It might not be really good in the Zeri at all, quite useless, but there you go. He already slams it. It doesn't show any intention of him wanting to reforge that, so he's happy with the current set of Zeri items he has. He has a Razed Blade, he has a TB, he has a Guard Breaker that is also very good with the Robotic Arm. So for sure that cash out will go on an Urgot later on. Now, that Dino is also tanking out a lot of damage. He manages to go against Zante, who has a pretty nice set of units, but the only sad thing here is that all of them are still 1-star, Peter.
Yeah, they are, right, but he now decides where he can just kind of build from this spot here. Doesn't even utilize the spot in the bench, and it doesn't partake in the God Willow's Grove here. He could even just play the Lissandra instead of playing the Orianna, put the Orianna into the slot, right? Because Lissandra is a better unit than Orianna, just no matter what. And that's kind of one of those item optimizations you gotta keep reminding yourself about. Is the unit that I have on the bench worse than anything I have on my board at this very moment? Just something that you gotta stay aware of here. Sansa, he does have that 2-star Gwen with just a Hand of Justice and the Loxodon and the Seer here. So a free carry setup, but this set 2 in the front line needs to stand tall for a moment in time here because he's currently on a 6-loss streak.
Yeah, he finally gets that win, but in a round where you don't want to take that win because essentially you make use of the economic boost that you get from loss streaking twice. Because in PvE rounds, you do get the gold before, and you also get the gold after the round ends. So he does break his loss streak, but in a very wrong time, in a very bad time. That is essentially him losing around 6 gold by default, and because he would reach points where it goes like 30, 40, he would be making more and more of that economic advantage. So just winning this fight, it saved him some HP, but he lost like a lot of gold, maybe almost 10, just for winning that combat.
You can kind of see here the runner setting up for a transitional point here, coming in after on-fall 1 here. Going 7 now. He's still playing 6 units. Again, this is not a round that you have to fear. This round is very easy to win. I don't think I've ever seen anyone lose to Wolves. I think it's almost mathematically impossible to do that now. And he has enough item space on the bench. He doesn't have to kind of juggle stuff around. And the Kaiser comes in first things first here in the shop. But now, gotta roll down here. Gotta 2-star some things. Because when you look at the overall view of the lobby, Morgan, 3 Northern European players down in 6th, 7th, and 8th here. But they need to ensure that their boards are strong enough to kind of usurp whatever the Dark team is building right now.
Yeah, I think he might want to swap that Samira on the Kalista on the board and then put the Samira on the bench because all you need is just the Challenger. He's also getting 2-star right now. Does he make the swap on time? He's able to level it, but no! He was not fast enough with that roll down. He does manage to have 6 challenges in, but there's going to be another Yasuo. There's not going to be a 2-star Kalista on the board. Now, he also gets the items 1 by 1, so that Kalista is still naked. That Kai'Sa, I mean, she doesn't have that jewel gauntlet. He has to slam it apparently on the Gwen with the blue buff. I would highly prefer that maybe your carry unit in this comp would be on the Kai'Sa, specifically for the fact that you have a Titan's Resolve. You have almost a rapid fire on Titan's Resolve. That can go at Yasuo. The Titan's Resolve could also go on him or on the Gwen. But the jewel gauntlet being slammed onto her, he has a removal.
He did have another Q gauntlet, right? It's worth noting that he did have a bit of because like the Samir was his item carrier, right? So due to the fact he didn't have enough space on the bench here now, and this is gonna be a big hit for some of the players that are struggling a little bit already here. But Cybernetic Bulk here in a carry comp where you have like a very big variety of carries here will be big because you can kind of see the run as he's been spreading out the items here. But he's still kind of he's on set 1. He's on Irelia 1 still, but Targon Emblem coming through here. Zaza getting another Ancient Archive. This guy has been studying in double Targon Emblem. Is that even like 5 Targon is just super overkill? No, like you don't really want to cut Soraka. Soraka is a great unit. First is a great unit. And same thing goes for the Taric here, right? So that is a bit over the top here. You gotta kind of wonder whether or not one of the other emblems would have been better for this setup.
Yeah, I agree, because all of these units, the thing about Soraka is that her healing obviously works and it stacks with Targon, okay? So that is a unit that you need to keep on your comp, because she keeps your front line alive, she does a lot of damage. Specifically that he puts the Rascal's Gloves on her as well, so she has a Sniper Focus, she has a mana. You would probably want to put her on a frontline unit, because whatever items they get, you still need that shielding on them. So I think his item distribution and that Targon Emblem, I highly agree with you, Ida, it is kinda an overkill, because who are you gonna be replacing it with? It might be maybe an Urgot on the front line for a Deadeye, and it's a very good unit overall, even if you're not playing Zons or just purely Deadeyes. Maybe you could put in one more unit that gives him Frail Yord for a little bit of the Shred, because he currently has no Shred on that board at all. Or maybe Heimerdinger, that also works pretty well, because the Meccano and both the Shrink would do a pretty good job. But
yeah, it is worth noting, right, as well, that the Targon is one of those traits where the holder of a Targon unit gets a benefit, right? Because Invokers, for example, they get the additional mana when you start going up breakpoints here. But I guess you're talking about Heimerdinger is a fantastic unit overall. It has a lot of flexibility with all the abilities in play. Now, looking at the Runners board here, he has gotten at least some sort of stabilization here, some units that have items here, but again, all these are one-star outside of this Callista too. But Dark Hydra on this Azir board with those emblems from the Shurima as well is just an impossible board to take down at the current state here. And the run is just going out at 4-3, Morgan.
Yeah, 4-3 Daerondas goes out, so that's a very early loss for Northern Europe here. But something that is very worth highlighting, by the way, is that all thanks to God Willow's Grove and all thanks to both Dedication and Shurima Crest, we might be seeing our first 9 Shurima board, and it's not even a level 9, it's a level 8. Because you don't have to level up, it's like almost having a free Tactician crown with that additional unit thrown in by God Willow's Grove. So Dark Hydra might be having and getting that 9 Shurima board. He already has all the units. He's only missing a Cassante and enough gold to go to level 8 with. So that is going to be a board that will be so hard to take down.
And Ari with a tier going all the way to Assad in second place. That is crazy, right? Second to last coming out here, and that's just wild, right? Like, an Ari with a tier going this far through, but also you gotta keep in mind here that every single player here is kind of invested in their team's best interest, right? None of the players on the side of the Northern European team outside of Slicks would have wanted that Ari at this point in time, right? But they couldn't get it through to him, sadly. But a lot of big upgrades coming through here. We were talking about this earlier on, Morgan. This Radiant Bloodthirster onto the Urgot 2. Seri 2 also found. This board is looking mighty strong.
It's looking extremely strong. That BT as well, the upgrade he just got with that Urgot, with the Cybernetic Bulk and Transfusion, it gives him a lot of tankiness. That Urgot is going to be extremely hard to take down, specifically for the fact that he's now buffed up with Targon. Special thanks to that Soraka on God Willow's Grove. The Zeri, first of all, gets Zephyred, and now she might even get targeted by that Yasuo, so she has to take him down very quickly. Rageblade has not been getting stacked fast enough. The targeting from Yasuo is going to be going on. This might have been a positioning dip, but the Yasuo says, no, I'm going to be taking it back. I will not be taking that Zeri down, but Urgot stays alive with Targon. Hand of Justice, that Radiant BT, he's healing a lot. He might not be able to take down the Yasuo on time. A lot of CC is being put in, gives in more time for the Callista to rend a lot of spears on him, and I don't think Decisive is going to be able to win this one because the Zephyr and positioning from Assad was just beyond perfection in this fight.
Definitely. Now, again, can we find a 4th Son unit somewhere across the line here? Probably would also be something to consider, right? Because, sure, this Urgot might be living his best life fully itemized, but there is no Son mod for him to kind of indulge in. But also, it also could be a situation where we have seen what the other Son mod is, and it isn't good enough to be kind of justify playing the false Son, right? But right, you can see right now, you're talking about Dark Hydra and 9 Shurima as an option right now. He's only on 7, but he also is still just level 7.
Yeah, first of all, he needs the Cassante, and he also needs to go to level 8. So, maybe the next carousel, if he's able to survive until that, Dark Hydra is easily going to be winning that game because 9 Shurima is one of the most hard to achieve trade points. And the power spike from 9 Shurima is just really almost more stronger than anything at the game. They ascend at the start, all of them, and they also get an ascension bonus. So your comp just receives a lot of tankiness, a lot of attack speed, and a lot of healing. So him being able to stay in, maybe after the Raptors, we could be seeing him finally hit that 9 Shurima board. He gets a 5-cost unit, but it's not the one he wants. He's still looking for that Cassante.
Yeah, but Cyan can somehow make it into a mix here, right? Depending on how deep you want to go into a certain situation, right? But also Dark Hydra right now wants to stay with that 4 strategist as like a big damaging aspect for his comp, right? The power level in terms of the AP in the backline for the Azir, the shielding in the front line is so big when you have your Shurima emblems on the Swain as well as on the Java, and you kind of assume that he will be staying with that route. But even just as an addition here on level 8, it's going to give him Noxus, it is going to give him the Bruiser trait as well, so it's just a natural addition to the board while he kind of fetches for the other elements he's looking for.
Cassante? He's rolling for it. Cassante? No, that's a Senna. We said Cassante. Heimerdinger? No, we need Cassante. Okay, he's putting that Heimerdinger in. This essentially takes 1 slot from every roll down that he goes for, but he still needs these upgrades for the Heimerdinger. Last hope for Dark Hydra might be to duplicate that Azir. Yep, just as you done right now, and maybe do his best to wait for the next carousel where getting a Cassante will be really easy, because you still have all of the Duck players alive. So they'll make sure he gets it. Able to dodge, that Shroud maybe with the Zeri. I don't think it hit her. She was in the corner. And this time there were no Zephyrs, so she's gonna be stacking that Rage Blade extremely quickly. That Dino is able to reach the back line, but Azir items are just too good in order to breach and deal damage with all of these units above a lot of HP. It easily triggers the Giant Slayer. He has a lot of penetration when anti-healing spreading across the entire board with the Mechano and the static coming from the Azir. It is not going to be at all hard for Dark Hydra to keep Decisive one loss away from getting eliminated from game number 2.
Yeah, and sending Decisive way out in 17 would be massive when you look at the fact that Rondas went 8th. This is looking more and more likely to become a game win for the Northern European team here. And that is something of sorry for the Dark team, right? That's something we need to keep in mind here. That would be big as well, but it does look like Dark Hydra is not necessarily going to angle towards that. Actually, no, man, he's holding on to that Cassiopeia benchmark, and he definitely is going for the 9 treatment. But as you're talking about, finding that Cassandra is going to be Alpha Omega, and right now, no Cassandra has been shown.
And the thing is, the only one from the Dark team right now that is able maybe to tank a loss is Memo, and if Memo made his board weaker, he'd suffer if he wins against Legs. As soon as I speak about him, what are the odds? He's going to be the one facing Dark Hydra here, so maybe he might be giving him a little bit of a damage here, but I still think that the Shurima board is much stronger than the Challenger board. You have little to no access. That Yasuo is no way in hell gonna be reaching Azir at all because he's very well protected. And look at the HP on that Swain and Nasus, man. They're not receiving a single bit of damage. He doesn't even have to make the board weaker. Dark Hydra is just simply stronger, and now they're both gonna be sitting on 27 and 26 HP respectively. I might be a little bit worried about Decisive and Zante, because again, if they're both down, it's all on Sligs to try and save the game for Northern Europe. But even if they're both down and he goes first, still Dach wins the lobby.
Oh, the classic incident with the item that requires you to spread away from your team on a Taric in the front line, right? That's with the Hull Breaker. That is not necessarily the greatest thing in the world here, but the 2-star Jarvan coming through as an upgrade here as well. But a few important things happened here, right? We saw the fact that Decisive won the fight, Sante lost. Assad also lost here. Like, you look at the HP totals, Morgan, right? They're 27 and under outside of Slicks, who is currently just chilling at the top of the lobby.
Yeah, I think it's because he knows that he's going to against Decisive, or there's a chance that he might have went against him. He did not want to go for that Jarvan upgrade. And now it is one of them that might really knock out the other. I think Zante has the HP enough to maybe, after he kills some units, he's able to survive through this fight. But Decisive cannot afford losing. Yeah, that's such a big hit. It might be big enough to take Zante out, but no, he barely lives on exactly 1 HP. 1 HP. He's still in the game.
Yeah, but Memo also now sub 10 HP, Assad down to 15 here, and depending on how these matchups line up, this board on the side of Sante might be strong enough just to at least get himself into a 6th position, which would open up a few more scenarios that we need to keep an eye out for here in terms of the game win. The Northern European team is far from out at this position in time, but the question now backhands, do you want to get that Shroud out of the way here? It is a very annoying piece to work with.
Yeah, unlucky enough for Dark Hydra though. We've been hyping and waiting for that 9 stream board to finally get online, but too bad. This carousel didn't have a Cassante. So now he's gonna be waiting until he can maybe roll more after the dragon. And Dark Hydra, speaking about him, we're looking at his board. He finally gets the triple Mechano on that Heimerdinger Techno Genius turret, so he has a lot of anti-healing. Redemption also comes into action, gonna be thrown on Swain. That's going to be a lot of HP and additional frontline given to him, Weeda.
It definitely is, yeah. And I think the big issue for Sansa here is the fact that he's still on Lux 1, right? So his carry is here and also doesn't have a rage on the Asir, so there isn't a lot of scaling damage into the fight. He's really relying on this. He's really relying on this Gwen here, but there's no Slayer trait active right either, so a little bit less damage coming from the Gwen that you could expect as well.
That's a very good Zephyr. That QSS might save you maybe from the Yasuo reaching the backline. It might save you from a Jarvan jumping in to give you a very quick stun while the Zeri deals a lot of damage. But the Zephyr goes through, baby. So that is here. It will not suffer from it a lot because, again, he doesn't have a Rage Blade. There is nothing keeping him not stacking, but all that damage gives in Ari not just the one cast, but also gets the second cast. That Nasus is staying alive for quite some time. The Kalista finally decides to end the spears, and Zante will be taking him out. And now it is, as much as I believe, only one Dach player is out while 2 Northern European are knocked out. Because if Sasa wins this one, Slays can tank it a lot, and now it's 3v2 for Dach.
It is, and the fact that Slicks lost to Sasa here, it doesn't spell out anything super positive either for this Northern European team for this game. at this moment in time, right? But again, Sasa being able to go to level 8, he was on level 7 at that point in time, just showing the strength of this 4 Targon, but with the combined 6 Bastion, this front line is very difficult to chew through and even has multiple layers when you think about the fact that the Aatrox comes back from death to kind of clean up some of the fights further down the road here, but now Decisive Way on this Seri board here goes up against Slicks, and now the question beckons, Morgan, will Slicks eliminate his teammate?
Yeah, but the only thing that I'm worried about here is that BIS on Echo. You know it's illegal to have Hurricane and Translator on a frontline unit, yes? Just because he gets obliterated like this. Very, very bad and unlucky reroll with that. These guys were decisive. His frontline is still alive, all thanks to the Dragon's Claw keeping that Sejuani alive for as much time, for the Zeri able to execute all these backline units. Luckily enough, he wins against Sliggs, who has not even had made his board weaker, but Decisive's board is just very strong, and he's still in the game, but we lose Asadfuego, and now it's a 2v2. So Northern Europe is doing absolutely amazing in this lobby, recovering from losing 2 players in a row, from it being a 4v2, it is now down to 2v2.
Yeah, but again, Morgan, it's pretty straightforward, right? Because Daerondas and Sante are 8th and 7th. To kind of alleviate that points loss, Slicks and Decisive Way have to go 1 and 2. And Morgan, I hate to break this to you, but look at all the fires around the portraits. Slicks is not one of the ones that has that right now, right? So he needs to find the final few upgrades to this board here, hopefully finding an RE upgrade, something along those lines to really help his Sorcerer board elevate itself into strong contention here. But Dark Hydra gets a Zephyr from that TG, and he does have Slicks in the pool here. It is it's a 1v1 pretty much here, because each player knows who they're facing, right? Decisive Way knows he's going up against Dark Hydra, go up against Sasa, whereas Slicks knows he's going up against Dark Hydra here. But a lot of these utility items coming through now. Dark Hydra's on the 9 streamer, Morgan. Will be enough to take out Slicks, though? That's the question.
Yeah, and now this is one of the very first few times where we get to see 9 Shurima being put in. All thanks to Godwiller's Grove, allowing him to put it in finally, but you know what? Production said no, it's Sasa undecisive. I'm down to that. We get to see an Infinity, a Giant Slayer, Rage Blaze slammed on that Aphelios. He has a lot of damage. The Organ might have some access to the backline. He booms him out of existence. And Sasa now has no carry units on this board. Maybe the Aatrox is dealing enough damage, but the Zeri is absolutely safe and is going to be a huge loss for Zaza. Not enough to take him out, but him and Sliggs are now down to their final fight. If they lose this one, they're out of the game. And again, Northern Europe, just as you said.
Speaking of final fight, Morgan, Sasa and Slicks are going to go up against each other right here. But Slicks going to level 9 here now. Would love to see an RH2 pop up in the shop somehow, but that's not going to be the case at this moment in time here. And Sasa on his way trying to chase down that Aphelios free as well, was playing Aphelios 2 in either corner of the board here, but now, Slicks, what can you do here? That is the big question, because this fight will be ever so important, but it all will be not, even if he wins, if Dark Hydra beats Decisive Way. This game is super intense.
Yeah, but the Shroud does land on that area, and it also gets on Lux. It's very, very effective on both of them, because it kind of delays and denies their cast. Now the Aphelios is on the absolute other side, so Lux is not going to be getting to him anytime sooner. Lucky enough, his positioning was really good, Sasa. Ari is not able to deal enough damage. Maybe Ari, if she was 2-star, she would have had enough damage in order to beat that Aphelios, but no, he has a lot of damage coming in from that Rage Blade, able to reach his backline quicker than he can reach him. A lot of damage being dumped in from that Lux. That beam might not be enough as Slicks goes down, and Northern Europe loses their chance, and it's already down to Duck to win it, because now it's Dark Hydra and Sasa. And ladies and gents, it's a mental reset. It's no longer a best of 7. It's 1-1, so it's a best of 5 after this game.
Yeah, and again, now we get to see that these two teams, they are ever so evenly matched, it feels like, right? This game, on the points count, may or may not look super close, but in reality, this game was a very well thought out, well played game. But this dedication here from Dark Hydra has been very massive. Just in general, like the kind of the name of the game here for both of these boards we're looking at, it's just an overflow excess of emblems. Right? You're looking at 3 extra emblems on the side of Sasa, 2 extra emblems on the side of Dark Hydra. They just have ultra capped out versions of their board.
Look at the healing, man. Night Streamer should be quite illegal to even be a thing in this game. He doesn't even care about Godwill's Grove anymore, because he's essentially level 9. So he literally just threw a Malzahar in that Godwill's Grove. He doesn't even care at all. Now, it is down to these 2 heroes, which are definitely one of the best individuals, both of them. Sasa and Dark Hydra, but Dark Hydra still manages to claim that title, claim another victory for Dach, and he still leads the team to victory, announcing himself on board as the captain for Team Dach into this victory. You would expect no less from this grand final, honestly. 2 of the best teams in TRCs. It's a 1-1. I love this. It's a very fresh start.
It definitely is. I think it's fantastic to look into now. Get a best out of 5 against between these two teams now, right? Full on mental reset now. It's basically you go in. It's 0-0, right? That's what you gotta say here. 2 close games. They know each team knows what they can do against these teams, and oh boy, it is lining up to being an amazing final so far.
It is lining up to be an amazing finals, and if you're not hyped so far from these games, I don't know what would give you, but a lot happened in this game. That's why we need to take a small break and throw it to our desk to break it down one by one. So let's take a small break and go to the desk.
Hello, I'm Finn. I'm 20 years old. I'm from the Netherlands, and I've been playing TFT since set 7 competitively. I played a little bit when it was on the PBE before set 1, but not enough to be any good. So about the competitive system, I think it's very interesting that SuperBrawl is a 4-player event, because a lot of TFT events, I think until last set when the first SuperBrawl happened, have been 1-player events, and it's all about how good is the player. And I think what's very interesting now is there's a really big team building aspect to it. You know, how well do you gel with your players? How good are you playing together? Do you have like shot callers that are helping with designing comps and things like that? And a lot of the other esports that are very popular are very team based, and I think it's a very important skill to test as well. And if there's any regions I want to face, it'd definitely be the French, because I want if they lose to anyone, I want it to be us. Because then you can claim even if you go second after that you beat the best team. So so I'd love to give a shout out to my teammates, of course, Job, who slept in on the first day and made us have a very rough time getting here, but we made it to the finals. And to all of the other Dutch players, because we have a Discord server with everyone, and we all talk a lot, and I think a lot of us got a lot better from it. So shout out to all of the Dutchies, and Snowball if you're watching this.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and there was a lot in this game, but I do want to start us off with there being 3 games between Northern EU and DACH thus far. The first one was on Friday, it was a tie. Second one was just now, first game of today, was also a tie. And finally, DACH being able to break that pattern with a, I would say, more dominant win. I think there's still room, but we are breaking the limits of tying here. And there was a lot going on in that game. But first, let's have a look at that winning comp that Dark Hydra built together. Being able to find those 9 Shurima potentially so early on with that God Willow's Growth was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's one of the vertical traits in this set that are almost unbeatable, not just because the unit quality is so good with things like Kasante topping off that trait, Azir, obviously Nasus, that trinity of just great endgame units, but reaching this is very hard to do. I think the perfect conditions were met with God Willow's Growth plus those 2 extra emblems in the first augments.
And going back to this game overall, it looked extremely good for Northern Europe in the early going. They had the win streaking player in Slicks. They had the loss streaking player for Decisive Way, who's also the only one in the whole lobby running Piltover. It felt like all the pieces were there for Northern Europe to go ahead and make this a 2-0 series.
That's absolutely right. But there was a lot that was going on in that mid-game, Panda, that kind of led to the outcome that we saw there.
Yeah, Daerondas unfortunately going 8th, playing a comp where his role is to stay healthy in the mid and early late game, stay applying pressure to his opponents, especially the Doc players. That wasn't the case. Daerondas had a bit of dizziness with Godwillow's Grove, getting those 6 challengers in, lost a lot of health at the start of stage 4, and was eliminated at 4-3, playing a comp that should be strong at exactly that moment. So that initial game plan put so much pressure on Slicks and on Decisive Way to try and finish 1st and 2nd. And with Dark Hydra on that 9 Shurima angle, it was almost impossible to do that.
I was really excited to see all of these emblems come out, to be honest, towards that end there between Zaza and Dark Hydra. Both of the teams with lots and lots of emblem galore is not something you see every day. And of course, together with that Godwillow's Growth that was voted by all of the teams, it was very cool. But let's have a look at our standings thus far to see how this best of 7 has been painted. And you can see that after that tie, Germany seems to have adapted, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I was honestly, further to what you're saying with the whole breaking of the ties situation, I was almost convinced we were going to see, when that did happen, it really be a runaway game. And it's not as bad as it could have been for Northern Europe, but of course, we know that both these teams lost their first game in the same files, and they were both able to recover with strong follow-on games. So I'm not worried quite yet.
It's really just very mixed throughout with both of these teams sharing one of the slots, Panda. But do you think we'll see adaptation for Northern Europe the other way around?
We'll have to see. I think just the bare bones game plan just didn't work out, as I mentioned earlier, with Daerondas especially, and that just made it so that nothing else could really work for the other teammates. So we'll see if we'll have a more healthier, more stable, more kind of traditional mid game, especially if we're playing those challenger comps, and have, again, that same parity we saw in game 1 where both teams had the same exact amount of points, just the win went in Northern Europe's favor.
Well, we'll see how that goes, as we are going to be hopping into a break, and then we have a set of casters on the desk that I believe are familiar, so we'll see you on the other side. I say super, you say brawl. Super? Okay, that was super delayed, but I appreciate the enthusiasm, guys. We're ready for game number 3. Thus far, the score is equal. It's settled. It's 1 versus 1, but we do want to build out Elite, and we'll see it happening in just a little bit. I appreciate that you're checking me on that math. I think as long as we're doing like single digits, maybe I can be trusted, but I appreciate it, Panda.
That a throw to me? Thank you, Makes. You're welcome. You're welcome, Makes, rather. So. But also thank you, if necessary, for the future. I'm excited as well. Tied series. I think there's no better way to start this off. It gets a little bit iffy when it's like a 3-0 start for a team, then the demoralization comes in, and it's hard to come back from that. But 1-1 is perfect, Peter, in terms of the hype and kind of the mental fortitude on both of these squads.
I mean, as we were talking about in the previous desk, we were waiting for the dam to burst here and to have one team really sweep away the other. It wasn't a complete rout for Northern EU in the previous game, but it's certainly, this is a game where I think it's very, very important for Northern EU to at least have a solid and even game. If they start getting into a space of, losing game after game, it's going to be incredibly hard to recover in the series.
Agree. We're going to be seeing them choose their portal, and it seems like they're deciding between teams who actually needs to hop on the portal. In the previous game, it was Team DACH that was picking the portal. Now it is Team Northern EU, and you can see those poros hailing their MVP, Zaza, for now, as we're hopping into the Dreaming Pool.
And Dreaming Pool, key thing to make note of and how the game will be a little bit different to others is the fact that you're going to be playing around 5 costs. If you are playing around 5 costs, it will be much easier to have some consistent results in finding these 5 costs and maybe upgrading these 5 costs. So builds around 5 costs that can really warp and cap out your board even higher. Cassante for Shurima, Ari for Ionia, Senna if you're playing Vertical Shadow Owls. Having that consistency to find her in stage 5 is massive. So really something to think about for the comps you're playing in this game.
We certainly in our previous game saw some compositions that were very oriented towards that late game. It's worth noting as well with this portal, if our players can get a decent setup here, like as Dark Hydra has, with getting some Ionians in place early on, you can even get that drop in immediately going to stage 2.
Seeing the legends here, I'm quite excited to see that Earth still come through for Zaza. I believe that is something that probably the German community played more than some of the other communities, is that Earth legend. It's been picked up by some of the bigger community figures quite early on, and many of them have been flexing it out with playing these emblems, and I think that is something that we saw in the previous game do well for DACH. So being able to get that, I think could be a good move. We'll see whether or not Zaza is going to pick up the tome, if that's something he's interested in, or if we're going to go with more generic stuff. Other than that, we're just seeing a whole bunch of Ezreal and some Poros.
Not just that, but Earth, of course, opens up different paths you cannot play in a regular game of TFT, which is big in a 4v4 format where you're trying to leave space, uncontested space, for some comps for your teammates as well. So things like Vertical Shadow Owls, Piltover, as we've seen the entirety of this tournament, Noctis even in some cases that Memo showed us a few games ago. Those are all viable options. It will be Gold Start, Shimmering Inventor, the cut above, and Ancient Archives, the options here for Sasa.
I'd love to see Sasa going for the Shimmering Inventors here just because it's an entire composition to itself. I mean, as said, David, if you want to try and get away from contesting, it would be fantastic, but I have to think the Archives have got to be it.
I really hope so. We're going to see what Zaza is doing. He's definitely thinking it out, but away goes the Shimmering Inventors, away goes the Cut Above. Both of them are not interested. Winds of War, surely not going to be it. And I believe we're in for the Ancient Archives. And let's see when and where he pops it. Of course, you can tailor it if you want to, but for Zaza, it's an instant usage here. He does have a Zaun and an Ionia emblem, which I think both are pretty good.
Piltover emblem as well, though. Can roll for Oriana, has the Vi already on his bench. One thing I want to make note of before we get into this stage 2, there's already going to be one pretty much guaranteed win streak player that is going to be Memo, who's found a Swain 2 already, one of the strongest early frontline units in the game. So we'll see if Memo can actually get this 5 win streak online.
Yeah, it does seem like Noxus is coming back a little bit more into focus. Certainly Memo has had some affinity for it, and we can see here Decisive Way also managing to find that push through, but it hasn't been a big part of the conversation.
Does find that Piltover here. We'll see whether or not he can hit the Oriana. Naturally, of course, with her being a 1 cost, that should be easy, but if needed, I'm sure we'll also try it and spend some money. But actually, sells off. No, doesn't. Puts her on the board. I was like, where's that bygone? But she's on the board. We're bringing her in. Still don't have that 3 Piltover that you would like to bring it online, but we're hopping across boards and seeing that all that Shimmers was picked up by Hydra here. What are we making of this one?
Maybe scaling into the late game. Dark Hydra showed us the power of his late game plan with Shurima in the last game. We saw it from Slicks in game 1 with the Aphelios comp. This is a similar idea here. Diamond Hand's gonna try and scale into a Yasuo or a Nasus later into the game. It's gonna be very, very hard to deal with those semi off-tank units in the case of Yasuo, but open forwarding from Assad in this case.
I'm not a huge fan of that as a coordination metric or measurement between the squad, because that's going to delay the determined investor from coming in for another round, and that's a lot of extra gold out of the bank account potentially longer term. So we'll see if it works out, but for the time being, I think bringing in the larger conversation, we want to make sure our teams are as coordinated as possible to get every inch of advantage they can gain.
Speaking of coordination, we know that Zaza is looking at like a Piltover start. Normally that includes a little bit of lost streaking, knowing that Asad, who's on the same team, is basically open forwarding. I'm a little bit worried about that. I'm not sure how you guys are feeling, but that does not agree with each other. You can see Zaza here will probably not slam. Yeah, here we go. I was like, But last second slam, doesn't get the dino, but does get the trade. And will hopefully work out here against Slicks. Slicks, of course, sees this and is instantly telling his teammates, okay, guys, alert, alert, we have a Piltover player.
And that will be just the first loss. So starting a little bit late, they didn't opted not to roll for it, which is a kind of a point of contention between many top players. If you're only missing Orianna because she's a 1 cost, a lot of players do roll down. We saw it even in this tournament on day 1, just to missing her. But in this case, Salah decides to wait, is rewarded, and is still now above 40 gold after this, at this first carousel.
I do want to know as well, Slicks, of course, we saw do some exceptional stuff in the previous game, currently up at the top of the table with Decisive Way. So, makes you raise the spectre of the double loss streak in there for the DAT team. We've got the double win streak in place for Northern EU.
You're saying he did some special stuff. He just hit. He high rolled out of his mind. How is that his skill that you're praising here? But of course, good player. I'm not sure you can accredit those 4 costs showing up at 2-5 to him being a good player, though.
Well, I mean more in the sense that both of you mentioned that both of the DAT players won't be able to keep their loss streaks going. Both of the Northern EU players won't be able to keep their win streaks going either. I mean, Daerondas is looking relatively strong, but Decisive Way, has spent a lot of money on making sure that board is strong.
I have to look at the different game plans here for both teams. There's already a huge disparity that will be very interesting how it plays out in stage 3. The entirety of the Doc team are on loose streaks, are playing loose streak angles with all that Shimmers, sacrificing your own units with Piltover, etc. And the opposite for Northern Europe. Everyone on win streak angles, everyone healthy right now. If they're able to have one player have this kind of Exodia spots going into stage 4, especially with either a 10 win streak or just very, very healthy, and everyone else on this Northern Europe team plays for their HP, rolling heavily in stage 3, making sure to punish the Doc team. We've seen this happen before. It'll be maybe too little too late in stage 4 for the Doc team to come back.
And it's so interesting what Zaza is doing with that Piltover emblem. I'm not sure if you saw it. We saw it before just quickly, but he continues to do it because he has these 1 cost units that he just replaces, sells off, then puts back on the board to not get the dino into these fights, to make his board just a little bit weaker, but still get those losses attributed to the Piltover.
I really like the guarantees here, because we've seen this being a team format. Players players are oftentimes going to be there trying to grief it. I think having that extra guarantee that maybe you'll be a little bit slower on getting your big cash out, but you'll guarantee you'll eventually get there because you have the control of whenever Piltover is active or not active, as we just saw.
Exactly right. Even if you win here, it doesn't break the streak because you haven't put the emblem on the board. So you're able to kind of swap it out every fight. If someone is trying to open fort and make you kind of win or lose by cashing out or having the early cash out, it won't happen in this case because you have control over if you have the trait active or not.
Yeah, so he does use it, but he uses it smarter than I even attributed him to. So very, very nice to see out of Zaza here. That also means that Asad is able to keep that loss streak going, but for Zaza means he won't benefit off of that extra streak money that sometimes we do see those Piltover players pick up. However, he's so rich, I don't think he worries about that at all. And looking all across the board, most players are close to that 30 mark, some of them a little bit higher, with Zaza definitely banking a lot of money right now.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good spot, honestly. To have a lot of money towards the bottom, particularly for Zaza. We know that cash out is very important. If you've got the money, you can get yourself a very decent board to guarantee it will happen. And of course, with the team aspect, it's going to be even easier. So far, so good for the dark side of things, even if their HP totals don't necessarily look the best.
So many bows here. Sometimes a bad thing when you have so many bows. You don't have a rod here for Rage Blade at the very least, but all in all, for AD centric comps, you have pretty much every single one of these items already built for your Zeri or Aphelios. Once you get into stage 4, all you're missing is that rod that you can possibly get in this next carousel, considering you will be either first pick or very close to it. And in the worst case scenario, I think your entire team is populating these first picks. So you can communicate with them and say, hey, if there's a rod, do not pick it up. Let me take it.
Yeah, I think that should be good communication. I'm not sure if that is on top of that. We did hear some questionable techniques out of them before, but hopefully they do have that conversation down. We are going to be seeing Hydra at least get another stack on this determined investor here. Down it goes. We have it going on, and hopefully Zaza can still find that loss, but looks a little bit too close. That Jinx being too strong here. He was thinking about putting her together, did do it in fact, and that was a win that he didn't want to have, as we are hopping into the golden augments once more.
Shoplifting, the boss, and big grab back going to be the options here. Has a lot of items already. You have my bow, would be yet another bow, which I'm not sure it's what Zaza needs. Shoplifting is something he doesn't really want more of. He's going to have so much economy, so much advantages when resources when it comes from the Piltover cash out. So he really just wants combat strength augments. And in this case, items will be equating to that.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but yeah, we're in an awkward spot now that it's no longer going to be the path to victory for the Dark team that it may have otherwise been. So we head up to the top for Decisive Way, who has shown his dedication to the cause. Hasn't quite got that Sorcerer emblem as of yet, but we know that Decisive Way has secured his long-term future with this augment.
We're also seeing Asad drop lower and lower here, but he just found that Z2 Darius too, so upgrades are coming through. He was on a little bit of a very open fort early on, hence the massive bleeding. Turned that into gold, turned that into a roll down here on level 6, as you can tell by that money, but is that going to be enough? There's a fully itemized Samira on the other side, and he is going to take a brunt of damage from Slix's board.
And Dach playing a very, very dangerous game 3 as a team here. Asadfuego going to really depend on hitting Z3 and hitting that power spike to come back into the game. Similarly for Zaza with a Piltover cash out and how strong that cash out is. All in all, if things go wrong, they're going to go very, very wrong for Dach here, because you see the HP leads for Sante, for Daerondas, and Decisive Way. I think they know what their game plan is. Stay healthy in this stage 3. Apply pressure to these players that already have lost so much HP in stage 2.
I would definitely feel more comfortable with the way that Dach is playing if they were, say, ahead a game in this series and they can afford to take bigger risks. Because, when you're ahead, if you get that win in, you can really push yourself towards potentially winning the entire series. But if it goes wrong for them here, they put Northern Europe into that position where in the next game, Northern Europe will be able to play more risky and potentially clutch up the series.
The bigger talking point here is that the win streak of the Northern EU players has now been broken. I'm not entirely sure who done it, but it has been done by the players. Does that set survive here? Yeah, he does, and I believe Asad will also stop his losing streak here on the back of that, which means now he needs to make sure that the board is even a little bit stronger to not go back into losing. But we're going to be heading into a carousel first, so there should be an upgrade coming around, maybe a BF sword for him.
An Urgot with a rod. Zaza, I think, is angling towards this Urgot. Dark Hydra, he's saying, do not touch this rod. It is mine. Dark Hydra gets the memo, but no. Zaza wants the cloak instead. Doesn't really angle towards the Rage Blade just yet. Even the Urgot would have been fantastic for his comp. So curious to see why the cloak here is so relevant for Zaza.
Zaza's got a lot of climbing left to do. I mean, Asad and Dark Hydra both around the 40s, but Zaza's HP total is not looking great either. Gonna need to make some fairly substantial changes as the Piltover is gone. The itemization for the backline is good. Maybe it's just the front line that needs working on then.
Okay, so good thing for Zaza is he does have the Reforger here, so he can turn that Piltover emblem into something else. The bad thing is it's going to be a little bit random, so we'll see what comes out of it. He did slam all of the AD heavy items prior to this carousel and is going to be a Jinx 3 that he hits on 3-5 here. And I really like this for the simple reason that we know that Asad is also on that 2-cost reroll. So both of the team players saying, you know what, we should just take all of the 2 costs out of the pool, make our lives a little bit easier. It's not necessarily a line we see a whole lot of, but if 2 people in the same lobby are playing it, it's going to make it easier for you to find them.
And this is something we have been looking for throughout the competition to see if our players will try and push towards that more coordinated approach to the game itself. We haven't seen it in this form, but if coming into the finals, I was wondering if we would see that the bag of tricks hadn't been completely revealed by the Dark team. It seems like they've still got more to show.
That being said, the next big power spike for most of the players on Northern Europe will be happening at 4-1. I imagine Decisive Way will be on that Sork board he had earlier on, plus Dedication. So 6 Sorcerer is a very real possibility for Decisive Way. Similarly for Daerondas, who was sitting once again on that challenge board, had a Shojin and a JG already built. So roll downs on 7. If these players are able to hit that Lux 2, hit that Kaisa 2, it'll be very hard for the German players to stay healthy.
I agree. It's definitely going to be hard, but it depends on how they cap their boards, right? Because the Jinx 3, for example, has already been found, so he has the options to go into that Senna that we were alluding to with that Dreaming Pool being the portal here earlier on. So I don't think it's all over just yet, but it definitely is going to be a pain point if your board is not stable enough to face those 2-star 4 costs that eventually are going to come around, and you need to keep your eyes open to deny anything like a Kaisa 3. We know that that is a possibility for these teams, specifically in a format like the SuperBrawl, so they need to be really, really eagle-eyed and make sure they spot anything like that.
I do want to pick up here on what Memo's been doing, as we'll absolutely be thinking about the late game potential for all of our boards. Memo, one of the players who during the main part of the competition hasn't really been able to contribute a massive amount of points to the team's total. In this game, and perhaps this game for the first time in the tournament, he is on an absolute tear. This win streak is enormous, and he's right up at the top of the table.
Angling towards this Swain 3-star as well. Rolling on PV round, which I think is a good idea when you're going to be contested. You want to try and find those Luxes, those possibly Azirs if you're going to be going into Shurima a little bit earlier than your opponents. A second Lux comes through off the Dreaming Pool. That was the tailoring during the PV rounds. Every single PV round players will be trying to have the topmost trait, giving them the unit they want. And we're seeing now the units being sold, the transition coming through here, and it makes sense to have Shurima Azir be the comp and not sorcerers, because with Magic Wand giving flat AP, you already have maybe too much of it if you go vertical sorks.
We are seeing these roll downs commence all throughout. Dark Hydra finds that Kaisa 2, Asad finding another Z2, and we are getting word that every single player except for Dark Hydra on Team Dach is angling for those 2 costs. We know Sasa's on the Jinx, we know Asad is on the Zed, and we just saw Memo on that Swain, so they're coordinating even more than I first gave them credit for once we saw that Jinx. I think this is really, really amazing to see, and it also allows Dark Hydra to shine just a little bit brighter. But the problem with it is, if you don't have something like that Jinx 3 just yet, people like Asad, they're down bad, I want to say. 12 HP is not a lot to work with, and the Daerondas picking up that Kaisa 2 as well, and the Yasuo here in nearly the same shop might spell trouble for you.
Yeah, the walls are starting to close in a little bit on the Dart team.
Here it is. That's the Z3 coming through for Asad.
So everyone is hitting their power spikes at this point in the game. Even Daerondas, who was looking like a very similar position to the last game when he was dizzy on challenge at the start of stage 4, finds the Kaisa upgrade, finds the Yasuo to have that Last Whisper and the Edge of Night go onto that unit. And this board looks like a good idea, but overall still so many 1-stars, so much gold to work with. Slicks will be going fast 8 with the HP he has.
Well, yeah, so as I was saying before, it does seem like a precarious situation for a team to be in. See, Asad eventually is going to run into somebody, perhaps even on his own team, also trying to climb the HP turtles, who has the board just a little bit too strong. But Asad definitely exemplifies this the most. Has the backline access, which of course will let him mess with these kinds of boards specifically. But I still think he's on borrowed time.
He just found a Slayer crest off of that last augment, which is going to make his board even stronger, having found that Z3 now as well. I'm not too worried because of how close the rest of the lobby is, but he definitely needs to keep on winning here, and some of the players from his own team might pose a problem to him. Zaza finding those 6 Son crests. The Jinx 3 that we saw is on an overcharged robotic arm, as you can see here, and that's a massive, massive unit to deal with. Wondering whether or not Zaza might weaken his board against his teammate Asad. That would be really good to try and keep him in the run here.
We'll see the matchup as it comes in. Sasa won't be playing versus Zed here, won't be playing versus that rogue that will proc. It's decisive, yeah, in this case. So it is going to be an opponent at the very least, and that's going to be great for Sasa considering he is on a 5-win streak and is so dominant all throughout this stage and will be until players like Slicks roll down at 8 and find their final boards as well.
You do get a little... Oh my gosh! That's one tick on the end of Asad. We know what happens to a team that has a player go out in 8th place Asad. I mean, if he's not powerful enough to climb right now, I don't know when he's ever going to be.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were kind of alluding to, and I'm a little bit worried now. The fact that other players have that Kai'Sa too, which is such a hard target for Zed, since he can't follow as quickly, it is going to spell trouble. And it might just be that Asad is the player we leave behind in this specific round, but we'll see how the matchmaking goes, whether or not his teammates are nice enough to give him a break. Checking in with another player now.
Hopefully go to Slicks. I know he was saving all of his money to go 8 and roll down, but it looks like he's already rolled down a little bit. As the Aphelios 2 in the shop as well has a Sejuani pair. Does he want to continue rolling here, try and find maybe an Akshan, maybe replace his Jhin on his board finally? Well, there we go. Mortdog's favorite has returned in just 2 rolls, finds the Aphelios and the Sejuani upgrades, and just perfect combat strength augments as well. Martyr, a cut above, long distance pals, such a strong board, and a run back of game 1. Look at these
Exactly.
rolls.
So this was one of the questions coming in for Northern Europe. Is they have got players who play very specific styles, and Slick's playing almost exactly the same thing as he did in game number 1, but he's showing you that he can execute on it extremely well. The dark side may be more flexible, but in terms of what Slicks and the rest of the Northern European team are doing, they're showing where they're comfortable, they are strong.
And speaking of strong, Asad holds on for one more round. He's 20 HP away from the next person in line, and unfortunately that's a teammate, but more and more upgrades are raining in on the right-hand side, with Zaza taking the lead here of that leaderboard. Memo right behind him. It's a little bit like a German embrace around these Northern European players. They're all between the 3rd and the 6th player, and they will try to break out of it, I'm sure of it.
So I think Sante and Daerondas were asking Slicks there, what is the Jhin doing on your board at the end of stage 4? Please replace. And then he does. Heimerdinger finally comes in, just making sure everyone's up to date with the team game plan here.
I mean, it is an extra mental load on our players, the coordination between the squads. There's so many more moving parts in Team TFT than you would have to normally consider when just playing the regular game. As we will see if Asadfuego will be the end of the line. That Jinx is so strong, and Asad will go in 8th place. Small look of resignation. I think that one had been coming for a while.
Now the question is it worth to keep that win streak going for Zaza and kind of sacrifice as the first player in this lobby? I think in this case it might have just been because Asad would have gone out earlier or later eventually. The board was just not strong enough to deal with some of the other ones like we're seeing from the Daerondas or Slicks. So having him go out here for the greater good of the team, I believe is a correct play. But now they need to worry about Dark Hydra. If Dark Hydra goes out next, they need to take 1st and 2nd place. So that is something they want to avoid by all costs.
And that's the fault with this kind of game plan where you have 4 players losing a ton of HP in stages 2 and 3. Even if all 4 players on your team get strong in stage 4, you will face each other and you'll end up getting knocked out because of the low HP in 7th or 8th. And again, as you're mentioning, Mate, it's very hard to come back from that. You are required to get a 1st or 2nd. If there's one more slightly high roll player on the opponent's side, then that'll be almost impossible to do.
A very little window of opportunity, but we are getting the upgrades coming through. Dark Hydra, of course, trying to do everything he can to try and make that inevitability of an incredibly tough late game not come true. Gets all the items in. The Challenger 6 is online. We've got an Aatrox sneaking in there as well. And of course, those diamond hands online means that Yasuo will be very hard to put down.
He will be hard to put down, but it might be possible nonetheless. Gwen gets stuck on him. The Kaisa taking her out regardless. It's a little bit of a Kaisa between Kaisa matchup. The Dark Hydra will take the upper hand in this one. Daerondas right under him. Sante now also following. Both of these players might be on their last life with 12 and 10 HP, and that could be trouble for them.
And Slick's also taking a bit of a hit despite those upgrades that we saw in Stage 4. The Aphelios is running 2. He's now down to 35 HP, has lost some of that HP lead he had coming into this Stage 5. And Sasa still holding out so strong. Ever since the Jinx 3 upgrade, he has not lost a single fight.
And Sante, as you're saying, makes just a little short of the board he'd want to have.
It's really nice that he has those full tanky items in the front line, right? That Jarvan, that Nasus, they're massive units to have in a fight like this one. But you're lacking the damage. Check out this Azir. He's just 1 star. He's trying his very best, but if the Yasuo eventually reaches him, he's just gonna topple over like you're seeing right now. And that Nasus cannot go 1v10. Despite his best efforts, he will be taken down here, and that will be it for Sante going out in 7th, Daerondas going out in 6th. That's good news for the DAF team.
Big pressure on Slicks and Decisive Way now. First of all, first little mission. Both players have to finish in the top 4 or the game is already over. It's going to be Dach's game. It'll be the win for them. If they do end up in the top 4, we need at least 1 player to just win the game outright. That's really all the math have to do here because of the way the placements have finished in the bottom 3 standings.
I do wonder if this is going to lead to the Dart team playing more aggressively here, trying to fish for that knockout which gets them the win here and now, rather than taking the risk. Northern Europe will turn things around longer term.
Let's see whether or not Slicks has what it got. Oh, it's not going to be Slicks on the other side. It's Decisive Way, but that's Northern Europe against Dach nonetheless. This dedication has been paying off for a long time. Having that Aryan helps the Void on the side of Decisive Way, but the front line has crumbled on his board, and that's bad news on your first million challenge. Like you were saying, Panda, Slicks also losing out both of the Northern European players, not in a position where they can build on a win streak. They need to claw their way out of this.
And all eyes on Slicks now. The entirety of the Doc team will be saying, is Slicks in your pool? If yes, roll down all your gold, get as strong as possible. As long as we eliminate Slicks in 5th place, we win this round, so it's all that matters. You have to pivot off of the usual thought process in a TFT game at the end of it. It's not just trying to outplace everyone, it's just trying to outplace this one player now.
And Slicks has got no money in the bank, has a small loss streak, but it feels like the room to maneuver for Slicks is very minimal. Does find a upgrade to the 2-star shrine with the very last of his money.
Yeah, 10-2 is nice, but is it nice enough has to be the question here. Finds another Lysandra too, but none of these are really good. You would have liked that Cyan 2 to maybe come through, but doesn't seem like it's going to be possible here.
And the Zephyr could be the deciding factor in this fight. If Slicks hits a good Zephyr, he might be staying alive because of it. So crucial. He can't hit the Jinx or the Zeri here. Is he in position? He is. The Ashe is ready.
Argot takes to the sky. Slicks with the fate of Northern Europe on his shoulders. At least ImpetuousPanda is staying alive and cooking for the time being. The Zeri getting stunned for a while. The Jinx does get blown to pieces. And Slicks has at least survived through 1 more round.
He had the option to get the Zephyr onto the Jinx, but decided to go for the Urgot instead. I think that was a correct decision from Slicks, just taking off so much of that off-tank capabilities from the Urgot to then access that Jinx earlier and kill her off.
You know, you were talking about a mini challenge for the Northern EU players of making it into the top 4. Dach has their own challenge like that, which is getting Memo into the top 4. This might be the very first time in the SuperBrawl where he is able to claw out one of the top 4 spaces, and I just hope that it's going to be in the cards for him. Just, if anything, as a little bit of an ego boost, but we're going to go back in here. This is Zaza going up against Decisive Way, 13 HP on the other side. Can that Jinx do as much as to take it down? Jarvan being hit right before he hits that ult. no CC is going to land in that backline. Zeri losing out to that Lux laser beam. The Ahri comes in handy, but does not do enough damage to take the Jinx down. It's going to be a 2v2 at the very end between Urgot and Jinx against the Sorceress. Will be enough to take a win, but not enough to knock Decisive out.
Oh my gosh, we thought it was going to be Slicks we need to keep an eye on, but now, yeah, the two Northern Europeans in absolute dire circumstances. I genuinely thought this was going to be a lot closer than it seemed like it's going to be, because Dark Hydra in 3rd place right now on 52 gold with a massive win streak as well. Northern Europe could not be in more trouble.
And we are on Dreaming Pool, which means one more extra unit will be coming through after this PvE round. Tailoring your board here is going to be so relevant. We saw the Shen out of the board for Slicks, trying to make sure he's able to get the Scion upgrade in the end. For Dark Hydra here will be an Aatrox. Already has the Aatrox too, though, so not as relevant for him. It could be that some players get a much bigger benefit from this last Dreaming Pool proc.
Could be. Let's see whether or not it is going to be. Memo still has that anvil, looking for maybe, a nice little upgrade like a golden Azir. But first, we're going to be picking items. Decisive does have that RE2, which is really big. But is it big enough to... Oh, no! Slicks is going to be fighting against Decisive Way. This might be it for Northern EU. I don't think there's any chance they can turn it around after this one.
No, this is the thing that we're hoping to avoid. I can see Slicks leaning out of his chair there, the resignation, saying we had to get lucky, very lucky, to survive through to even have a chance at this game, and now that chance has been taken away. Slicks down in 5th place. This one is done.
And unfortunately, even a 1-unit loss in stage 6 is not enough. You can't be, super big brain, put on your Heimerdinger glasses and calculate the exact team fight finish for that to occur. So in the end, Slicks taken down in 5th, Decisive Way. No matter what he does, there is nothing he can do to save his team from the defeat in this game 3. And all in all, just have to start thinking, mentalizing for the next game and what to change about your game plan.
And I'm very curious what that is going to be, because after that very first game, it seemed like for Dach it clicked. Like, they know what they're up against. We heard from both of the teams that they did a little bit of research to figure out what they would do against the other team. And it seems like it's come into play for Dach full motion now. One more time, we're going to be seeing Dark Hydra against Decisive Way. Both of these players on their very last leg. Maybe Decisive can claw out yet another win to at least bring honor and glory. That's exactly what's going to happen here. 2nd place at least for Decisive, but Zaza sitting comfortably up there after finding that Jinx so early with those 6 on, is just unbothered, flourishing in his lane.
We saw Decisive had the option to upgrade the Karma. You would think, the more 2-stars on your board, the better. But in this case, this Karma wants to die as soon as possible to make sure she does not get the Ionia buff. Make sure that the start of the show, the upgraded RE2 in this Dreaming Pool setup, is going to be able to cast as many times as possible in this next fight.
All right, Decisive, at least you can go out on with a little bit of honor here. Do want to take note, as you mentioned before, mates. Memo managing to hit his first top 4 of the competition. It's got to be very satisfying indeed. But I think it's got to be the bigger conversation here is managing to turn a loss-streaking start into an absolutely dominant game 3 victory.
Yeah, Zaza taking it all in game number 3. That's the 2-1 for Team Dach in that best of 7. But don't worry, there is more games to come. We're not done yet. The players are not done yet. They want more. They want to prove themselves here on the SuperBrawl stage. And we're going to be seeing them in just a little bit. But first, we're going to be hearing from our analyst desk what they thought about that game plan out of Dach, rolling for all those 2 costs. And we're going to hop into a quick break before that.
My name is LastKardax. Well, my real name is Faisal, but I just go by Dax online, honestly. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I'm 25 now, I think. I don't remember how old I am, but I think I'm 25. I've been playing TFT since like set 1, and I've only really taken it seriously around set 4. That's when I hit Challenger for the first time. And yeah, ever since then I've been competing on and off. Honestly, SuperBrawl being like a team-based tournament is like interesting. Going into it, I feel I've never like done anything like this before. I've never like played like in a team-based setting in TFT. So it's very different. It feels different. But I think it's an interesting twist on TFT. And I'm excited. I'm excited to play it. I'm excited to see how it goes. Listen, France are really good. They're a great region with great players. They're extremely consistent and they work really well together. If there's anyone that I'm scared of, it's probably France. They've got a lot of beasts in that region. But I think if we practice well and we don't low roll, hopefully, maybe we can beat France. Who do I think is gonna win SuperBrawl? What a great question. Listen, honestly, like I said, I feel like it's anyone's game. Anyone can be the underdog here. Obviously, you can say like France has the upper hand. They've been like doing this time and time again. They've won before. I feel like anyone can be the underdog in SuperBrawl. I feel like with good prep and good scrims and good practice and maybe good strategy, it could be anyone's game. I want to give a huge shout out to all the viewers. Absolutely, all the viewers. And a huge shout out to the MENA region. Okay, these guys, they've been working hard. They've been trying hard. I have high hopes for these guys. Hopefully, we bring it home.
Well, you heard our casters. You heard specifically Peter, Makes, and Panda when they all agreed on one thing. Dach said that they were preparing a lot of stuff for the enemy team, and this is where it all fell into place. This is where the puzzle was finally solved by Dach in order to be able to say stomp or get a very impressive win against Team NA, where they all had NE, not NA, where they were all pretty good.
That's later in the set, Morgan. Okay, that's in 9.5. That's when we stomp NA. But
yeah, I don't want to know the script.
I think that the very interesting thing that we kind of had to look at, right, was the fact that how the Dark team managed to navigate this early game, right? Because as they was putting out, there were some risks taken here, since the fact you had multiple players kind of streaking towards that last week aspect of it. One of the players that did that was Sasa, with a very interesting take on how to play Piltover. Let's just leave it at that, right? Had not a traditional way into it, finally put it in 2-3, and then some won, some lost. I think he had 6 or 7 power, something on the Dino. Not that much, but his recognition of the fact that he had the robotic arm, he was able to go into that Jinx reroll and take it from there instead, using that cash out as a little bit of an extra boost, more so than like what a traditional massive turnaround we saw, which is a fantastic spot recognition on his end.
Yeah, and I think we really have to stick to the point that we mentioned a lot yesterday, where there has to be a specific team griefer. For this game, it was Asad. He took one for the team. He rolled all of these Zeds and 2 cast units out of the game with Set and etc, etc. So he takes out all of these units from the pool so that Sasa can find his Jinx really early. Specifically that he had a very good itemization set for Jinx. It also was the overcharge robotic arm, and all thanks to Earth, he was able to get double zone emblem, overcharging all of these units and making the robotic arm extremely strong. So for this game, I think Dach really stepped up the level of synergy, the level of communication. It's not that they're not just contesting each other, but no, there is someone that has one job, like Asad. You take the 2 cost units all out of the pool, and special thanks to the Dreaming Pool giving us more and more units, Sasa was able to hit that Jinx 3-star very, very early, and he still had about 50 gold in the bank to give him more interest and be able to get after that. But let us take a look at the standings after this game, because this time it was not Dark Hydra leading Team Dach. This time there was a new captain name. It was called Sasa.
Yeah, and Sasa, I mean, to be fair, like, he has had... Also yesterday, he also had very breakout performance. He also is the guy today who is carrying the Burno a little bit, right? In case... I kind of did speak about it in the first game, but on the Dark team, there are 3 players that are playing Poro, and then there's 1 player that's playing Burno. And the player that's playing Burno is the MVP, right? Because they're feeling special, so the Poros are worshipping the Burno here. And Dark Hydra still has the highest average it was seen because Sasa's relatively poor performance in game number 1. So Dark Hydra trying to reclaim that Burno for next set, it would seem.
Yeah, this was a very interesting game again from Team Duck, and they proved themselves in order to be able to win against Team NE. Now, this game is not going to be easy for neither of them. It's only getting better now, and it's only getting heated, so we're not taking any more breaks. We're not going to step up in the way of our beautiful talents, our beautiful casters and voices, so let us throw it back to Makes, Panda, and Peter to speak up for this game. It is game 4. Who's winning it? Vote for them in the chat.
You know, I unmuted so quickly because I was stressed out for a second there. I was like, oh my god, we're going. But I am so ready for the very next game. That could be the game that brings us to a match point if Dach takes one more win. Now we're going to see whether or not Northern EU has something to take against that, Peter. And I believe you have some inside knowledge on them. So do you think they can do it?
Well, I think, honestly, I feel like the emphasis really came from that last game on the Dart team because I think you mentioned back on our previous days that they're making their game plan really strongly before the game started. And that last game, I think, really showed that their game plan of taking the loss streaks overall led to an extremely strong later game. From the Northern European side of things, I hope that they can come back, but the sheer experience level on the opposing side, on the Dart side, is so good that I'm afraid we may be headed towards a 3-1 as of this game.
Look at the portal options here. Hall the 9. Talked about it. Very chaotic. You can't really guarantee one result or another. It could really be a high result for some players. So not going to be the option here for the Northern European team. Hearthome instead going to be the choice here. I think overall pretty balanced in terms of how much variance it adds to the game. Everyone gets essentially the same thing. Only item knowledge is what really matters the most here in terms of making sure you're making the right decisions later in the game. But my biggest thought coming into this stage 2 is, will there be these warping game plans of things like Piltover coming online? Will there be a Diamond Hands on a Yasuo that can really make Dark Hydra an absolute menace in stage 4? These kind of things are what we have to look out for in this stage 2.
Yeah, I'm more worried about, will there be a triple open fort on any of the teams? Hopefully the answer to that is going to be no, but we'll see what our players say, if they agree with that take, or if they think, why not let us all lose. Worked out for them in the previous round, but we are going to be looking at their legends once more, and this time around it is going to be Zaza again on the Earth. Nothing changed from the previous round. Why change a working system if you're Dach? I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing more variation coming out of Nordic EU, Peter.
No, I'm with you there. I'm honestly pretty shocked they don't want to try and at least fish, but to be the ones to take the Piltover for themselves. But I mean, yeah, you're right. The emphasis here is very much on Northern EU to play a very different game at 4 than they did game 3. I do want to base on what we've seen so far, if that's going to happen or not.
And looking once again at Zaza, once again at his bench, as a trait that is maybe going to be potentially the way he goes in stage 2 with Piltover. The Echo already there, has to find 2 more units, can potentially tailor for it, which is very important in this 1-4 stage in case he gets, well, he will get for sure, some kind of an Ancient Archives, or maybe not if the Silver Augment is going to be branching out instead. But very important to tailor the board here just in case he wants to pull that tome right away at 2-1.
And I think he knows that. He has been picking up the Ancient Tomes for quite a while now, so I don't expect him to change that unless there's something in there that for him says we want something else. Now, branching out, do not want this one. Roll it away. Young, Wild, and Free, to me, is always a bait because I cannot stay still and I just yoink into the carousels. But for Zaza, of course, he can control himself. He knows how to play this one right without just straight walking into the first thing you see.
And we need Zaza to keep up that HP to make that worthwhile, but it's still a pretty solid choice. Sad, he has some good options here as well. We know the healing orbs will be very powerful. We've already seen the Jeweled Lotus having some great use already.
Will be Component Buffet, I think one of the low-key strongest silver augments in the game, the entirety of the set. Just so versatile and making sure that you never low roll. You always have your best in slot items at every stage of the game, and you have just so much more options in terms of making sure you have the right items for your carry.
And speaking of options, Decisive, straight from the get-go, locking himself in with a little bit of a statement augment here where he did pick up the Sorcerer Heart, and that makes me worry a little bit. Now, good thing is, the Sorks did work out for Decisive before. It's something he's been playing a lot throughout this entire tournament, and in the previous game, he was the one that made it possible to kind of get up there into those top 2. But is it going to work out again, has to be the question here, with telling everybody that that's what you're going to be doing right from the start.
It's certainly planting your flag in the game, but as we saw from Memo there, with the Gwynsu's Rageblade and Deathblade completed already, he's not the only one who's really kind of picked a path to go on from the early game. We pretty much know what this board's going to be looking, or at least we know kind of half what this board's going to be looking like longer term, now that we're locked into AD from 2-1.
It's just so important for Memo, but also for every other player in the lobby. At this point in set 9, everyone kind of knows what items are best for what comps, even as early as stage 2-2. So they see Memo, he's slammed these 2 items, they know he will be playing some kind of AD-centric board in stage 4, and the Northern European team is already trying to pivot around that, saying, hey, we're going to try and contest him, we're going to have maybe only 1 player going AD instead of 2. So all these different directions and spot recognition are going to be so relevant in stage 2.
It is going to be relevant, but what's even more relevant is how this playing field is going to even out with the first players taking losses here. We do have Memo and Sante on that 100 HP, so that will be 1 player out of each teams. Now, they cannot streak forever, but they can streak for a pretty long time if the matchmaking is on their side, so that is something we're going to keep our eyes on. Fortunately, I think we don't have any players that are going for crazy open forts, but it might still happen depending on how players feel like.
And if we do get that kind of thing in play, Sante playing Noxus early on, and Daerondas also threatening to do that as well, would really get those get that power online as quick as possible. To come back to your point you were saying, that makes I think I definitely feel more comfortable with Northern Europe in this game. They've got players towards the top, they've got players towards the bottom. It's not all an eggs in one basket situation.
The Shiv slammed here for Daerondas, maybe signaling he will be playing for the Azir Shurima combo into the game. Has some amount of Shurima units already on the board now, and could be the one, player from Northern European that will be going down that route. We know there is a player on Sorcerer Heart as well, so there will be some contesting there on the Luxes at least if Daerondas goes down that Shuriman route.
We'll see whether or not they will be picking up Luxes left and right. Bad thing here is that both players are in that same team, so you're voluntarily deciding to compete with your teammate. If that is going to be the case for the Daerondas, maybe that shift goes into a different direction. Maybe we'll see it flexed into a challenger variation. I'm not so sure if that's something you want to do, but I could see it go there if they feel the need to branch out and play a little bit more flex from each other. Now, Carousel have been picked up. For Zaza, of course, we know he always gets first pick regardless of where he's standing.
Yes, and it's a little bit unfortunate that he's ended up being on a bit of a loss streak, so we may end up having that Young and 103 not having the major effect you would like otherwise, but still, the board is decent right now, if not amazing, and we're building towards something better later on.
The good thing about Young, Wild, and Free is that you're not just now Young, Wild, and Free, but forever. So in those later stages where it could very well matter, when you're getting those big items out of the carousels, when you're getting potentially emblems, which is something we know Zaza is comfortably with, I think then that Young, Wild, and Free is really going to come into play. In the early rounds, we're kind of like whatever. Whether or not we're profiting off of it or not, of course, you would always prefer win streak over losing, but I think he's in an okay spot right now with it.
Even this first carousel was a Darius with a bow, so a very, very important pickup for Salsa if he is trying to go down that Noxus route. The loot streak is not ideal just because you're missing the stacks on Noctis for these first few fights in stage 2, and it's going to be so relevant if you want to continue win streaking, kind of like Anima Squad in set 8, you need to kind of snowball your lead throughout both stages 2 and 3 to make sure you have as many stacks as possible, and you can kind of continue win streaking. And I said early stage 1 might help with that as well.
Oh, absolutely. Speaking of streaking, I believe we had the 2 streaking players before. Now we've just got 1. Sante keeps the flag flying for the Northern EU side of things, while Slicks and Decisive Way keep the loss streaks going at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. So this time around, it's not a DACH embrace, it's a Northern EU embrace around the player field, with them taking the first and the last slots throughout. quite surprised at that Sejuani26 that Panda mentioned, just casually sitting in Zaza's shop. We've only known this level of play out of Slicks before, but it seems like other players can tap into it as well. Now, Memo going up against Decisive here. Both of these players don't really have a streak. Well, Decisive would like to keep on losing, but for Memo, it's not as important, and it seems like it's going to go that way with Decisive. Maybe take it down here. Yeah, eventually, that Malzahar is going to do it and give him a win.
And flip scenario to what we saw in the last game. 6th, 7th, and 8th in the HP standings now are in favor of Northern Europe. What we saw from Doc in the last game was the fact that they were able to correctly spike at the end of Stage 3, start of Stage 4, and then not really lose. Both Sasa and Dark Hydra were just dominating all that Stage 4. The same has to happen here for Northern Europe. If not, they're going to be in big, big trouble.
We can see from looking on our right-hand side at the moment that we've got a lot of gold that has been spent in, in Stage 2. And the streaks are few and far between. So there's a lot of people roughly in the midfield, Assad and Sasa in particular, who are going to need to make some kind of changes in Stage 3 if they're going to really take flight.
Now, I did see something on the right-hand side that has me a little bit worried there for Assad, as Araka 2 came through, and one comp that throughout the entire Super Brawl has not been doing great is Invokers, but we're checking this out. The items are looking not Invoker-like. That's not what we're going for. The Soraka is just an imposter throwing some heavy bananas around for now, but she will be replaced eventually.
I mean, that's why you don't hate, just playing the strongest board you can at the moment. We see Assad doing a little bit of tweaking to try and make sure he's got a decent amount of gold in the bank. He's really in the midfield. And when you go up against players like Memo, who were streaking early on, there's nothing wrong with necessarily tagging out and saying, you know what, I'm just a little bit stronger now. I think I can start moving forwards.
And this will most likely be the Azir player for the Doc team with the Rage Blade already slammed, and some key inclinations with both the Shuriman with the Talia here as well for that 3 Shurima until you're able to get an assist in the very, very late game. So it could be Asadfuego and Daerondas both contesting each other on Azir, which is completely fine. One player from each team. They should be able to hit. Whoever doesn't hit Azir in Stage 4, though, could be in big, big trouble. And we're seeing here Martyr, one of the strongest late game scaling augments in the game.
Yeah, rolls away that Ancient Tome, says, nah, I'm not going to be baited into this one, as we are hopping across boards to see what everybody else is on. Portable Forge generally be something that players do like picking up, but of course it happens to be just a little bit random, so it needs to work with whatever you're getting out of these fights here. And then I think the social distancing is also an option that many players just go for generically. Rich get richer, I don't think we're in a position to take here, at least not for Slicks.
No, I wouldn't hate it at all, the social distancing to come in here. Because, of course, we've got the challenges in play. We need to get those kills in early on to make sure you've got the, get the procs going through, get the maximum attack speed out of the way, and maybe start pushing Slicks up the table.
And it really makes sense for challengers. I think in TFT, in almost every single comp, you want what you don't have. You have a lot of attack speed. What you want is more stats to make use of that attack speed. And that's the perfect combination for challengers with social distancing compared to things like building Rage Blade, for example, not ideal. So good decision by Slicks. And again, we've seen it from challengers so many times before. He's going to have to spike at that 3-5 roll down, hopefully find some Kaisas and Yasuos and stays relevant in the game.
And just by knowing what players are on, we can see many of them just taking that nice little big grab back. It's going to be also generic pickup that's just really good for everybody that is more familiar with playing the Ezreal line. You can see it's Zaza, Memo, Daerondas, and Decisive all picking that up. Now, Sante is on the Portable Forge that we were alluding to earlier and did pick up Eternal Winter. So that's a really, really nice tank item to have, especially with something like challengers in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of attacks getting pumped in there, getting slowed down. I think Zante has been riding this one out extremely well up until this point. We've noted in previous games, the Samira, an excellent item carrier here. I think this setup is very, very good. It's going to drop off at some point, but I think Zante might be able to keep this going for a while longer.
Player I'm really wanting to look at and I'm already scared of is Dark Hydra. He is sitting at 91 HP, and he has 2 very good combat strength augments with social distancing #1 and Jewel Lotus as well. So it's actually going to have some kind of 5 item carries coming into the late stages of the game. When you don't have an econ augment to go along with his combat strength, you're really depending on hitting. But if he is able to hit and continue to stabilize with this HP, he will be an absolute menace in Stage 4, just like the last game.
All right, Young Weldon free coming in. Zaza a little bit disoriented, does not know where he wants to go, goes all the way across the board to pick up this BF sword, but we are getting a spatula undecisive way, which could very well be turned eventually into that Sork emblem that you would have liked if you play Sork. Doesn't have a tier right now, but I'm sure that's something that can be gotten.
Oh, for sure. And having that extra one in place is always going to be huge for pushing the board. I do want to come back to what they were saying about Dark Hydra, though. So far in the competition has been, in the grand final specifically, and across the competition as a whole, has been putting out these absolutely ridiculous stats levels. So far, of course, in the 3 games we've seen, has not left the top 4, has taken a first, a second, and a fourth.
We're seeing the bencher for Dark Hydra. We see the perfect explanation of what he's currently thinking, deciding to go between the Sork comp or the Azir comp, depending on what his teammates are going into and what they roll down for as well. So important everywhere from 3-5 to 4-2 for teams to communicate exactly what they're hitting and what options they have open to them in terms of viable comps, so these teams are not contesting each other.
Now, it might be all over yet. Santi going up against Memo. Does Memo have what it takes to take down this ward? I don't think so. This is an action 1. He's going to get overrun, and the Ashe will follow. Memo gets a loss. Santi streaking into 3-5. That's massive dominance coming out of Northern EU. That's, well, it's hurting Dach, but it might also be hurting your own teammates since you are delivering these losses out and out and out. Everybody's dropping lower and lower, and that might not give you a whole lot to work with, which we are seeing on the sides of Decisive, who's now on 55 HP. And Sorks is a comp that you want to go into the late game with to get something like the Ahri to actually get all the damage out that you want. It seems like there's been a little bit of a change in plan for Decisive.
So we've got the Azir, we've got the Lux at the 1 stars. I mean, I think the decisive way, I think I'm with you here, with the pressure being amped up by Zante pushing through and getting the hits on everyone, there's more incentive to try and get something functional online right now and keep those losses from getting too far out of control.
If he's able to get another Sork emblem, Decisive Void is going to be in a very good spot. All he needs to do is try and stay as healthy and stable as possible in stage 4 until he gets to that spot where he finds those Aries, until he goes level 8 to fit in all these units. But we've seen it so many times before. 8 Sorcerers is an absolute bomb of a comp when that Ahri ult goes off. If he can make it to that spot, if he can get a beefy enough frontline to survive the initial seconds of a fight, he could be one of the players in Northern Europe that is looking to win out in this game 4.
But as we go into stage 4, makes one of the things that I'm noticing here is, unlike our previous game, which was really kind of divided up between the top and the bottom for each team, we've got a pretty good mix of how our individual players are doing across the entire lobby.
And I think it does come back to Santi kind of holding the thumb over all of them and pressuring them downwards. It's never easy to get anything going when there's one player that's just streaking for 10 rounds, right? It's just such a massive problem to have when you cannot get anything other than a losing streak. Now, for once, I might actually be happy to see that 7-loss streak on the side of Memo, but of course, he also needs to start turning it around. 44 HP, not a whole lot to work with. On the side of the Rondas, we're finding a Shen, finding an Aurelia, Warwick 2 does come through, but really, you would like some upgrades on that Yasuo, on that Kai'Sa, and there is a whole lot of forecast coming through, but none of them are the challengers you were looking for.
So many rods here as well. Has to get maybe the Rabadons on the Kai'Sa here. He is facing his, well, not he's facing Dark Hydra, so surprised he didn't slam that item earlier. We've seen Daerondas in the same exact position. I think it's 3 games in a row now. He is the de facto challenger player for the Northern European team. And every time until now, he has bought forward. He has not been able to stabilize at the start of stage 4. We will see if this game is any different.
Yeah, I mean, that's the flexibility we're wondering about as we come to our final organ. It will be gold, so silver, gold, and gold. Let's see if this one's big enough to bring Daerondas back into the game.
I really like the pickup of Know Your Enemy here, knowing how many other players are playing something like those challengers, like that Ionia. You always get it in. There is a Yasuo coming through, but at what cost, Panda?
Yeah, the problem is no Kai'Sa pair even, and Kai'Sa, we talked about it in the meta talks at the start of the show, is the real star of this challenger comp. Yasuo, after the changes to RFC and Yasuo's ult, not being able to assassinate units in the backline spots, he doesn't really have that much agency in the challenger comp. He sometimes puts himself into bad spots and just dies at the very start of the fight. So without a Kai'Sa upgrade, without Shojin on the Kai'Sa especially, Daerondas might still be in trouble.
So here from Slicks with his own challenger board, no Kai'Sa there as of yet at all, relying heavily on the damage from the Kalista. Go up against Sasa, who has got the very, very nice setup here. Noted before, we've seen some of the dual Lotus knocking around. The Noxin board having a lot of power is be able to accelerate this Darius to be an absolute menace.
It's possible for the Duncan Darius to go through this one. We are seeing some more copies on the bench there in the back for him, but is it going to be enough to get it online? More importantly, Sante's winning streak has come to a full stop. He's down to 87, which, I mean, is still plenty above everyone else here, but that means now other players could be rising higher than him, and that is something they might jump at. You can see from Slicks, just some conservative rolls coming out, trying to find some nice little upgrades like a Kai'Sa you would really want to have, or maybe this Azir instead. You already have the Lux, why not pick it up?
You certainly know it's, we've got both potential lines being heavily contested already, so Slicks may be waiting for a while longer. We've got Slicks and Asad and Decisive Way all the way up really to third place. We've got very close HP totals with Slicks and Asadfuego, along with Memo, all taking harsh losses in that previous round. We are starting to move into the area we might start to get these eliminations.
We're seeing there the Ahri with a spat on the carousel. Could be a third Sork spat if Decisive Way is able to pick it up, but he is not first pick. He's going to be second pick here, and we see him. He's trying to get it. Sasa is threatening him, but in the end, it will be Decisive Ways to get. Both the unit and the spat, so relevant here. Continues to hover it, and we'll get it in the last second.
Sasa just hopping around this rod with the Cyan. Really good pickup. Now has Rage Blade if he should want it. And he was very adamant at taking this one, but like you're saying, really, really big for Decisive. We're going to get our augments come out now. Well, portals.
Yeah, the Masterwork upgrade. I mean, we know how powerful this setup has been with, say, Gwynsu's Rage Blade and the like. I think this will definitely help our players really double down on what they're doing, but it does mean that they need to get what they're supposed to be doing with their boards online right now, or the opposing boards are going to absolutely crush them.
And Slicks, 26 HP, does not seem to be feeling any pressure at all. Continues to hold on to this goal, which I'm not sure I agree with. Even earlier on in the start of stage 4, I think he should have rolled much, much more heavily considering how contested this Azir line is. And we're seeing why. Asadfuego is his direct opponent on the comp. Already an Azir to upgrade. On the case of Slicks, he only has a singular Azir.
Hold up. Can someone maybe ping Slicks? I believe, I was talking about augments. There is one augment that Slicks has that right now, it's just decoration. He's playing social distancing, and I
doesn't
think
need it,
he
Mix.
might have forgotten. He's just ignoring taking the win regardless. It's just for fun. It's just to have it and flex on anybody else. But maybe we want to space out these units.
The worst part is there are 4 brains working together, and not one of them has been able to spot that Slicks is down a gold augment. Didn't need it for that last fight, despite only having a 0-1. And it seems like he's not going to need it for the next one either. Slicks playing on hard mode.
His reaction to this is like, you know what? I can't social distance. I'm going to not social distance twice. Just to make
Teemo though gets the value here.
Teemo's getting it. Yeah,
this Teemo
that's
won.
a big
Could
buff
be the
on
diff.
Teemo 1. He is going to hut 2, 3, 4 through this entire board. But the bigger person
Teemo's
here
dead.
is this Azir 2. He's the main character of this comp, and he's taking everything down. Now the Yasuo onto him. And the big point for this comp is the CC that it delivers. And I think maybe now we're going to be using our augments. Yes? Maybe? Yes?
I think that was about the difference of a social distancing in a round. Because that's exactly what Sev makes. It was all about the damage from the Azir and dropping the extra AP, not just on him, but on the Lux as well as your only real damage carries. It's unacceptable.
Very important for the German players not to actually go to his board, because they might draw too much attention to the fact that something is going on, good or bad. So they have to play it cool. They have to play it, real cool, calm, and collected, not visit the board, just wait to see if Slicks is going to finally change his board for these stage 5 fights, because, again, he's almost at 1 life, 18 HP to work with for the Swedish player.
And speaking of players that are N1 alive, we're hopping in with Asad. Now, Asad did take 8th place in the previous round and it did work out, but right now we're getting a big upgrade on the level. However, now there's no money left to actually spend. We're getting a second Jarvan in that's going to help with CC. That Azir is decked out, but that's about it. Gonna get one more item out of this. Could be an Ionia? Nope. Dragon's
No,
Claw.
it's awkward because we've already got the Dragon's Claw, but we've also already got the Magic Shred from the Shib, so going to end up being put across to the Swain instead. It's worth noting at this point, though, we've got 3 different Dark players in the bottom 4. The players like Asad, they need to start getting wins, or this is going to be a very swift round 4.
And there it is. For Decisive has an RE2 with a Radiant Gunblade. We were talking about this player becoming one of those Exodia players that could potentially win out if his front line is strong enough. In this case, it just barely is. Asadfuego takes a hit down to 1 HP and a dream. And we've seen Asad do it before.
Look at him. This is the face of somebody that knows smack. He's got the glasses, he's got the brains. This is calculated tactical inting to make sure the other players are not getting knocked out before you. There's reasons for this. I'm going to get down to them eventually. The Rondas finding a Kai'Sa 2. Zaza 1 copy away from that Darius 3, and it is going to come through here, but at a cost. We'll need to sell some of the extra copies of Katarina to make it come alive, but that's your carry for now. That's a really, really nice little upgrade. Now, Slicks and Asad might be on the chopping block.
Oh boy. I mean, I think, yeah, it's so important to get the last bit in. We still refuse to socially distance our carries because Slicks just doesn't care, and apparently nobody on the team, as you said, Makes, has been willing to provide that information. The Darius comes a-calling, cutting through everything, and Slick's gonna get socially distanced from the game.
I was trying to sugarcoat it. I was trying to give him some kind of, you know, but I mean, that is just so many fights in a row. Not making use of an augment is not a good look. You have to have much more focus in game 4 of the finals of the SuperBrawl. So something that they have to come back for in game 5 and really make sure they're on their tip-top shape.
Okay, in fairness, I am also, like, my brain is melting out of my ears. It's so warm here. So I do give him a little bit of credit for this one. Sometimes you just forget about stuff. If you're not used to playing it a whole lot, Asad seems to be playing with it, even though he doesn't have it. He has his units spaced out, and he's going up against his teammate. Now, this might be a repetition of the game that we saw before, with Zaza knocking out his teammate Asad.
Yeah, and now we've seen the movement of the items onto the Katarina. This board's even stronger than we saw it before. But Katarina does get taken out. Darius, I think, just strong enough to keep on cutting through. Asad will be going out in 7th place.
And we're seeing the rest of Dach also on the chopping block. Dark Hydra, 5 HP. Memo, 14 HP. Sasa has currently spiked off the Darius 3. If they match up against him, that could be the end of the road for those players as well. So the lack of HP here, a big problem. Not just the placement of these players right now. And we'll see Daerondas, who also was first in the HP standings coming to that last fight, took a loss there. Challengers now finally starting to fall off a tiny bit.
Yeah, and as Morgan is saying in our green room, this might be the very first time in this entire tournament where we see Dark Hydra take a bottom 4.
Big upgrades.
In point, he does get the upgrades here. He does get the Jarvan 2. He does get the Lux 2. So they're coming through. They're going to be helping him, but he will need to move something else out, which in this case is going to be the Shen.
This could end up with Dark Hydra taking out Memo, though, on his way back to making sure he keeps his stats intact. It's still a very precarious place for Dark to be right now. There's no room for error.
Yeah, we'll see Dark Hydra going up against Zaza instead. And whether or not Zaza will take out one more teammate, we will find out. The Darius under attack right from the get-go does not go down here. Resets, takes out everything. Down goes Ari, down goes Lux. And that will be a Dark Hydra for the first time in SuperBrawl, taking a bottom 4. And that might be dramatic for Team Dach. Now 2 players out. Memo next in line. He needs to find a way into these top 4.
And let's hope that Sasa did indeed get the memo. Does not have to be dropping these guillotines on his own teammates. Instead, has to be doing so on the Northern European players. Has eliminated 2 German players back to back. Asadfuego, now Dark Hydra. And Sasa is in the pool here for memo. So we have to watch out. We have to see what this Zeys going to do here.
Again, coming in today, Memo had not gotten a single top 4 of the tournament. In these finals, he's definitely feels like he's come online in a major way, but so much pressure being put down to him. As we can see on the other side, Decisive Waves Ari is absolutely glorious. He's so incredibly powerful. The Heimerdinger turret and the fellows in the corner are doing a good job of punching out the damage, but Ari just blows everything to pieces.
We saw the build-up for this Ari board much earlier in stage 4. This is a board that we know, if it's assembled, could be problematic. Darius, also problematic. Another win for Sasa, 3 in a row now. At what point does this Noxus comp start to fall off, considering there's only that single carry? It's only the Darius here doing most of the work.
With that 3 German players into the bottom 4, that is going to be all she wrote. Northern Europe taking back a point. We're going to go into the 2v2. Just goes to show you how incredibly close these 2 teams are. And of course, we're going to be watching the rest of the match because after all, it's still nicer if you take the round even though your team loses. And I think Sasa might be set up to do just that. But there are 3 players in this game that want to stop him from doing so. We'll see how the games turn out.
Yeah, those MVP points is definitely worthwhile as well. You know, if you can finish off with your team as the top 3 in a lobby, you're really sending a message to the rest of your opponents that you're not going to be put down here. Drawing the series even 2-2 is honestly, again, like right back to what you said at the beginning, what these players, what these teams deserve, which is quite possibly a full 7-game series.
And a huge finish here for Daerondas as well, finishing in the top 4. So relevant considering he had some tough games for the start of this day, this final day of the tournament, and needed to find some of that mental fortitude as one of the stronger individual players on the Northern European team.
Check out this Darius once more as he is dunking through the teams. But the Ari has so much damage together with that gunblade. It's not going to be enough though. The Darius is onto her. One more dunk and it's going to come down for Decisive. Getting knocked to his last life with 7 HP. And check out the damage. Darius 3 doing basically as much as a fully itemized Ari2.
This was the discussion we're having in previous stage, you know, when you really can get to see the stark difference between the boards with enough single target damage to get rid of these major pain points. In Decisive Waves case, the Lux is going to have to do most of the work to make sure that Darius dies, or you just can't win the round.
And we're understanding why Daerondas is doing so well now. Radiant Edge of Night, one of the strongest Radiants in the game, especially on a Yasuo too. So this is why he was able to keep up such high tempo in stages 4 and 5.
He's going up against his teammate though, Daerondas or Decisive. Somebody has to fall here. We're going to find out who it is.
Oh boy. Well, I think at this point at least you can see there's a bit more relaxation on the side of Northern Europe, knowing that the results here will be at least making sure the series doesn't run away. We could be in such a different world if that had managed to pull off a win here, where Northern Europe would be fighting out of a corner. Instead, I think we're going to be seeing neck and neck the whole way through the series.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see Sasa try his best to bring something online. He did sell off some of the Katarinas earlier on. That Kata 3 would be a nice little upgrade for this board here right now. Belveth 2 or Aatrox 2, Cyan 2, all of these are things you would really like, but you don't really have the funds to make it happen on the side of Sasa. I'm not sure it's looking any better for Sante and the Rondas.
I do like that we've got actually finally gotten some Noxus in play, and we can see that when it gets really going, it's incredibly powerful. But we'll see our 2 remaining players from Northern Europe going to be going up against each other. A little bit of a brawl, a chance for honestly both teams at this point, with the result already decided, to spend us a little bit of extra time to plan for the next game to come.
How strong is this Yasuo? Can he do it? The answer is probably no, considering he's still facing 4 itemized units here on the end of this board. The Kaisa and the Gwen still alive. Aatrox comes out, but a little bit too late for him to have any impact on the end of this fight. Daerondas will be taken down, but his job has been accomplished finally in this game 4 as a challenger player. Keeps high tempo, high HP, and finishes 3rd.
Oh, there's an Ari with an Ionia emblem in this pool, but that's not what Zaza is looking for. He is still here. He is still young, wild, and free. This time around, it is going to be that Shroud of Stillness on the Shen that he's going to pick up against Sante's board. Now, is that going to be enough? Maybe if you're hitting that Cassante in the front line, it buys you a little bit of extra time, but he also needs to position in a way where he's not getting hit by these Zephyrs.
Yeah, the positioning is going to be really fascinating here. You can already see Southside starting to move the Darius around. Will he get Zephyred? Will he just get knocked off the board instead? The Darius is not going to have that ability to rescue himself if he gets pushed to the edge.
Zaza going up against Sante. Both of these players have been winning before, but if Sante takes an easy loss here, he might still be in the game. Darius charging up in that front line, does get the first couple of resets, gets stuck there, gets disoriented and CC'd. He's under attack by every single unit on the enemy board. The BT doing the best it can, but down he goes. Darius is no more, and for Zaza, that's going to be a massive loss here in that very last round of game number 4 with a 2v2 and Nordic EU evening out the scoreboard between those two teams.
Any chatters complaining about the power of Darius in that game? You really have to understand that the entirety of that board was built around giving Darius as much power as possible. Radiant BT, Samira with blue buff, chipping off armor at the start of the fights, making sure Darius is not stuck on anyone. The Darken Blade from Aatrox going on Darius as well the moment he's dead. So really, Darius had 6 or 7 items worth of value and power, and that's why he was able to just be an absolute menace, terrorizing every one of those guillotines throughout the entirety of the game.
Well, we're going to be going into a break, and after that, we'll be hearing from our analyst desk. But of course, we have more games to go through. We have at least 2 more, but probably 3 more looking at how this series has been going, so don't go anywhere.
I'm Lorenzo Balotelli 777. I live in Italy, in Florence, and I play TFT since release, and I'm part of Italian community of TFT. The new format of SuperBrawl as a team instead alone is much way better for me, because I hope that TFT in general will be an esport tournament for teams, or maybe 2 or 4 players instead 1. But I like also the single tournament, obviously, because TFT is a single game. But I hope that in future maybe we will see the more tournaments of team. Italian TRC is good because there are a lot of good players that is playing this TRC. Obviously, we are maybe not at the level of another Europe state regions like France, Germany, but we are less players, but we are good. MVP of Italian team, I bet Rio Mastery. Thanks for this interview. I shout out for Italian community that we are growing up and we are friends and we support each other and we are like a family, and I wish you best luck and thanks for all.
Well, makes it. The end of this disc is back, and they called it. With the way that this series is going, Guida, I think we're up for a 7th game. This game was extremely close from the start till the end between Dach and Northern Europe. We had a point in the game where the placement was like this. Northern Europe, Dach, Northern Europe, Dach. So this game was extremely close. What do you have to say? I bet you got a lot on your mind.
I mean, it was just one of those games again where we kind of got to see the reverse script of what we saw in the game before that, right? With the whole placement thing kind of getting flipped on its head in the start of the game. But again, just a great game. Just kind of showcases how close these two teams are. Obviously, there was a bit of a stump in the grand scheme of things, Morgan. But you know what? It's because they don't want a social distance from each other. They want to ensure that they're all next to each other.
Yeah, we're all gonna make sure that we're next to each other because it doesn't matter if the augments wants to separate us. We gotta stay like a team. Sligs really took one for the team in that game. It didn't even matter. They didn't even have to use that augment, and this is how good Northern Europe is, baby. They played down one augment. They kept it for entire stage, 5 rounds, him not using it a single time, but they still won. Now, many things to highlight in this game. Of course, one of them being that Northern Europe was extremely well synergized, and not a single composition was contested between any of them. The lobby started off very slow with silver augments coming in, and then it proceeded into a very small comparison when it came to gold augments. No prismatics, nothing too crazy, but Northern Europe really did so well in this game against Dach.
Yeah, another thing I want to highlight here, right? This is the first time we see Hawthorne this tournament on the main broadcast, and we got to see a lot of Brink of Dawns, which is the Edge of Night Radiant version, right? And that like double aggro reset is so big for the characters of the likes of Yasuo, as the likes of Gwen, as we kind of see being thrown in and around here on the board. Like Sansei had the Gwen, we saw I think the Dark Hydra with the Yasuo, or not Dark Hydra, something else, but also Dark Hydra. Morgan.
Dark Hydra for the first time ever in this tournament. Okay. For day 2, we've not seen Northern Europe lose a single game. And for day 2, and until day 3, until game 4 in day 3 to be specific, Dark Hydra had not bought forward a single time. So this was not just a historical game for any where they were able to win with 3 places in the top 4 spots, claiming that throne, taking it home. But again, this is the first time that we've seen Dark Hydra claim about 4. So for us to make sure, let us go at the standings and take a very quick look, because you can tell the Dark Hydra was one of the most performing and one of the most well-performing players ever. For his team, this time Sasa did his best. He tried to stay up until the first place, but it was a little bit too late for Dach, don't you think?
And it's kind of fun, right? Because it is specifically just a flip up the previous game if you look at the points totals, right? So the entire story about the players' loss streaking / win streaking and how that kind of ended up was just like the same story across the board here. But looking at it now, Dark Hydra is no longer the leading candidate for the MVP title. It is indeed Sasa right now, Morgan. So a bit of a mini game between the two of them. I think that obviously the most important part here is going to be the overall tournament victory, but the little MVP individual standings bonus there is obviously always going to be a nice little bonus on top.
Yeah, Sasa stepping up his game and really trying his best to take Dach to victory in this game. But ladies and gents, we're up to a beautiful game. Before that, we would love to thank Mr. Mordog for rating us for this beautiful tourney. This is the SuperBrawl tournament again. I'm Morgan, this is Wida, and we're off to our casters again. We got a beautiful trio, talented voices, a lot of energy, a lot of hype waiting for this game as we go into a mentor reset. A best of 3 now beginning between Dach and Eni. Who's gonna win it? Let us know with our casters. But first, we're gonna go into a very small break because I think there's gonna be a very little change. I'm not gonna spoil it, but let us go into a break and then into game.
Hello, I'm Vomendeth. I'm from France. I'm 23. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and competition since set 8, I would say. Okay, so I think having a competition with team like SuperBrawl is super cool for the ecosystem, but I don't think there is one better than the other. I think the two can cohabit, and events like SuperBrawl can be super cool because it's something like I don't know, a football World Cup or stuff, and it's really hype. So basically we won the last one, and I think The ranking of the region didn't change. The top region are France, Turkey, Germany, and maybe in Poland as well. But I'm confident for my region, and I think they will be at the final at least. I think it's gonna be hilarious because the guys just had such a strong background in competition. He has a lot of experience, a lot of title, a lot of JC, a lot of. So I think it's gonna be the most consistent and MVP of France, for sure. So who's gonna win the Super Bowl? Yeah, if I would speak with my heart, I would say France. But realistically, I think it's gonna be the Poland that's gonna win this year. I would like to shout out, all the French community because there are always a lot of viewers on stream and big tournaments shooting our name. So shout out to them. And shout out, to my training partners, Les Coco, GoBuster, Clemou, Yaroy, the previous GSC winner. Shout out to them.
Welcome back to our series of the SuperBrawl final. Northern Europe is up against DACH, and thus far it's tied 2-2, and these teams have been going at it for not only today, but for the entire event. Now, Guido, you've been sitting on the sideline and whipping out the notes, analyzing. What can you tell us about both of these teams' approaches thus far?
I said both of these comps that'll be pretty spicy. So we just play 4 players and 2 comps, but no, I think overall, right? I think that we're looking at a generally pretty much like a very well-rounded strategy from both of the sides. Right? We've seen the flip between some teams having the triple loss streak almost, and then the next game it flipped back, right? Like that's kind of been the story of the most 2 recent games, I would say. And I guess you kind of agree with me, David, but like I kind of want to hear from you. Like, what is the approach that you prefer here? Do you prefer like having 3 players trying to loss streak for like the Shimmer or for like Piltover? What's the feeling these days?
It really depends on the guarantee of spiking later in the game. If you're playing a loss streak where you're going to be able to spike in some way, either through a Piltover cash out, through and all that Shimmers like Diamond Hands coming online in stage 4, that's fine. But if you're in that temporary ground of having of angling for a 4-cost comp and playing a default game of TFT starting at 30 HP in stage 4, that is bad news. But we're looking at it here. It will be once again Ionia as the chosen region. So Rise once again can be an important part of that Invoker's comp if it is played in this game 5.
I think just based on the stats, Invokers has been a little bit fake just for this weekend. It's just too easy to target your units. And with the units that are being played right now, like that Yasuo that has the backline access, the Kai'Sa that has the backline access, even those Darius and Zeys, the Karma is just even weaker in comparison because it's a nice little snack, but it's going to be God Willow's Groves once more. And that worked out for Germany before. They did really well here, and we're going to see Memo and Zaza back on Earth. Zaza has been running Earth all day. Memo has been switching back and forth. And I think specifically for this one, he's probably happy that he took it.
Yeah, I was like about to say the exact same thing, Meg. So we are on the same wavelength now, right? So that we love to see that now. That's going to be a good action here. But like looking at this setup coming through as well, David. Early semi-repair. You have half of a Piltover opening. Just need that Vi or the Jace coming through in a second.
Yeah, it's the biggest thing to look at. The harder Piltover is missing. It's not the Orianna this time around, but you do have the early Echo. So we'll see if there's a pre-level. Sometimes it is the correct decision for some players to just pre-level here, be level 4 to have the higher chance of finding, well, a chance at least to find the Jace and a higher chance of finding the Vi as well. We've seen how much Piltover starts warp these games, especially if their emblem starts, maybe a 2-1 here for Decisive Way.
I'm so intrigued because thus far we haven't really seen any of the hyper-roll come through, like the Tristana and the Kayle. Now, it might just be because players didn't really get the chance to, but of course that's on the other side of those pre-level conversations. So if you're pre-leveling, you're kind of boxing yourself out of having that as an option. We're going to be going into golden augments for these teams here, and for Decisive Way, it's just going to be nice and easy buried treasures. And I assume more players will be on that, but we're hopping through over to Asad.
Oh, that Shimmers was an option there. It wasn't picked up, so we see already the difference. The nerf to that augment would be an auto pick a few patches ago. In this case, not the option that Asad wants to go for. He is picking up a Demacia emblem, though, Weeda. This is not something we've seen too much of yet on this day.
No, we did see a bit of it yesterday, right? And I think that it is definitely something that we can look into a little bit more now, especially in the setups here where you can kind of just play into the vertical Demacia line a bit more. We've seen it where people just going for a Kayle free and without the remaining support cast. But this time around, it's going to be the tempo line. And again, it's super flexible because it does free up a couple of unit slots potentially in the Azir Lux composition by having this emblem. You can play something like the Aatrox a little bit easier. You don't have to play the Garen to get the Demacia online in that composition.
But that's already a comp that is being played by many, many players because of how good it is. The Lux Azir has been in high demand. So if you're locking yourself into something like this early on, you might paint an easy target onto your back. We're going to be hopping to the other players, though, because we do have Memo and Zaza picking up the tomes. And for Zaza, we might see a rerun of what was before, picking up the Shurima emblem here.
We saw it from Dark Hydra, not from Zaza himself, but the Doc team already piloted that 9 Shurima board into a win earlier in the day. It could be the same for Zaza, as you're mentioning, Makes. He's going to have to find one more emblem off of his next augment, or the 4-2 augment, alongside God Will's Grow, to be able to fit it all on level 8. Looking at Memo here, also going for the Piltover, using the same strat we saw from Sasa a few games ago. Can only put the emblem on if he knows he's going to lose, and then he can sell this unit and do the same thing again next round. This guarantees you kind of never cash out early with Piltover.
It does, and it's really, really nice, especially because we know that if you are aggressively open fording, other players might do it too and ruin your streak. So with that emblem, you have a little bit more I want to say control over how that early game is going to look like for you. But another player that seemed to have picked up a little bit of a statement augment here is that overcharged mana font on Sante. Now, his teammate has mostly been running the Sorks thus far. Sante usually played a little bit of challenger boards previously, but now we're going to be looking at a little bit more variation here.
Yeah, another thing that is also allowed by the fact that you have the ability to toggle the Piltover, right, is that you're going to be able to have other players on your team go for an actual loss streak, right? Then build up the economy because you're not locked in by the fact that you have to lose with your Piltover units on the board.
Look at this Sork start here for Sanze has, in my opinion, the most important item for stages 2 and 3, especially Onyx Spark, allowing for that magic shred, but also allowing for some extra DPS off of the item itself, which is going to be so much more relevant in stage 2, where the DPS on most units without items is not going to be that high. We're seeing here how relevant it could be. Cho'Gath, does he get one more feast here? Would be very important for this fight at the very least to try and have this be a win streak for Sante in this stage 2.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to come together here. One more ult from that Shojin Malzahar. He's just getting too much mana here, and Sante will be taking an L. Somebody else that is very good at losing, as we can tell from the SuperBrawl thus far, is Memo, who's once again on a loss streak down there. He's comfortable with it. He's comfortable with it. You know, you can't hate him. Germany has been doing so good. I think this is tactical inting. I'm not even flaming him. I think this is planned out. This is tactical. That's what they want to do. And Memo's good at it. So let him do it.
Makes the moment those words come out of your mouth, I imagine the the graveyard meme with the F to pay respects and the guy doing the pose. That's what I was seeing with Memo's grave. But he's come back into it when it mattered most in the games 3 and 4. We'll see if it's gonna be the same in this game 5 as well. And already stage 2 gonna be so relevant to see, as you've mentioned before, the clear direction for some players and the still iffy direction, which would be cited more in stage 3 for the rest.
So at the top of the standings right now, we have 2 players from the Northern European team on 100 HP for now, right? So this is kind of a bit of an awkward situation, right? Because those streaks will somehow, like those 2 streaks will know if they end up clashing. There's no way for them to kind of maintain the economic tempo, right? Whereas when you look at the situation, you look at the setup that's going to come through on the side of like the Piltover setup and the Lost Streak situation, it's a little bit easier for them to navigate it.
Going to be seeing how these play out. 100 HP on Decisive and Daerondas, but these 2 are teammates, so they cannot both continue streaking. For now, Daerondas is safe. He's going up against the Piltover player, so Memo will continue to lose here, which is good for him and good for Daerondas both. A win-win situation coming through as we are nearing Krugs.
Daerondas, he's on Sorks for now, but considering what we've been seeing all of this day 3, he's going to be playing Challenger once again, has the Shojin and the Kaisa already. The items already ready for that Kaisa later in stage 4. And we'll make sure to get out of the way of Sante, who was that player that's pretty much locked into Sorcerers because of the overcharged Mana Font pickup. For Decisive Way here, we'll see what he's angling towards as well. Has an odd mix of items that have already been slammed, the RFC and the Shojin here onto the Malzahar.
Yeah, does have both of them already online. Also has that Remora, which of course is going to give you a little bit of extra CC in that front line. I think that's always good in the early stages to kind of deliver if you want to try and go for that win streak. Now, it's not in the cards for Decisive anymore. He has lost that previous round, and they need to coordinate a little bit now should any of them meet the Daerondas for him to keep on going. We saw that in the previous round with one of the Nordic EU players just dominantly streaking for 10 rounds, I want to say. So it is not something they're unfamiliar with.
We'll see if the Malzahar can do it here. The Kalista proc going to come through. The heals on the Soraka, but I think it's going to be enough damage off of just this Malzahar 1 here. The Jhin cannot get his ult off in time. And we've seen this in game 2. So many German players losing so much HP. They were able to hit huge stabilization points at the end of stage 3, start of stage 4. We'll see the same will occur here. We know Sasa is kind of covered already. He will be having that 7 Shurima spike in stage 4. As long as he can hit his 2-star upgrades on Nasus and Azir, he should be fine. Memo and Asadfuego are the 2 players that I'm looking out for.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing to look out for here, right? I think that's, I mean, looking at the Daerondas now, his win streak here, but like, these setups are super flexible. Assad here, again, with this Demacia in the day, like, as we were talking about earlier on, they could go into the more traditional setup with the SCL lock. Also could be a Garen reroll, I guess, like, a comp that we kind of saw getting floated with a little bit on day 1, but we haven't really seen ever since.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of a Garen reroll. You know, I'm a little bit of a certified hater of it, but it could be happening, of course, on the back of that Demacia crest. It's a possibility that's going to stay there. Of course, for now, the Kayle and the Kasu doing most of the heavy lifting, but 2 Jarvans on 3-1 is definitely not something to scoff at. That is going to give you the CC you need to maybe make something happen here, as we are checking in on the right-hand side with the streaks and the money, and everybody is looking, I would say, pleasantly decked out when it comes to the stacks.
I mean, it's a very good portal to play this vertical Demacia on if you're going to play it at some point. You're able to get one of these weaker Demacia units onto this Godwillow's bench, or the spot on the bench there. Just make sure you still hit that 7 Demacia. And again, Asadfuego, this entire tournament has been the player on the dock team doing the dirty work. He's playing those niche comps. He's trying to make the most out of these Zed rerolls, out of these, Noxus comps, in this case, Demacia. So making sure there is space on other comps uncontested for the rest of his kind of superstar teammates in some way. He is the wingman on this dock team.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that just having that player that is okay with going 6th every game, right? That's a lot. Wait. Okay, David, this could change. Like, how does final reserves function in this format?
No, reserves.
That's a big question, right? Because we know, like, and dread final reserves in a regular situation, but in a team-wide scenario? Okay, never mind. Just send it away.
Okay. I would be very excited about the final reserves, but the thing is, the DACH players have not been coordinating like that. if you have someone pick up final reserves here, everybody else needs to make sure that they don't beat that board after it has procced. And we've had some executors on Team Death thus far that just regardless of situation and game, knocked out their teammates one after another, not to mention anybody here but Zaza. It just, I don't think they do that. I don't think they roll like that.
Finally, the Garen is found, does come online. The Jarvan pair just waiting to be upgraded, and that could become one of the strongest boards if he's able to get a few upgrades here on the Garen. Finds a BT maybe on this next carousel if he finds a BF sword. He could be a player that will be stable in stage 4, but could be falling off later into the game.
Also, just interesting to follow him. Memo has the Piltover in without the emblem. The emblem is just chilling on his bench right now. Gets a good loss here against Assad, which I think is pretty important around the 3-2 mark, because there are going to be some players that just have put together very strong boards in this situation.
Going to be seeing what everybody else is on, and there is one thing that always stresses me out when it comes up. I'm sure you've spotted it, Sante, on the endless hordes here in this format. This could be one that's quite interesting.
It's very good with a sorcerer board in general if he wants to go down that route, because you really want to have there's a lot of power in the Sork trait going vertically with it, but usually you don't go down that route because you don't want an Orianna on your board at the end of the game. You don't want a Malzahar on your board, but with all these extra spots, you're able to, one, have a lot more frontline, which is what Sorks want. You're able to dish out those bursts of speed and time, and two, just have all of these Sorks benefiting from all the extra AP. So we'll see if Sante is able to build that board in stage 4.
Bit unfortunate here they attacked Daerondas, right? You would have liked to have both of these win streaks going for the team of Northern Europe right now, but I think that overall here, as you're talking about, David, like Sante now, he's going to be able to win streak and be able to use a lot of extra spots on his board here, but it also does come at a pretty big drawback in the fact that he's not able to fully stack out the carries. We're not going to see a Lux providing a massive amount of damage in the same way. You are going to be a little more codependent on the rest of your board.
And speaking of dependence, I think we also need to shout out some of the other statement augments that were picked up with these prismatics rolling around. We do have the Gunner Crown on Memo. We do have the Challenger Crown on Dark Hydra. So both of these players locking themselves into more AD heavy lines. And then, of course, we do have some more generic ones for the Lucky Gloves and the giant grab bags coming through on some of the other players.
Potentially problematic carousel there for much of our AD players. Not a single rod or bow was found there. There was a single Kaisa, which could be very impactful for our challenger players like Dark Hydra. The roll down coming through for Memo here. He has to cash out. Still is on an 8 loss streak, 41 HP, so has still a few more fights to go. Aphelios is found as well. Could that be the key to the cash out here?
You would hope it is.
The Piltover here really does allow to free him up for a while, right? In fact, he doesn't have to run some of the more subpar units in that regard, but this board still seems a little bit under the weather in terms of like what you would expect, but he is going to attack Slicks, who I guess that's a 1-star. That's a 1-star Kaiser on the back end there, right? So there are definitely options for him to cash out here. That's going to be massive for the overall prospects of the Dark team here.
You know, I would be worried if that was a Kaisa 2 and 3-5 on the other side of the board for Slicks now. If anyone, maybe Slicks, looking at how this day has gone, but still rather unlikely to see that come through. And for Memo, that is going to be the cash out, like you said.
We were in this position in game 2 for Team Doc. A lot of players very low in HP. We see the bottom 3 players when it comes to HP, all from that Doc team. But similar to that game 2, they've just hit their massive power spikes. Memo has cashed out his Piltover. Sasa, I assume, will be rolling down heavily at 4-1 to hit his Shurima board. And potentially they will be winning out all of stage 4 and flipping the current standings, allowing Northern Europe to fall in the standings in the process.
Hopping over to Zaza. We were talking about this.
He's rolled down already.
Early on. Rolled down, found an Azir pair, didn't find a Lux or anything. Right now is more itemized for something like an Action reroll, but with one Action, that's not going to happen either.
And also, unfortunately, on his end here, he attacks up Memo post cash out. This is going to be a pretty significant hit coming the way of Sasa here, which is definitely not what you were looking for in this position here. And also, with that lesser duplicator on the bench here, I'm pretty sure Sasa was just rolling for a singular copy of Akshan to duplicate and have that as a stabilization point.
And this is what we were talking about, the risk of losing so much HP early. It looks like Zaza is not in a position to actually stabilize in stage 4. The roll down at 4-1 after this next few round will be so important here for Asadfuego as well. 2 loss, 3 loss streak. Look at the HP totals right now. Every single player on the Doc team in the bot 4. And except for Memo, the other 3 players do not have the best of projections either.
Well, looking at the money, at least, there is still hope. I think for Zaza, it might get close, but the other 3, they're a little bit rich, so they can still roll, they can still find those upgrades and stabilization points that they would need. And we will see, I assume Zaza also roll down pretty aggressively after this round, trying to at least make that Akshan 2 come alive that you were talking about, Wida. Or maybe even find the Azir 2, which despite having no items should be helping just a little bit. But here we go, we're gonna roll down even more. Can he find that Akshan? Can he find upgrades? Gets a Renekton. This is something I guess we pick up. Ashe 2 also coming around, but we'll need to sell off some of the other stuff if that is what you want to stabilize on here. And there it is, needs to find Akshan, anything. Nasus coming through. This is not coming together for him.
Look at his matchup pool. Asadfuego and Daerondas, they're also probably spiking at this point at 4-1. So many upgrades have been missed. Not a single carry is upgraded here. Zaza's in big trouble with only 25 HP.
Yeah, but at least he does have the potential of a final grab back coming through, right? He is on that Earth, so he will have an influx of economy and components here potentially coming in the next round here. But there's also a duplicator coming through, right? So depending on whatever tier we are going to be seeing off the augments, that's also going to be a big question here, because if it is a prismatic, there's a very high likelihood that we're saying bye-bye to Zaza and we're going to go with a 7-player game at 4-5.
That would be tragic, but we'll see whether or not it is another prismatic coming through. It is not. There will be a final grab back being offered, which is something you might want here, but of course we're going to be rolling as well. Another Shurima quest. Interesting if you are already ogling those straight Shurima verticals. But in this case, we'll go for the grab bag instead. Was hoping to maybe find an item to make that Azir useful. It's an Azir 2, the Nasus 2, Akshan 2. Now we're talking. Zaza finding something at least. But is this going to be enough?
And so important, the Shurima crest there would give him the much higher cap. We saw it from Dark Hydra earlier in the day, but Zaza correctly identified, I have no gold. I really need to hit all of these upgrades. Picks up that little bit of 12 gold influx that came through, and that was just enough to hit every single one of the key upgrades here. The game flipped on its head.
He does slam that right there at the very end, saying, at least take this. If you're not going to give me anything else, goes up against Daerondas, but has this board what it takes to take at least 1 win in the books here. Jarvan jumps into that backline, does not hit the Akshan or the Azir, which is great news for Zaza, but both of the carries in the other side are still alive, will now get under attack, and Zaza able to hold on here after rolling everything and then some.
But it's also worth noting, this board is very strong now, actually. The fact that he hit every single upgrade is so big for this position, because he has a fully stacked Nasus, which is like, it's a carry in of itself. It buys so much time in the front line, the continuous healing with the Bloodthirster, all that is just such a hard unit to kill. Buys time for those backline carries. Even without that Rage Blade on the Azir, there's still so much damage coming through.
Asadfuego, where is he going from here? We don't see a single extra copy of Garen on this bench. The Garen 3 is no longer going to be a possibility with how much gold was rolled down at level 7. We see the projection for a no item. Sona 3 potentially a Teemo currently holding the Demacia emblem. Right now he's healthy and strong, but I think he's going to start falling off very quickly in stage 5.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this one. Did pick up the Petricized Shackle, so that's a nice little augment to have for this Demacia board, but that's not going to be able to carry everything that you need here. When so many players on those kind of sword variants, then it is going to be an issue where you need to find the Lux while other players are also looking for it, and I'm a little bit worried about how that is going to play out. Similar position for Dark Hydra, also knocked down to 26, is still fighting for his life here. He also needs to find a similar level of stabilization that we saw coming out of Zaza.
Loss for Dark Hydra as well. So really it's only Memo that is offering that consistent stability in the stage 4, guaranteeing he's going to climb up these HP standings as this stage goes on.
Yeah, and speaking of the HP standings, David, right? You're looking at a top 2 right now, the Asadfuego and Sansei, and you have the runners right below them. But the jump between the runners and Sansei is 20 HP, right? And then you have everyone below that part here, below 50 HP. So you need a pretty specific, fortunate set of events here for the Dark team, but to even have a chance of putting 2 people into the top 4, you would assume here, like if the runners stabilizes, this is looking very difficult.
And good news for Team Dach, Zaza able to pick up that bow there. That's your Rage Blade for the Azir, finally built. So now we can actually get some damage out of it. He was kind of stable before, but with that, he is going to be able to do even more. Now, the Daerondas also finding that Azir too, meaning even more of them are out of the pool. And with other players also looking at that Azir, you might be worried.
Also has to hope that Dark Hydra is not going to be his opponent, or else one of these 2 players will be on 1 life leading into this next fight in stage 4. But no, it will be Slicks. If Slicks can win here, that is so big. But with the Rage Blade on the Azir, with the Akshan fully itemized, with the carry to go right onto this Kai'Sa if the ult timing comes through. But no, they go into Aurelia for now. Can this Nasus hold on for long enough? Can the Kai'Sa and the Kalista finally do it? The answer is no. Huge loss for Slicks, down now to 21 HP, but Hydra as well, now down to 7.
Yeah, and Hydra took that loss to a teammate here as well, if I saw that correctly, right? So that's a rough one, but Memo obviously cannot compromise with his board at this point of this game right now. But at the top end of the standings right here, both Sans and Decisive Way, they did take a loss. So that also means that they get brought back closer to the rest of the pack.
Okay, check this out. He's on a Kai'Sa pair, a Yasuo pair. He just doesn't have anything really online here. Nice items for the Kai'Sa, nice items for the Yasuo, but both of them are just going to topple over if you look at them wrong.
It was the same exact position Daerondas was in as the de facto challenger player on the Northern European team for so many games today. Dark Hydra now on the losing end of this comp.
And he might be getting overrun by a horde on the other side. Sante with the Endless Hordes board does have a lot of meat to put forth, but is it going to be enough? It seems like that might just be the case. The Yasuo is still fighting, trying to take anything down. Lux onto him, throws him out, and the Kai'Sa now also dropping lower and lower. She's not under attack right now, but she will be eventually. The Aatrox trying to do his best, but I don't think he can come back from this. This is going to be it for Dark Hydra, and Dach looking desperate. 8th place for Hydra, Zaza on 1 HP, and Memo is not even that far away.
Oh, but the crazy thing is, right, like when you have Slicks at 9, and then and Zaza, and then you just have everyone else in the lobby on with like a 20 HP buff as you're talking about, makes that hoping about getting these German players into the top 4 might be a little bit easier now. But if Zaza and Dark Hydra, they go 8 and 7, well, that is going to be a tough one, because then they'll have to go all the way and win out from 1st and 2nd. That is going to be one very difficult task here. The game very much in the favor of the Northern European team right now.
And Sasa has Memo in his pool, which is not good news. You're happy your teammate is so strong, but right now, if Sasa matches into Memo, I think that will be the end of the road, considering there is only a single item on this Azir. You can build, unfortunately no bow here, so can't even build the Shiv. No magic shred available for Sasa here. Might have to just decide to build a Hajj or a JG instead.
Yeah, let's see what we're going for here. He has to decide eventually is going to be that, we slam Archangel. All right, we're slamming Archangel over JG on the side of Zaza going up against Daerondas. So at least if he goes out here, it's not going to be his teammate Memo, but one of the other players. So both of them can play to their full strength. But I think Zaza might have this one. The Azir in the backline is charging up. The Akshan still untouched as well. And both of the enemy carries are going to fall down in what seems like a very good win for Zaza. Slicks able to hold on as well, though. They need him to go out before Zaza to have a little bit of an easier task on their hands. If Zaza comes in 7th here, then Dach needs to take 1st and 2nd.
Yes, and also we can kind of see with that fight here that Zaza now, he has enough healing coming through from the 7th Shurima. He has scaling here. All that was lacking on the side of the Daerondas, right? So the Daerondas slowly but surely bleeding out. Yes, the Daerondas had that 2-star Azir, but there was no Rage Blade on there, for example, right? His Nasus is still a Nasus 1, so very easy fight to digest there for Zaza. But now, Sanse's Endless Hordes, well, we've seen this already do enough damage to Dark Hydra, but can it also take out Zaza?
And it has been upgraded as well. There's legendary units in the back, and I'm sure that's something our colleague Counterfeit is quite happy about. He was looking for the legendary suit before, but not like this. Not like this for Zaza, going out in what should be the 7th place. On the other side, we are seeing Slicks, but seems like on the back of this Kaisa too, he's able to hang on just one more round.
And the pressure is on Asadfuego especially. You know, Memo has cashed out. He's a Piltover player. He has a chance to have a very high cap board that can win out entirely. But with how both German players have ended up in the 7th and 8th positions, you need Asadfuego to finish second. He's playing the Demacia board that has spiked throughout stage 4. It seems to still be doing very well for stage 5 considering the win streak here, but how long can that last for?
Yeah, the big question here is also, what is the economy looking like for the rest of the Northern European team, right? Because we can see Slicks here. Slicks is very much in a hole, but that was like to be expected from his spot all throughout the game, battling it out at those lower parts of the lobby. But, I mean, if there's no goal to really start punishing Memo and Azad, and they're able to push their level 8, their level 9 caps, that is just going to be the end of the game for them.
And Assad is on fire, so that's a strong board you're looking at as well. The power of the Zona does come out here, but one more ult from the Kaisa should be all that it needs. Slicks able to hang on even longer. The Rondas and Decisive are dropping at the very same time, and it might be even more likely for Dach to maybe do it and take 1st and 2nd here.
4 players left alive for Northern Europe. They've identified the weakest remaining player of the Dach team, that is Asadfuego. They now have to do anything possible to try and make sure Asadfuego loses as many fights as possible. That means weakening your board, positioning only for Asad if you have 3 players in your pool, trying to hold units that Asad is going for if he's still missing some of those 2-star upgrades, like this Lux, for example, but thankfully it is found in the very last moment.
It's going to be big for the Rondas as well when you're looking at it, right? Because there is no attack speed scaling on the Asir, so getting the upgrade in on that secondary carry in the Lux is going to be such a huge boon here. He's going to be able to add a little bit more needed damage to the setup. But again, look at the front line here. Nasus 1 is still 1-star, right? But it has all the frontline items as well, so not a lot of time can be bought. Look at the matchup pool here. There could be anyone pretty much in the game.
Both Slicks and the Rondas are on their very last life, and once again it is going to be Asad on the opposite side of the board. Jarvan does charge in, serves a little bit of CC, but not to the target units. Both that Lux and the Azir get to free cast and keep going here. On the other side, it is the Zona with free access all across the board, but she is not going to be strong enough. Asad dropping more and more, but somebody else that did drop is Slicks, down to 8, Decisive down to -4. Both of these players are out, and it's the top 4 with Germany still in the run to maybe take this one, and the Rondas unworrying 2 HP.
Memo and Asad have to finish 1st and 2nd here. Asad was close to the Sona 3 upgrade. That could be the pivotal factor in maybe winning a few more fights. Finally does find it here. She is one of the item carriers here for the Demacian comp. Asad has lost 2 fights in a row. If he loses 2 more, he's going to be out, and that would be the end of the show for Dach in this game 5.
They desperately need to beat Sante, right? That's the one you're looking at. The Rondas, with his HP, I think they can do. I think that's possible. Somebody eventually, even if it's Sante, will take him out. Could be Memo here. Look at Memo with 11 wins, 6 gunners. This board is incredible. And if that's not a first, then I don't know what is. Sante taken down. Asad and Memo able to hold on. The dream is still alive for Germany.
Very much so. I mean, we're kind of doubting what Asad was doing at the start of the game with the Mashi emblem being like, okay, we haven't seen much of this so far, but it actually is the players that have not been doing a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of the top end scoring so far this weekend for this Dach team, currently putting them into the game here and also pulling them towards a game point.
Sante still, no Ahri on his board. He really has to roll down his gold here and stay as strong as possible for the start of this stage 6. It all comes down to this roll down. If he's able to hit enough upgrades, if he's able to find a beefy enough front line. Look, this is still a Taric 1. There's still a Cho'Gath on this board, so we're very far away from the final capped version of this Endless Horde sword comp. Still so much gold to roll down here. Finds a few more upgrades here. No Ari yet, though.
Not necessarily what you wanted. The Lux also missing some of the items you really would want on her to make that dream come alive. Another Azir comes through. Azir pair, Azir 2 now online. Kaisa getting sold off for that. But is that going to be enough? Memo has Asad in his pool. He needs to make sure to not knock out his teammates. This is what Dach is relying on. Can they do it though? Going up against each other. Asad is relying on Memo to knock out Sante one time or another. But can he survive against him himself? The Demacia board seems to do exactly that. Looking really, really good here to do the back and teamwork of Memo, putting all of his carries on the bench.
Yeah, exactly right. That's the type of manipulation you need to do when you have the matchup lined up, when it is this 2 versus 1 situation. The question now back ends here, will the recent upgrade to Sante's board be enough to the fact that Memo will actually be able to beat Sante consistently, right? Because that is a big hit that Memo just took right there, also at the cost of his win streak economy.
We'll see what upgrades Sante hits. We'll see if Memo will become invincible after those last few upgrades where he's hitting so many of these 5-cost upgrades. But looking at it here, still no Lux. We pivot into a 4-Sork, 4-Strategist board.
Yeah, it is Asad against Sante. And if you're Team Da, you want Asad to win. And if you're Team Northern EU, you need Sante to take this one. It is about whether or not Sante can hold on and claw his way into the top 2. Is it going to be possible on the side of Sante? Everything seems to fall. Despite that CC, the Zona comes through and Sante taking another big loss.
And the dizziness here for Sante, I mean, this board has such a mix and match of different units. You have so many slots that are open. You weren't able to go into that very vertical Sork to have more power onto Lux, onto Aura. You have a Belveth 1 still on your board with an Edge of Night, for example. I mean, it's just not, the board has not come together like Sante envisioned once he picked this augment.
And I also don't think it's an augment that, generally speaking, tends to play for first. I feel like it's like top 3 is, generally speaking, where it's at here, right? And you're kind of hoping that some of the other players on your team here would be able to take home that first place now. But it's the back against the wall here for Sansa at the top end of your screen here. And we can't even see their HP pools.
Doesn't matter. We will see when they fall. And for Memo, he has all board strength online. It is going to be about whether or not he can take it. And yes, he can. Will take down Sante. And this is it. Dach does it with 8th and 7th place. They're able to turn this one around and bring us to a point where the next game could be matched. This is going to be the 3-2 for Team Dach here in this massive, massive turnaround. Wow.
And huge props to both Asad and Memo. Individually, they were not the best performing players on this Dach team, but when it mattered most, when it was 2-2 with only 3 potential games left in this series, they came up clutch. They finished 1st and 2nd with Dark Hydra and Sasa going 7th and 8th. It's exactly what their team needed, especially Asadfuego. Huge props to him navigating a line that is not the most common of lines that he played, this vertical Demacia. He played it so well.
Definitely did, and it's a comp that we saw a lot of in the very early stages of this set, right? On the PB, it was like just KL2, and then you just go 9 here, but again, showing the more modern version, yeah, putting it into fantastic effects.
Yeah, and this might be all she wrote, despite doing his very best and somehow clawing out that 2nd place for Asad. I believe this is going to be the end of the line. That Senna ult comes in, massive shields on the entire team. The Gunners doing their worst, but hold up, the Zona is still alive, dealing damage, but not for long as Asad goes down into a 2nd place, and Memo, after being, a little bit smiled at by some of the co-competitors, he takes it all and leads Dach to a victory that was important as ever.
And for the Northern European team, with 6 players left, 4 players left alive, but not a single one of those players had the potential to fight for first in this game, which is essential in this 4v4 format. You need to have at least one player that has a chance to cap his board high enough to fight for first or second.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing coordination. We're going to go into a break and then we'll be back with a match point game, possibly.
Hey, I'm Skip. I'm 27 years old from Czechia, although I lived in Sweden very recently. I've been playing TFT since set 5.5. I really prefer team-based tournament. I actually really hope that at some point we can get double-up tournaments going as well, because that I find to be the most fun format. I definitely prefer team-based formats over individual in TFT. I think this might be the first time I don't think we are the number one favorites. I think we are number two. The Turkish lineup looks really, really strong. So I think we are slight underdogs against them, but I do think we are favored against everyone else. The biggest difference between the regular format and the SuperBrawl format is not the teamwork between people, but the fact that griefing in this format has as much value as strengthening your own board. So the main differences between this format is gonna be how much value there is between holding opponents' units, between picking items they want from carousel. And that's where most of the changes are gonna come from, and easily griefed strategies are gonna be much weaker in a team format. I want to give out a shout out to Snappe and all the people around him who organized the Czech TRC. It was completely amazing this time around. And I really do think that the Czech and Eastern European scene is growing thanks to them. So big shout out to them.
If you were cheering for Duck, this game was absolutely amazing for you. If you were cheering for Northern Europe, this game might have been a little bit disappointing or very surprising. Peter, why don't we both, and why don't all of us, take a small chance to appreciate the effort that both Memo and Asadfuego put in this game? It's very fun when you have both of your team captains individually, the most and the best performing players on your team. Sasa, Dark Hydra, we hyped them a lot during the tournament that there has not been a single bot for from Hydra. This game has started off very chaotic with both of them 7th and 8th, friend, together, but Duck still managed to make it.
It's very worrying, isn't it, when one of your best players takes 2 bottom 4s in a row. You can definitely start to lose faith in this. And I think a large part of how this game played out the way it did was Memo absolutely stepped up, as you said, from really being kind of invisible in the group in the early playoff stages to getting his first place here. That was an absolutely astonishing play, and the endgame board was ridiculous.
Yeah, and the fact that they kept shuffling it between them in order to save HP, Memo, man, what did he say? I said, oh, vicious. That was such a vicious play. He had 10 win streak. He was on fire for 10 rounds in a row. He had 90 gold or something like that, so he was able to go level 9. He had a lot of HP to save and keep Asadfuego alive for as much as he can. So we need to, and let's say, hype up as much as we can that Memo won that game with Asadfuego, telling Hydra and Sasa, okay, you guys have done your best during the entire 3 days of the tourney. You get to rest. It's fine. Everyone has bad games. But as a team, we're all able to get that victory for us and Duck. So huge shout out to Memo and Sat for that game.
I think the consolation prize here for Northern Europe is, I think at least on paper they did the right thing. They noticed that Duck were playing it with with low HP turtles, so they tried to get the kill shot in as quickly as they could. I think the Endless Horde was absolutely the right choice to say, you know what, I'm going to put as many bodies on the board, I'm going to give you the hardest losses possible. But it was inevitable. If that kill shot didn't work, you were then giving up the game long term.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing, that gameplay that Doc actually put. I want to also highlight that the playstyle that Northern Europe took in this game was very risky, and it paid off. I think this is the first time ever that we see Endless Hordes on stream, or even in just SuperBrawl, if my memory doesn't betray me. But Santi pulled it off really well. He was able to put in these Sorks. Panda made a beautiful point with Makes and Wira that Sorks sometimes is one of the strongest comps in the game. If you can get it online vertically with 6 Sorks ASAP or with 8 Sorks ASAP, what Endless Horde does is that it's a trait that gets its power from the more active units you have it. Sometimes in late game you don't want to have an Orianna on your board, you don't want to have a Malzahar on your board. Endless Horde allows for that, and at the same time it still allows you to do your best with the damage. Standings are now ready, so let us see how amazing this was of a game. And Peter, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a situation where this could easily end in the next round. I think for Northern Europe, we talked about the adaptability of both of these teams. The plan seemed good in the previous game, but it just didn't work out by the smallest of margins. So we don't know. Doug definitely the team with the experience, but you can see we've got 3 of the top performing players all on the dark side of things. I think it's going to be a pretty tough comeback from Northern EU.
Yeah, now there is no room for mistakes anymore, the only thing you have to do is win these 2 games, and you gotta take it with a very quick pace, because all Duck needs is a single game. All they need is to win one more game. Whether do they lose this one and win the next one, they have room for mistakes, they have rooms for discussion, but it all comes down to this game. This is the match point, the serious point. This is the game that will determine who sits on the throne, who claims the title. Is it going to be Duck? Is it going to be Peter, I'm gonna have to ask you. Are we going to
I can't help shaking the feeling that Northern EU's days are numbered based on that previous game, but I'm hoping it to be wrong here. Perhaps for the final game, perhaps not for the final game. We've got Makes, ImpetuousPanda, and Wita to bring us in to perhaps the end of the SuperBrawl.
Thank you so much, guys, and you're right. This could be match point. I disagree a little bit with you there, Morgan, with Duck allowing themselves to have mistake. If not now, then when are you going to hold it in? When are you going to dominate the field like that? They've had 2 wins in a row. They want to keep this going, Panda, and we might be watching.
My big question is, do we see any differences for Northern Europe? Final game, everything is on the line. Do you change your legends? Do you change your overall team game plan? Is what I'm really thinking about here. Slicks has changed something clearly. He's full of energy, has finished drinking all the drinks he needs to stay hydrated for this next game.
Does that seem familiar to you, David? That sheer amount of caffeine?
I don't know what you're talking about, Wida. I'm definitely not drinking a lot of coffee throughout this day. No way.
Nope.
No, you would never. No, we wouldn't. No, of course not. But
just water.
Question for both of my big-brained analysts here that are with me. Do you think we're going to see a change out of Northern EU? They've been playing the same legends for basically all of this tournament. Do you think there is a world where now they say, okay, if not now, then when?
I think that you're just going to stick to the strategy, right? Remember, up until their first game loss this morning, I believe they hadn't lost a single game in this entire tournament. So it clearly works, like the strategy that they have put together. They've had some very close games here, right? Like last game was a tie that they lost because they didn't win the game, right? Like, the strategy is working here. You gotta trust the process. Just gotta clean up a few mechanical mistakes here and there. And I think everything here should be falling in line for the Northern European team.
Portal will be a mortal bastion for this, what could be the final game. Nothing too exciting happening here, just 15 extra HP for every single one of the players in this lobby. There was a change, obviously, a few patches ago, because this portal was not picked very often when the flag was the mechanic that it introduced. In this case now, just a little bit more leeway for Piltover or loose streaking players throughout stages 2 and 3 to have more HP to work with.
And we are going to be looking at those legends, and there will be a change, but not on the team that I maybe would have liked it to come in. Memo switching back from Earth to Ezreal. That's something he's been doing for the entire day. I'm not really sure what he determines that on. I think he's just, oh, 1 Earth, 1 S, 1 Earth, 1 S. from everything that I've seen so far, but I wonder why. Like, it's a bit of a strange thing to do.
I mean, there's a lot less like high roll potential in the Asheville, right? Whereas if they feel like they might not need that like additional X factor from the Earth that to have that on 2 players, right? Because I think that Asheville here in the early game getting the buried treasures in instead, I think is just super strong. It gives you a very stable early game, and maybe it's only going to be Sasa who's going to be going for a potential loss streak if he finds a Piltover Emblem earlier on.
Memo holding units for possibly Tristana or kill reroll. We'll see if he actually ends up deciding to go down that route once we get into stage 2. Does get a bow here, so it could help leading to the direction, but we already see the cell on the kill there. The Jinx is back online. Does any player have a chance to play Piltover in this Game 5? That's the big question. We've seen it be so warping in every single game that was played today.
We have seen that, but will we see it again has to be the question. Will there be any emblems that come around? Will there be any natural Piltovers, which haven't been as popular as the emblem ones because of the lack of control over your streaks? We'll be seeing a full reroll on the side of Memo, hopping into that transfusion.
Oh, baby David, we're going Tristana shopping. This is a composition that has its ups and downs, but if you are able to hit with this, it is one of the it's a very strong comp to kind of guarantee a top 4 finish.
And Dark Hydra once again on all that shimmers. He was on Diamond Hands 2 games ago, finishing the top 4, had a great with that Challengers board with Yasuo holding Diamond Hands. In this case now, Draven's Axe onto this Samira. We'll see how impactful the generation of this Axe will be in terms of giving free resources to Dark Hydra from the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, and obviously this is not as strong as it used to be. You no longer get the component, but with the combination of the Challengers, for example, coming through here, you get a lot of boost of attack speed, and always being a quarter of the way done with the first stack here after the first fight is a massive bonus for Dark Hydra.
You know, for Memo, I'm actually quite happy that he's picking up the Gunners again. It worked out for him before. This time it's going to look a little bit different if he's really going all the way for that Tristana hyper roll. We'll see whether or not that is the case. But another player that has already made some decisions here is Asad, who picked up the dedication. And I think that's such an interesting and strong augment to pick up first if you're going to be playing it. And for Asad, we know where we're headed now.
And once again, Asad doing the dirty work, playing the comps that no one else wants to play on his team. In this case, it is Noxus reroll. We saw Sasa performing really well with it with that Darius 2 games ago as well. We'll see if the same can be said for Asad. Darius pair, Titans already slammed, the start of an IE on that bench. So all in all, good start. He needs to get these Noxus stacks though.
Yeah, he's got to build them up here, and losing the first 2 fights is definitely not the way you want to go about doing that, but it is a comp that wants
he knows. Look at him laugh. He's like, oh.
But it does have the ability now to go for the 6 Noxus spike on 3-2, right, which is one of the strongest spikes on 3-2. There's so much power in having that spike across the entire board. Plus, you get to apply the Noxus emblem to a unit like the Warwick, for example, that fits the entire build.
Memo's making his board as weak as possible, indicating that there may be a Piltover player on the opposing side of the teams here, with Northern Europe maybe potentially having a Piltover start in stage 2.
I'm not so sure there is a Piltover player. Of course, we're going to see whether or not that is the case. But after that first loss, Memo looked quite displeased, and then he made his board weaker. I think he's just trying to get as many streaks going as possible, which in this case is going to be that losing streak, to allow himself to have the econ to eventually roll down when you need to, which of course for him is going to be after Crux. He's not going to level. He'll just take the natural course of leveling of TFT, which means after Crux, he will be right before level 5, allowing him to then roll down everything with the highest chance of having these 1 cost that he is looking for. So I think he's just trying to play out the streak best
there
as
is
possible.
2.
Yeah, that's why I'm going, here, David, right? Because Asad is far enough down here that he can just go for this Darius 2, and sure, the tier might not be the ideal item for right now, but he can go for the Hand of Justice on that Darius 2, then start his win streak now.
And Slicks had the chance to block this. He had pick priority. Memo wasn't going for the Darius himself, so maybe some lack of communication there. I think it is relevant enough to stop Asad from having a Darius 2, which will definitely get his Noxus stacks in line for the rest of the stage 2 and the start of stage 3.
Here it is. He flashes that thumbs up. He knows he just found something really good, and I'll
it
have to
is.
take my words. There is that Piltover player. It exists on the side of Northern EU, and also trying to lose here has Memo in his lobby pool, so could be going up against the other loose streaker. You can see that he's trying his very best to get that lost streak going with boxing in that Vi there in the background, not allowing her to walk to the front, making it as weak as possible, even selling off the carry unit here and getting the items on the bench. But it is going to be Hydra on the other side, and he's not too phased about this. He says, thank you for the easy win and my win streak.
An extra upside here as well, not allowing those stacks to come in for the Samira because the fight will be so short due to only having 3 units on the board here for Slicks.
That's actually going to be pretty big here, right? Because it means that Hydra might not be able to get over an extra economic breakpoint with this first stack coming through, going into the Croc run, right? Because you get an additional round of interest, right? So that not progress you're putting out there is absolutely massive for the overall economic outlay of Dark Hydra's potential economy here.
It is going to be, but I don't think he's too worried just yet. He does have that win streak going. He is on fire, and he could be going up against Decisive, but Memo could also be going up against Slick. So both of these streak players on the top and the bottom could be getting knocked down from their perch. We're going to see whether or not that is the case. A sneaky little level 6 from Decisive, but he's not on the other side. He will not be meeting with Hydra, so Hydra is possibly safe here. We're going to figure out whether or not Slicks and Memo meet, but if I am reading our ring room chat correctly, they are also not going up against each other, which means streaks for everybody.
There's a huge influx of cash. Dark Hydra, he is able to finally, thanks to the Callisto, Pierce, and Rend, get that 5 win streak. So Dark Hydra in Decisive Way, 1 player on each team, able to have that 5 win streak. They will possibly be meeting at 3-1, so we'll see if any of those 2 players decides to roll down on 6. But the most important roll down will be, of course, Memos, who is trying to get a Tristana 2 first, because this is still a 1-star Tristana on his board.
That's the rest of it.
Go ahead. If I saw correctly, some of the other German players are holding those 1 costs that he's looking for to send them into the pool right before that roll down. At least it seemed to be the case for Hydra there earlier on. So we'll see whether or not Memo can get this one of the grass and get these units going. Now, of course, items also matter if you're locking yourself into a comp like this. Maybe the Tier Rod variant is not exactly what you would have wanted here, but we can work with a bow, of course. Okay, here comes the roll down. 1 Poppy in the shop. We'll probably also pick up that Viego. And there we go. Tristana 2 is being found. But of course, we do need more. And you want to spend as little as possible. There was a little bit of hesitation. I assume this was when he said, okay, now everybody sell. There are more Tristanas coming through his way. But he does need even more than that. I'm not sure he's willing to roll. He's so hesitant, so conservative with it. Probably saying, nah, you know, I'll just keep on losing. I'm going up against Slicks possibly here, and I want to end his loss streak. But that's not his enemy, it's Sante.
Yeah, so this is twofold, right? There is obviously the element of griefing Slicks to a certain extent, but there's also the element of the fact that he's so far away from hitting any of his free stars now that he's much more likely to generate the money that he needs and generate his free stars here, if he just stays in slow rolls above 50 gold, even though that will be on level 5, because there's a very high likelihood for him to roll it all the way down, and he's going to be going to like level 4, 0 gold, and he will not be able to bounce back and locks himself into 8th.
See, there was also not a fight between Dark Hydra and Decisive Way in this 6th fight of the game at 3-1, so both are still streaking here. On a roll comes through. Is it too little too late? I think there is still a lot of rolling to be done here for Memo, considering he didn't roll too deep in this last round, so still going to have some benefit from this augment.
Yeah, I did roll just a little bit more, but of course silver augments are coming through for everybody, so there's some more options coming in. Mostly low impact silver augments, you know, never the biggest thing. Slicks is getting quite close to the marker that he needs to hit to make this Piltover dream come alive.
Still has Memo in the pool though, David, right? That is the biggest issue that we gotta fear right now, because Memo is not really caring too much about the current state of his board, and here we have it. And now the question back is, okay, Memo is actually going to start winning out here instead, so we will see Slicks actively being able to go for the full-on 3-5 cash out at least.
All that work for nothing, all that tabbing in and out of units throughout those first 6 fights, and Memo was not able to get the matchmaking in his favor to hit Slicks earlier on. In this case, Slicks still able to sell the entirety of his board, buys a Jinx in the shop after the fight comes through to make sure he had 3 units on the board, and now he knows that Memo will not be in his pool for the next few fights, can make a board somewhat stronger and start getting ready mentally for that 3-5 cash out.
Memo also picked up on a roll, which is going to make it a little bit easier to get those 1-cost unit upgrades, but we'll see whether or not Slicks actually goes in here. Poppy 3 being found for Memo as a doom is heard across the battlefield. First golden unit coming through, but the other one are still far away. There is 1 Tristana too. You need 3 more copies to make this one come alive. 1 Maokai to make this one golden, and 1 more Viego. So all is kind of close, but with 25 gold already spent, you're going to be waiting just a little bit longer to make it come alive.
The Redemption Slam onto this Maokai, the Gunblade potentially coming in if a sword is found on this next carousel. All in all, as you're mentioning, Makes, Memo is still far away. He's been tacked for so much HP due to the elephant in the room, the Piltover player in the room throughout these first 2 lobbies. And we'll see now if, first, the carousel is in his favor with the sword potentially having that 3rd item for Tristana. And secondly, a roll down for Memo and both for Slicks as well. Both have to stabilize at this point in time.
Another thing that's also worth noting here, and one of the finer details about playing the Tristana variant of this composition is that you'll have to itemize the Maokai as a premier tank to guarantee the 4-star Yordle onto Tristana for the most part, without having to spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to get that over there, right? So it means that Poppy, while Poppy is definitely the stronger of the 2 units in general, you just need to have the Maokai there so you can get the 4-star Tristana online.
Going to be hopping over to Slicks after this to see whether or not he is going to get his board strong enough to make this Piltover turn from a loss streak into a big cash out. He's leveling here, making sure he has 7 to fit everything on the board that he needs. Jinx 2 is an option here, but not necessarily what you would have wanted. Picks it up regardless. Azir, much bigger, coming through as well. Renekton 2 also coming through. Everybody's watching. You can see them in the background, making sure that they don't miss what exactly is going on with this Piltover player. There we go.
Okay, that's
massive. Tristana also happening for Memo here, notably.
Yeah, but no strategist in right, so there's not a boost coming through. There even has a Jarvan on the bench, but you're looking at the side of the Daerondas here. This should be an easy win regardless for Slicks, and he already has his direction coming out of this cash out, David.
And we'll see if he wants to go into that direction or eventually pivot back into Zarya or Aphelios as a carry. I do think if none of his teammates are currently on this Azir line, that will be the line he'll be going down. The hardest part has already been accomplished, which is finding that Azir 2 upgraded. You don't have the best items on your bench just yet, but you can find a few more in this Wolf PvE round. I'm curious to see the rest of this Northern Europe team. You know that Slicks is going to come back into it with this massive cash out here. A ton of gold coming through, a Radiant Warmogs as well.
You reforge this and just rip the random Azir item instead. Like, could you imagine the absolute god gamer moment that would be? I don't necessarily think that is the way you want to go with this, but I think that it's not necessarily the front line or the item you were looking for out of that Radiant situation. But as you're seeing here, David, as well, as Mix was alluding to as well here, Tristana 3 has been achieved, and by that, Tristana 4 on top of that.
Yeah, Tristana 4, of course, is going to give you a lot of extra CC, which is always nice to see. And that also means other players will probably now take some losses. But I'm a little bit surprised that Memo thus far has been losing still. I believe that Tristana was online before the previous round as well, but we will probably see her take this one. The AD Soraka in the background will not be an enemy that will be posing a threat to her.
And Asadfuego, we have not seen what his board looks like throughout the entirety of the stage 3. We know he got a very early Darius 2, was rocking the Noxus comp in that stage 2 already, and he has still been win streaking all throughout the stage 3. So, player that assume he should have close to full Noxus stacks at this point in time, maybe missing 1 for one of these remaining players. If he's able to find Darius 3 for now, has no extra copies, he could be a menace to actually win this game.
Yeah, and he's streaking out. He has the gold here. Going to be able to go level 7 here and have a lot of gold. He can almost go 7 and be around the 40-point gold point here without having to roll too much. But again, he does want to find a fair few final upgrades here with a set of items here coming through that can be putting the start to want. Some items want this Katarina, but where do we want this Noxus emblem to end up at the end game for this board, David?
Could be the Echo, could be a potential Nasus, but he did have the Zephyr there, which is the biggest thing. Looking Decisive Way now makes... What's your opinion on this Sork board? Will it be stable enough with Infusion coming in to get all that extra mana?
I mean, Infusion is nice, right? But I'm a little bit worried about the carry potential. Now, we did see a Zona 3 being really strong in that previous round, but that's a little bit of an outlier. We don't get to see them a whole lot, and normally you would want something like a Lux, like a Ahri in that backline to make it even nicer. We do have the Azir already online, so there's a little bit of an indication that maybe we are looking for the Lux Azir, but that's not the only player that's looking for it. Not even within their own team. You can see Slicks on the other side, who did find that Azir too very early on, will now overrun Decisive and say, hey, those are my Azirs. Do not touch them.
Dark Hydra, Asadfuego, both of the Doc players are currently first and second. Dark Hydra especially, remember, he has all that Shimmers with Draven Axe. He's been using that economy to just get stronger and stronger, stay stable on the board. We'll see what he goes for now with the 4 challengers currently online. He's been playing a lot of challenger comps throughout this day, opting to not go for the emblem there. Scientists maybe need more combat strength or flexibility to play into different comps.
Yeah, but
Scouting how many players are in that challenger, of course. You got to make sure whether or not you want to go for Know Your Enemy, but that is going to be the case for Hydra here.
Yeah, just ensuring that you have that effect against the mirrored boards, right? But also he skipped the challenger quest here, so he has a different idea about where he wants his board to end up. It could be going into the Aphelios line, right? Like you have a lot of AD coming through from the Draven Stacks. You have a lot of the gold that you need to put that board together, and you already have that rage play depending on what this level 8 roll down will be looking like for Dark Hydra somewhere down the road.
And I really like the augments that we are on for Assad. Now, you did speak about the dedication earlier on, was able to find the Noxus emblem, I believe right at the start on level 4, then able to find that Darius, and now with the army building and of course the library card, he's able to do even more here. So really, really nice for him to come together.
Asadfuego has been playing all the niche comps throughout the day. He's been the wingman on this stock team. Could this be a game where we see 9 Noxus come online? We do have 2 emblems. We still have to make it to level 9 in the process. Unlikely, but a man can dream.
I like that dream. I think it's a good dream. Finds Darius 2 there, another upgrade. I'm a little bit worried if we're talking about the overall composition in this lobby here. Memo has kind of been flopping around, winning, losing. And look at this. Another Nordic EU player picking up an Azir, Rita.
Yeah, at this point, you gotta figure out, is this the correct way to go about things, right? But when you look at the situation and what the runners have been building here, there are not necessarily any other way for him to go about this, right? And it feels bad. It kind of sucks, but that's just you just gotta understand the severity of the situation here. But Sansa's board here has that 2-star Gwen kind of just dancing around, and that combination of the Infusion and Gwen's very low mana pool, as well as the mana boost coming through from the Shadow Isles, means this Gwen is on top casting 24/7.
Northern Europe are in the position that Dach has been in throughout so many games today. They are not doing so hot when it comes to the HP standings right now. Sasa 79, Decisive Way and Santi are the ones fighting there with Assad and Dark Hydra taking losses in this last fight. So it's evened out a tiny bit more, but it's all about the comp projection now. Sasa immediately with Young Wild and Free is able to pick up the early Senna with a bow.
You know, that's an augment we know he likes, so able to make use of that, and on a unit like this, of course, is going to make you happy. I'm quite sure of it. More units left over. Nobody notably going for that Taric. For some part of the SuperBrawl, it looked like Taric was everybody's favorite, here being picked up last by Decisive. Gonna be hopping over to Sante here. Sante does have the Yasuo too. It's really nice, but looking for Kaisa. You were speaking about it, Panda, knowing that Kaisa is basically the main character of this comp. It's not too great that right now there's no items and no upgrades on her.
This is where you have some lack of agency as a player when you're deciding to play challengers. You roll down on 7, you hit Yasuo 2, you hit Kalista 2, great, but really the star is Kaisa. You have the Shojin there that will probably go onto her as well. So we'll see if this board with Yasuo as the main carry will be strong enough.
I mean, he is going to be going up against his teammate Daerondas' board, which is not necessarily super online just yet here. We are item carrying a Talia in the backline here with that 7 Shurima line in play with that Spear of Shojin, right? So it does seem like Daerondas here is going to be the one that will just kind of fall apart slowly but surely.
And even without slamming the items, it's why Sante was waiting, doesn't slam the Shojin on the Kaisa. He still wins against Daerondas. He was trying to make sure Daerondas was able to keep a tiny bit more of HP buffer for these last few fights in stage 4. Did not go as planned. Daerondas is just so weak compared to the rest of the lobby.
Now we're going to be checking in with Daerondas. He might be on his very last life here, so we're going to keep an eye open. It would be tragic to see the lobby go down to 7 players before 4-6. That's not something you want to be in.
I don't think he's going to take 14. I don't think his board is necessarily that weak, but it kind of depends on who he's going to be facing up against, because I guess the board presented here by Slicks is pretty damn strong, but finds that Sion here in the front line, David. I'm unsure if that's going to be a saving grace for him, but it might just borrow him a little bit of time.
He has Slicks in his rotation, but hits Memo instead, who is also having some trouble winning fights here. Memo has now hit all of his 3 stars. He gets to the Fallen as well as his last augment. That could be the difference maker with Tristana staying alive, and that huge amount of high DPS coming in to heal the Maokai. Already, so many units in the front are dead, and that's going to be it for Daerondas. I think a big enough loss here if he's not able to kill off a few more units. Daerondas takes the loss. Can the Azir do it by himself with a Gunblade?
Come on, Azir! He
Just
is
barely
going to be able to do it, but this is Daerondas on the chopping block. That was the player in the lobby that was probably the weakest. We saw Slick's board just now. That's a board that's also still in your matchup pool. You gotta be scared for Daerondas going after what he's going to hit after the Raptors, but maybe there's anything, Rita, that he can find here to help him. That Azir too would be great.
Azir to even Renekton to just get a little bit of more frontline going for himself, right? But it is just a very tough situation he's found himself in here. He did not necessarily have that strong early to mid game that you kind of need here. And you could make the argument, should he have tried to go into a free streamer board instead of trying to go for the 7 and try to build a more well-rounded board? When you look across the lobby, though, a lot of those units you would put in are just Omega Contestant. It doesn't have the economy really to transition into a different board at this point.
And we'll see the last few rolls, if they come in, if they change anything. As you mentioned, Slicks is in rotation, so it might not matter regardless. And Slicks is playing that same exact role as Memo in the last game. He is a Piltover cash-out player. He will be win-streaking his way to the top of the standings slowly throughout this stage 5.
Both players are rolling here, you know. Slicks is safe, but Assad and Memo around him. Daerondas at the very bottom, and Daerondas is going to go up against Dark Hydra. Last second Zephyr Slam to take out that Aphelios too for just a couple of seconds. Delay that Rage Blade stacking up, which was a great move, but is it going to be enough? Look at the Azir already so low, and he's taking more hits. The Aphelios now onto him. This is going to be it for Daerondas being taken out in 8th for Northern Europe.
And very much as I predicted here, we are going to see Dark Hydra go into the Aphelios line, and he has so much extra gold to work with, right? He's fully kitted out on the board, 50 gold, and that Aphelios is going to benefit from all that AD from the Draven sacks. Very powerful combination.
With Daerondas taking 8th place, and with Doc being on match point, 3-2, winning in the series here, there is an idea to just try and roll down quite a bit, apply a lot of pressure on the remaining Northern European players, try and have it so 2 more of them end up in the bot 4 and guarantee you're winning that way. If not, it'll be hard to contest for first place. Slicks is on his way, and Asadfuego is going to try his best with the Darius 3 upgrade.
So he was just rolling down all the way to try and see if he could naturally find any more Dariusai here to make that dream come together. But in the end, it was both of the duplicators from that army building that he needed to give his carry just the little bit of extra spies. Now, resets are coming in for the Darius, but the Gwen is proving to be a tough challenge for him. One more reset here, does get a couple of resets more. Healing comes in. That is going to be enough for Assad to hold on. But another player from Dach is looking straight at the barrel. Memo down with 4 HP.
Yeah, and it's kind of a struggle situation for him, right? He found that Tristana relatively early, but again, he did not have that massive spike on 3-1, then took a fair few more losses than he would have liked to, and then now he's just kind of trading blows with some of the stronger boards in the lobby. Tristana is not really able to do enough on her own.
More importantly, for the outcome of this entire lobby, the big picture, Slicks is lost. Slicks is the Piltover player. He looked like he was cruising to the top of the standings, but he's taken a hit here, now down to 28 HP.
We're going to be looking at Memo. He did go to level up to at least level 8 to at least get a little bit of extra units in here. Backlining that Jarvan to make sure he survives to at least get that first ult out. It is going to come in, hit the entire pool at the backline from the sides. If you can see him sitting up going like, no, this is not happening. We're knocking him out. But I think Memo might actually take this one here. Sona is still alive. Lux still alive. But the Tristana is dishing out damage left and right. The CC coming in. Will that laser be enough? The answer is no. Memo able to hold on just one more round.
But Asad and Zaza are lost in the process as well. So the German players, they are slowly but surely tumbling down just a little bit. And with Memo also in there in that mix, it is super precarious for them to figure out how they're going to weave their way out of this one, David.
Zaza still with Young, Wild, and Free, has Carousel priority, has picked up the Aatrox with the Edge of Night here. Juggernaut's pad for Asad could be huge in terms of trying to change the way his Noxus comp currently looks, adding a few more Juggernauts, getting some extra power onto that Darius 3.
I'm so worried for Dach here. All three players in that bottom four, like you've been saying, is not a great picture to look up if you're wanting them to take this one home. It is the match point, after all, that they're fighting for, and we're going to be looking at Slicks' board. He did lose 2 games before. The question is, did he lose against players from his own team on purpose, or was this actually his board not being strong enough? We are seeing some big upgrades coming through. A Zion 2 for Slicks.
But how do you go about putting this on the board, right? That's the next question. You're just going to take
You just
out
move it
the
in.
Swain. You do, but now we lose
Huge upgrade.
On the lock. But the upgrade in the Nasus 2, I think, is huge. I do agree with that one. But like, how much damage is he going to lose by not having the Sorcerer on the locks? That's another question.
Memo going up against what seems like it should be a ghost copy of Zaza. Zaza knew that he had him in the lobby pool, but doesn't seem like he made his board any weaker. You're saying, okay, we got this. You got to be strong for Dach, Memo, and I think he knows this. Senna going down. This is looking like it could be working out. Gwen dropping lower and lower, and this one, the Tristana will take once more. But Zaza's out.
Yeah,
it's a big win for Memo, but Zaza taken out. Assad does win here as well, so at least 2 German players are fighting for their life. And Slicks, we know why he lost so much. He was holding on so much gold, trying to agree to go 9, couldn't hit it in the end, ended up rolling down, and now find some extra stability. Assad, no gold, 1 off of Katarina 3. If Mortok blesses him in the PV round, if he survives this fight, which he should at 17 HP, he could still fight for the top 4.
You say that, but Zaza had 16. I am worried.
But I feel like this board shouldn't necessarily take those big losses, especially now with ensuring that the Darius is not going to take the primary aggro in whatever fight he's going to be going up against. That means that the loss here, no matter what, if it is a loss, should be a little bit better than it normally would be.
All right, Shred of Stillness does come in, hit the entire backline as well as that Nasus in the front line, but the Sion 2 is there, and he's on to the Tristana. Of course, he revives, and that is going to be a target right in her face that will distract her. The entire team has fallen, and Memo will do so with him. Assad on 5 HP, but I believe able to hold on. Didn't have a close win like you were saying, or close loss. But still, this is 2 players of Germany already in that bottom 4, and it doesn't look like there is room in that top 4 for Assad to move into.
We're getting ever so close to a game 7 here. This is crazy.
Look at the player pool for Assad. That's the big question. Slick's in decisive way. We know Slick is very strong after that Sion 2 upgrade with the strategist Azir board. And the key thing for Assad here, once again, is finding this Katarina 3. He's going to have a little bit of extra gold here to work with, around 15 or 12 total here. A limited amount of rolls. Can he find this final upgrade to get that one little extra power spike onto this board? Yes, he does, with so little gold remaining. Last item on the Echo or on the Nasus potentially here as well. Could have gone for the Zephyr. I'm surprised you didn't at least think about it.
As well, but insta slam on the cone to maybe make that Katarina and Darius even stronger. But is that going to be enough? Good point. He only has Sante and Slicks in his pool, but Sante, last second, finding that Kaisa too, and guess who's waiting on the other side? It is going to be exactly that board that just has been leveled up. Are the Noxus units going to be strong enough to take him down here? Resets coming in for both of the units, and this is looking good. The Darius with the access to the Kaisa allows him to slick one over and get another win.
And the big thing here now as well, we gotta keep in mind, is the fact that someone like Slicks here is at 20 HP, right? He has won the last 3 fights, decisively being brought back into reach as well, because as long as they're just able to kind of go into first and second here, or even first and third, I believe, this should be a pretty straightforward win, a potential win here for Germany. But again, Asad on 5 HP, any matchup, any loss here, he's out of the game, and it's a Northern European win.
Not just about Asad being strong or not, but seeing if Decisiveway or Sante lose enough HP to allow Asad to finish top 4, because Slicks is looking very strong. I think he's definitely not going to be losing anytime soon.
It is going to be Slicks going up against Asad, but is this really Asad? No, it is not. It's just a ghost copy. On the other side of the board is Dark Hydra, and I'm not sure if we did take out something. Looks like the Aphelios is waiting on the bench. They're saying, you take this one, I'm going to help you up, extending a hand towards Asad to bring him into those top 4. Beautiful team play coming out of Dach here.
You can also see how Dark Hydra here is also sitting on a bunch of gold, right? He's going to be able to roll for a extraordinary high cap at some point once he's going to be under pressure to roll for, right? Because I think Dark Hydra takes out most players in the lobby, which is also why he had to make his board weaker for Asad. So again, strong team communication, strong team play. But Slick's on a win streak, so it's the other 2 Northern European players that have to be brought into the mix.
Aatrox 2 for Dark Hydra, so we know he Heimerdinger 2 as well. So many spikes coming through. So Hydra is almost guaranteed to be first. We see his board is really coming together in terms of legendaries, created to 2 stars. It's all about Asadfuego escaping this bottom 4 position. Can he do it in this next fight once again?
Going to be seeing who he meets up with. It's going to be decisive, so that's good news for Asad. But you can see the whole crowd is watching in the backlines. Check this out. Darius is getting his resets in, and that is Duncan Darius for you, smashing through that backline, taking out unit after unit, and Asad will be able to hold on once more. That's a massive loss. Delivered to decisive. Sante also down to the last leg. And the good thing is, Hydra knows he just fought Asad. He can be as strong as possible. He can try to get other players out. There is a Noxus emblem, but does not want it.
But is this bait, actually, right? Is there a better option for an itemization here or not, right? At some point, there is like a diminishing return on these emblems, because a lot of the remaining Noxus units kind of play a role here. I guess that if you're still playing Kled on the board, you can take out the Kled and play a different unit, but that's the big question. This is the final little bit of cap out here that could really be utilized well for Asad.
With full stacks, it's still going to be worth it stat-wise. You just have 7 Noxus, even if you don't, you're not able to manipulate the traits in your favor to get to 9 or to drop a unit that's not relevant here in this case. Levels up to 8 does not have anything really to put in of too much relevance here. Will it matter though? It's all about Slicks versus Dark Hydra for that first place position, and Asadfuego versus Sante and Decisiveway in terms of who is actually in the top 4 in the end.
We're gonna be watching. Will Slicks be waiting on the other side? And I believe the answer is yes. Here comes Asad. Does he have what it takes to take down this board? Check out the Darius positioning. He's right on the right side.
There's no way.
On the Nasus. This is super unfortunate. Not where you would have wanted him to be. Maybe the Katarina can help here. Maybe she can clean up the backline. One more ult, but it doesn't go through. This is going to be it. And look at this. Sante also out. But Asad even more so. The minus HP matter, unfortunately, and this is going to be it for Dach.
And Slicks proving it once again. Piltover too strong in this format in terms of just being a final boss at this point in stage 5 and 6. No matter how strong Asad got, Slicks is stronger, and perfect positioning as well. The Nas is completely in the way of that Darius. Could not get a single Nox and Guillotine proc off, and the fight was over. And again, such a massive loss as well to outplay Sante.
Especially because, like, that's a 50-50 in the matchups as well, right? Because if he gets any other matchup here, I'm almost certain that Asad wins that. And then we're in with a completely different game instead of being able to close out this tournament even, right? That would have potentially been match point, because Dark Hydra is definitely also on one of the stronger boards in the lobby.
He is, but is it going to be strong enough to beat Slicks? I don't think so. Decisive getting knocked out here. Dark Hydra seemingly fighting a ghost is going to win against that. We're going to be going into another PvE round for some more upgrades. We'll be checking out what both of these players are doing as Sejuani 2 comes through for Hydra. A little bit of a frontline upgrade there. Look at this, he's so rich.
Not much more that either player can do. Slicks would have to just change his comp entirely and add in 5-cost units to make this any stronger. When it comes to the capped out version of Azir Lux, this is it. You're looking at it right now. Nasus with the Radiant Warmog especially. The Jarvan fully itemized, the Scion in for good measure. It's going to be really, really hard to beat this.
And also worth noting here, Dark Hydra can't actually invest that much gold in right now because he does have that Draven's Axe on the Aphelios, right? So the more gold he invests past that 80 gold point, the weaker, the less AD his carry gets, right? So is that catch-22 here? Like, you could start chasing a free star, but I don't think that would be impactful enough, but time will tell what he decides to do.
Gonna be seeing both of these players try and find upgrades. There's a Heimerdinger 2 coming through for Slicks. What else is Hydra gonna do? I think he's just chilling, to be honest. He doesn't even want to roll his gold here. He's saying like, I'll just go for Aphelios 3 or something like that. And then you'll see, of course, it doesn't matter for the overall standing. This is the 3 versus 3 in our best of 7. There will be a game number 7 following this, but we'll see whether or not Slicks has what it takes to take down Hydra here. My instincts tell me that eventually this is going to go towards the side of Hydra, whether or not he wins this round or not.
Gonna be a close one. Looks like it just barely will be a win. The Aphelios still alive and completely healthy here. So Dark Hydra having all the extra power off of that Draven's Axe, off of the extra gold. If he were to have lost here with 30 HP, he could decide, hey, I have a ton of gold to work with. I'm gonna try and 3-star a 5-cost and win that way. But he won regardless, so can just chill and see if this next fight changes the outcome.
Are these upgrades significant enough on the board here to change the fight to be even more dominant for Dark Hydra? That's a big question as well, but I guess this is fine.
And like you're saying, the reason for not rolling here, of course, is that Draven's Axe. So he wants to hold on to that gold, make sure he is stronger as possible. And he has so much HP to fall back on. Like, why shouldn't he? Why shouldn't he hold everything that he can to make this board strong? Now, Slicks getting these upgrades. Lux gets CC, the Scion thrown into her face, but both of them do survive that little ambush. Can they take down any of the tanks on the other side's board? Yes, they can. Sante onto that Aphelios, and it will be over. This is it. Dark Hydra taking a loss here, and will bring us in yet another game.
HP to work with. Now's the point in time. Does Dark Hydra sell his board? Does he try and go for a 3-star 5-cost?
He's so far away from them though, right? Like, he does have a lot of them out of the pool, but Heimerdinger on one side, there's 2-star Scion on either side, there is 2-star Cassante. Like, which 5-cost would you even go for this point? Like, it would be one where you have no copies in play off it, right? Like, it's so unlikely to even try to attempt this here that you just gotta try to get down to the positioning, try to ensure that this Cassante has more impact than it had in the previous fight.
And this is going to be it, the very last round between Slicks and Dark Hydra. Check out that Aphelios in the background. That is going to be the unit that needs to carry everything here. Lots of CC right into the face of the Azir and the Lux. This might be a game changer positioning on the side of Dark Hydra going his way. The Azir has been knocked down. The Lux incredibly low. Is she going to follow, or will she knock out another unit here? But the Aphelios looks at her, takes her down, and Dark Hydra, despite his team losing this round, takes the game home and gets another point in case of the MVP.
And we see again the impact of Piltover going into Game 7 with everything on the line. Piltover could at the end of the day be the deciding factor in terms of which team is able to secure that 4th victory and win the SuperBrawl altogether. Especially in that case, if someone has a Piltover start, try and fight against that and ruin that streak in Stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are going to be hearing from our analyst desk. I believe this sends us into one more game. Game number 7 in this best of 7 goes to show you how close both of these teams are. But first, we're going to go into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm Nomi. I'm a streamer from the German community, and especially what I do is casting all the esport tournaments. So I think the new format for the SuperBrawl is quite nice. I like the 4v4 tournaments, especially did a league way back, like a couple years back, and it was a ton of fun. So I think the players will really enjoy playing it, and it will be fun to watch as well. So we just had the German league finals recently, the ESL finals, and we have a couple of very strong players representing Germany. Memo and Zaza keep practicing together. They are a very good team already. Asad was a bit of a surprise, but he performed very strongly, and also Dark Hydra is obviously like he's in the scene for a very long time. And also we just had the finals very recently, so I think they are quite well prepared. Well, there's also quite a lot of respect for the other regions, I think, especially the French and the Polish community. I think should be very hard to beat, so would be nice to not meet them before the finals. I really just enjoy watching the German community grow together, because we used to look up to the French that had like so many strong players, and the German community grew together and played more together, practiced together, and so a lot of players really got way better, and it's way more fun to watch them, way more fun to cast them as well. Yes, shout out to the German community in general.
Well, ladies and gents, that's it. We're finally down to our 7th and the final game of the day. After this series and the way it's been going and how close the competition was between Annie and Duck, you would never really guess that this series is going to end one-sided. It is not going to end some, because Peter, we are definitely going to one hell of a grand final. It is Game 7.
We said this right back at the beginning of the day. These are the two teams fated to play against each other. They've played in the very first game of the tournament to a draw. They've been drawing against each other multiple times. I think, honestly, this is the series that we deserve. And Dark Hydra taking the win in that last lobby. He's, of course, the player in the limelight.
Yeah, him getting all the shimmers and then the Draven's Axe quite early with that Rage Blade combo. Hear me out. This was god tier. He was able to stack the Draven's Axe extremely quickly. Samira, with challenges in, with Noxus, he was able to get as much stacks on that Draven's Axe as much as he could. We've seen him go into stage 3 with a whooping amount of 5-win streak, over 46 gold, level 5, hasn't lost a single HP. It was just... everything was going really well for him.
I absolutely agree. It was a ridiculously strong combo, especially with the Gunsu's Rage Blade alongside the challenges to make sure it stacked up as fast as was humanly possible. But I mean, to look at the game overall, Daerondas getting knocked down in 8th place, there was a huge pit in my stomach seeing that happen, because at that point I was like, okay, we're pretty much done here. But the comeback from the Northern European side was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it was a roller coaster of emotions. I hope you guys could actually, like, I don't know if production has something like this later on or not, but if they record our reactions in the green room, if they can show you what we were saying in the chat, we're like, oh wait, GG and E. Oh wait, GG Duck. Oh, it's game 7. Oh no, they're still in it. Oh, they won. Oh, they did it. So in the green room, we were all excited about getting a game 7. We're also excited about it ending, like, pretty nicely, but we all got surprised. Now that we're going into game 7, Peter, let's say you're now coaching one of these teams. You've seen how Duck played, you've seen how Team NE played. What do you think are the vitals that each and every team has to focus on to win this game, beginning with whoever you prefer?
Well, I think, with the way in which this best of 7 works, the team that loses gets to choose the portal for the next round. So, despite the fact Northern Europe came back with a great game at number 6, they are going to be coming into this one potentially with a fairly serious disadvantage because they will be playing on Dar's terms. I think if they can try and find a way to, keep their HP in hand and not bleed out so heavily, they've got much more room to maneuver and hopefully manage to pull off a game 7 win.
Okay, so a better early game, try not to bleed out. Very golden tips here from our golden voice Counterfeit. And let us look into the standings now so we can see who's going to be taking that, speaking of gold, that trophy, the throne. Who's going to be the king of the SuperBrawl? Who's going to be the leader of all the TRCs? Who is going to lead their team into victory? Duck against Northern Europe in a final game. We've seen 6 games between these two teams. No one can ever say that any of these games were stomp. All of them were close, and we've had 2 ties already in game 1 and game 5. Even game 6 was very close to that, 17 and 19. It was just one placement def from either Memo or Sasa that would have changed this, maybe if Duck won it. Now, this game is extremely close. You can see the Dark Hydra again is claiming his captain position, going right above Sasa, despite the fact that he didn't really do that well in the last 2 games. Sasa has been one of the most amazing players on the Duck team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to how well that game went for Northern EU. They've managed to sneak back into position, but I mean, I still live in dread from my incredibly biased position to see Dark Hydra just be given the opportunity to run all roughshod over the whole game like that again. We knew in the previous game, with Dark coming in with the advantage, they could always be one high roll away from taking the entire series. Now at least we're on the even most terms we can be, and I think the Northern European players in particular need to find a way to dig down deep, and on their 7th game in a row, somehow give us even more.
I have to highlight one thing you said, boss. It is the final opportunity that they're now given. There are no more room for mistakes from neither Duck or NE. Ladies and gents, we're gonna give you an 07 in the chat, whether you're cheering for Duck or NE. A very quick break and on to game 7. We don't want to waste any more time, so grab your popcorn, get hydrated, and get ready for the final game of the day. so many days of qualifications, so many TRCs, over 10 teams, over 3 days, over 10 or 15 games played by each and every region in order to reach this point, and now 6 games have passed between NE and Dach, and it all comes to this point, it all comes to this game. Ladies and gents, I'm Morgan, I'm here with Wida and Peter, aka CounterFakeCast, into our 7th game of the day, a full best of 7. You would have not expected less from this, Peter.
No, I mean, if you were here for last SuperBrawl, it was a very different story. France just being absolutely dominant, 4-1 in the grand finals. I think this is a testament to how far it's come with this kind of format, with Team TFT overall, that we've got these two teams that are so well matched against each other.
Yeah, we got the little taste of the first match of the entire tournament. These two teams, they faced against each other. They tied, and obviously the Northern European team won that on the tiebreaker by winning the lobby. But looking at this, Peter, now we're going to be going back into another God Willow's Grove. So we've seen this one quite a few times. So I guess we don't really have to break down what to expect because we've already seen it all, one with a shield.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, coming into this one, if doubt, this will be their choice of portal, their stomping ground, their advantage heading in. But, I mean, at this point, I was ready to expect them to win the previous series outright in the previous game. So I think I'm going to reserve judgment a little longer in this one before I start throwing my weight behind one or the other.
That's the big thing here as well, right? So now it's all about getting into that good opener again, but figuring out, like, are we going to be seeing all of those like Lost Week openers again? Are we going to be seeing the navigation that we've seen earlier on, the juggling between Piltover and all of those things here? It sounds like getting a 2 free cost package here, but not Echo, not Jace, so not closer to that Piltover opener, for example. We also have seen Sanse favor that early aggressive tempo play a lot more, and well, do you like those parts, maybe?
I mean, it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. I mean, what a fantastic start. You mentioned the Piltover. We've got a couple of players, as expected from the Dust side of things, on the Earth. But still, nobody from Northern Europe's decided to go for that. They're relying purely on finding the units early.
They are, and also it's worth noting when we look at the situation, the setup here on the side of Santa now. He's looking at a very strong Sorcerer opening here. Can even look in towards potentially even considering pre-leveling, but it's also worth noting here that he will most likely only get one component here in this round. So if that's another tier, well, that's a blue buff, right? But again, it could be something he can't use for tempo. Decisive Way, however, looking like we're going to be seeing a someone running it back here with that Tristana reroll, even after it kind of faltered in the previous game from Memo.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well. I'm with you. It's, you know, you'd think it would be enough to put a player off it, but apparently Decisive Way knows something a little bit different. Again, we've got our lobby full of Ezreals as well as those 2 Earths we mentioned before. A couple of Poros in place, including for Dark Hydra. Let's see what these early augments are going to give us.
So there's the Buried Treasures, obviously very good for the reroll aspect, also for the item aspect. And you have the Frequent Flyer, which is very good for the reroll aspect, because when you're playing a comp like this one, you get double the value after you spend the first 16 gold rolling, right? So that's the decision you gotta make here, and it does seem like that is a decision that has been made. We're going for the Frequent Flyer, start to build up that economy, and then come around that Form 1, we get double the rolls, and then we get to get double the rolls continuously all through level 5. Very much like the way we're looking for this, and we still have the flexibility in terms of whether it's going to be Kayle or Tristana.
And also a headline coming into this round is we're going to be seeing Asadfuego, notorious, of course, for going off of the beaten path. The Masia will be in play emblem-wise, and we've seen already this is a composition that can make a big impact.
And he was also the player that navigated that a couple of games ago, right? He knows exactly what the pressure points are for these fringe compositions, as David has been pointing out all throughout the day. Asad's role within this team has somewhat been just playing these niche comps that may or may not always finish in top 2, like finish top 1, top 2, but they will always fill a niche that was not contested, but puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the lobby.
We have got confirmation now as our players start to lock into their comps. Of course, the Earth advantage lying with that means that they've got the Zorn emblem in place for Sasa from the beginning. We're keeping a close eye on what chem mods come online, and if we're going to be in for a world of explosions.
Memo also holding on to a lot of these units, however, right? And again, this could just be a way for him to kind of just shut it down and just shut people out. But he also could just, okay, he's going to sell off now, wants to make that 10 gold instead, right? But again, sometimes you might just want to hold on to some of the specific units that you kind of need to angle yourself towards, but not going to be the case here, as Memo will be going on a loss streak paired with that Diamond Hands, and we've seen the power of those Diamond Hands a couple of times this weekend already.
Yeah, we know long term it's going to be an incredibly good investment for Memo. Just the main problem is making sure that you don't get too hammered on the way there. And we've also, I remember, of course, before when we saw this before, that sometimes if you get a little bit caught out by someone else trying to loss streak, it's going to slow you down getting that completed item.
Yeah, but Asad here just powering through with that 2-star Cassiopeia, but with a 4 Invoker setup here. And that's actually another thing you can kind of look into, right, is trying to figure out how the setup is going to be. And there's also 2-star Galleon, right? So just angling towards this Demacia Invoker setup goes to level 5 as well. He's on a mission to just put on pressure onto the other players here. Someone like Sanse here might have been expecting himself to have the ability to kind of continue the streak into the neutral round. It is going to get broken here by Asad's strong tempo play.
Looking very good. I believe Morgan will be able to come back and join us after a little bit of a technical hiccup there. But for Asad, everything is going without hiccups so far.
Yeah, so many hiccups with my internet connection, but I'm sorry. Apparently, my internet provider was like, oh, wait, that's too much hype. What's happening with this connection? Cut it off. And don't worry, I'm back. I'm all ready for any Rethisdag. I think I only missed 3 rounds, not a lot. But by the seemings of it, Wida, please give me a very quick brief, and why don't we take a look at this carousel?
So we have Northern Europe versus Dark Northern, in case you weren't aware. This is the final game of the SuperBrawl for this set, man. This is absolutely hype. But look at the amount of spatulas here, right? Like, this is not necessarily going to be fantastic. It means that some players now, they need to have a very clear idea about what they're doing. But for someone like Memo, he can go even further down that Demacia rabbit hole, Peter.
Oh yeah, I mean, we know what these spatulas tend to build into. Challengers, Shurima as well. With so many spatulas in place, we've got a real big injection of power alongside, again, the God Willow's Grove, making it even easier to push towards a big vertical comp.
Obviously, it's going to be Asad on the martial line and not Memo, right? So if one of those spats had gone through to him, he would have been able to work towards that. But we also saw how Sanse actually picks up the spatula without really having a use case for it, because it provided him with a Vel'Koz 2 to get that power spike going.
Yeah, very quick intro. If you don't know what Godwill's Grove is, it basically acts as a free tactician crown. So you can get to that spicy power spikes points before you get to that level, whether it do be it 8 Void, and you get a Belvis, 6 Sorks, 5 and 7 Shurima, 6 Challengers, and all that good stuff. So we see Sligs here making full use of that, having 4 Invokers, keeping the Cassiopeia out, in order to have some additional frontline with that Aurelia too. He might not be looking to keep her in the long term, except when he gets a Shen, that's when the swap happens, but it's a very good frontline unit alongside. It also gives Karma Ionia, so this is the 3rd unit that he's looking for, but not able to take a win here, because that Vel'Koz with multicasters coming from Zante will take him out.
And Slick's a little short of cash. We would have liked to have been able to maybe find a way to pump up the power, but for what you were saying, Morgan, I love seeing the God Willow's Grove, particularly when you're going for compositions that have some real filler units coming in. When you can bypass the need to put them on the board, then your on-site board becomes tremendously stronger.
Yeah, and another thing, you're kind of alluding to Slick's economy, right? And that's somewhat a bit of something that can happen when you are in these lines, right? Where you're looking at just having to have an extra unit bench, because then you can start playing boards that are a little bit more expensive that you think you might be able to hold on to, and you might get baited in here. And now, does Slicks want to pick up the Karma in the shop here? Because he slams some items onto this current Karma that won't necessarily translate very well into Karma reroll, but a Karma 2 at this point in the game could be massive tempo.
Yeah, now we get to see Sasa. He had about 50 gold, so his economy is doing really good. But you know whose economy is not doing so good? Memo. When you were playing all that Shimmers and you have an item like Determined Investors, unlike the last game where we saw Hydra able to absolutely slam everyone with that Draven's Axe, you want to maximize your economy. You want to have that sweet 5-low streak and make as much gold as you can. Now Memo kinda ended up winning a round in the middle. He's not been able to stack Determined Investor as much as he could. I think he missed a round where his unit didn't die. So his spot is not looking that good, Peter.
No, but for the other members of the Dark team, things are looking somewhat rosy. Asad up at the top with a 5-win streak. Sasa down at the bottom with a 5-loss streak. Memo might not be finding money right now, but the rest of the team is.
This is a big one for Decisive Way, right? Because remember, he is on that frequent flyer. When he buys the first 8 shop refreshes, his shops are going to cost half for the rest of the game, right? So the decision is now, how deep does he want to go, right? That's a big thing here to look out for, because he is relatively far away from some of these units that he would like to pick up. I say that, and then he just picks up the entire composition in one shop here? That is crazy here from Decisive Way. It just goes deeper and deeper. Remember, keep in mind here, and there it is. Now the shops cost only 1 gold, but do you want to go even further down the rabbit hole now? That is the big question. He is ever so close to some of these free stars here. Zarish 2 still needs to find the third, but he's so far away from either Tristana or that Viego. Sitting at 20, it's not ideal, but remember, his rerolls cost half the price here, so for him it's much easier to sit and roll excess on 40 compared to 50 gold.
Honestly,
it's not exactly where we would love to be, but it's Decisive Way, at least it's got most of what he's looking for. Note as well, we've got Viego on the Gobbler's Grove, making this comp just a touch stronger than it would be otherwise. It runs into Sasa, of course, who's hard committed into this loss streak, got down to 52 HP. Decisive Way will have to rely on what he's got in the bank.
Silver though, so that's something that we gotta keep in mind here. Gold and silver, tiny grab bag, always something to look out for, but I think Transfusion
too late.
might be the option here. If you take on a roll here, you're absolutely trolling. You have already hit most of your composition. You don't necessarily want to go further down the road here, right? All natural is an interesting one as well in terms of the fact you won't necessarily itemize your poppy, but Transfusion, just get that HP bonus. You already lost quite a bit of HP in the process of getting towards this board, so might as well cash in on that.
I think had he waited a little bit before going for that, on a roll could have done him a really good favor.
Morgan, I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but Sasa has gone level 7. He has a rise already on the board for 3. He was trying to go for like that massive all-in on free 2. It's a bit of a non-traditional way of going about this, but it could end up working out just fine for him, because there are going to be some players here that will be caught off guard and will not be able to match this level 7.
That is a very quick rise, Peter. He has a QSS, he has a Rage Blade, he has a Hand of Justice. He's willing to lie all of these runes upon his enemies, and according to the Ionia portal, he's able to keep summoning more and more and also give his power to his team, because attack speed on sorcerers or attack speed on invokers or any unit that doesn't necessarily just use attack damage to deal, his main source still allows him to cast faster. Thus, what is this shop? It also has a Shen. What's going on with these shops today, man?
I mean, he is level 7, right? Like, that's something you gotta keep in mind here. He's invested a lot of gold into getting to that level 7 point to really be able to elevate that position into him. But also gotta keep in mind that the Rise might just be a placeholder for a while, because he does have that Sawn emblem to work with. So keep an eye out for that turning into a Seri composition somewhere down the line, potentially.
Memo, the absolute mad lad, recombobulated his board and ended up with an absolutely nightmarishly strong Nasus 2 fully itemized. We haven't even got the investor online as of yet, and Memo is threatening to do something amazing in this game.
Yes, and if you look at
Good.
Yeah, his bench has very good units here. He also had already got a Lux. He has a Jovan waiting for him. Determined Investor, just as Peter said, is not fully completed out yet. He does have the ability in order to duplicate and get it to start at 0 Lux ASAP. He's still level 6, but that recombobulator, we don't really see it in the tournaments that much, Rita. But I find it interesting. That Nessus is going to be a menace in stage 3.
I mean, we've seen it a couple of times already this tournament, right? And it is a worthwhile risk to take when you have so many statement forecasts. And speaking of, Aphelios and Seri currently on this carousel. And you can see Sasa beelining it for that Seri, as we were pointing out, right? He wants to get that Seri, wants to get that Sawn going, wants to go for that 6 Sawn cap out. Meanwhile, Daerondas here could be looking towards an Aphelios line, and getting one of those gifted with a sword nonetheless is a massive boost to his gameplay.
Yeah, there's a lot brewing here from the dark side of things. Sasa and Dark Hydra, of course, incredible performance of the team. Both of them at the bottom, so getting access to exactly the itemization they need. We're waiting for these competitions to show exactly what they're capable of. Zorn 6 is on the horizon. Rise doing the surprise. Well, there we go. Finally changing it over to the full form of the Zeri. I think this is Sasa o'clock, and all must tremble.
Yeah, this very early Zeri coming in from Carousel saves him a lot of the time. Now all of his units are going to be overcharged, especially thanks to Godwiller's Grove. That's a lot of pivoting. I'm not even sure why units are on board anymore because that's a lot of glitter, a lot of chem techs and chem mods being applied to these units. QSS on the Zeri might not be the best in slot, but in a lobby where you have a lot of Yasuas, challengers, a Jarvan applying stuns, it actually could be very useful, Wida.
It is definitely an item that is slipped on has been a part of the item and setup for Azeri for quite a while here. And something I want to point out very briefly on the side of Memo here is that yes, he has some pretty awkward items on the Nessus for now, waiting for that Diamond Hands to be fully procced, then using one of the super removers that comes with the Recon Body, the Augment, to just get that onto the Nessus instead, and then move that Godbreaker onto one of his backline carries in just a second.
Yeah, we know that there is very powerful things coming down the line. So Sasa down on 52, and we've got a lot of players around the 60. It's only Sante up at the top on 91, who's really differentiating himself from the rest of the pack.
And this lobby is looking absolutely close when it comes to placement with the TRCs. You can see 2 people from NE and 2 people from Dach at the top of the leaderboard. You got Memo and Dark Hydra representing Dach, and Asadfuego and Zante, the only one win streaking in the lobby, with a tremendous amount of 6 win streak. He's also been able to get that 6 Sork again. We spoke of how much Sorks benefit from Godwiller's Grove. You don't need all of these useless units. You can easily put in a Teemo as a strategist and also as a multicaster. Now, he might swap Teemo on the Godwiller's Grove, but he does need that anti-healing that comes from his ability because he's not been able to make a Sunfire. So he has the penetration from Ionics. That Vel'Koz might be giving him his first loss, and it's not from anyone else but Memo. So it's not even someone from the same region. Nope, that is going to be a blow coming from Dach to NE.
Yeah, now we get to kind of check in with what Asad is doing here. Decisive Way still hasn't found that Tristana free upgrade. He needs to find that relatively soon because we saw what happened in the previous game. If this Tristana doesn't come online very soon from here on out, he will just bleed out until 8th place, pretty much.
Yes, it's been, I think, a somewhat frustrating time for Decisive Way when all the stars did seem like they were aligning to just be denied those few last Tristanas, and the ability to start pushing levels and becoming a bigger threat in the lobby has cost them a lot of HP and puts them now in the bottom 3.
One of the massively important items for Tristana in this composition is having a Rage Blade on her, so she can stack her gun ability really quickly. The Gunblade is amazing because you have 2 frontline units that are very strong. Finally able to hit that Viego, so this Poppy is going to be extremely strong, but still a little bit far away from that Tristana. He still needs 2 more. Gets 1, now he's down to his final Tristana, and he gets it. But the itemization is not looking that good. He's gonna have to stamp either Infinity Edge.
I like it. He has a Giant Slayer, which is pretty much best in slot. I think that his setup here is actually very, very good. I think he has best in slot items for this Tristana. Sure, you don't have that Rage, but he does have an attack that's there right in her kit, right? So he does necessarily need that here, but he is going to be against a teammate, right? Which is why he's only slamming the bow here. No need to slam that last item just yet.
Yeah, the Hextech Gunblade being a little insurance policy as much as we saw the QS for the Zeri before. Because it'd still be very hard to take down the Tristana, but I think you're very well put. We're not wanting to give any more damage than is strictly necessary, even when finally realizing the proper version of your board.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that Rage Blade isn't necessarily best in slot. I'm just saying that Giant Slayer is very fine as well here. I don't think he's in a position where he can just greed it out fully either, right? Like it's very risky to just not slam a third item onto a Tristana at this point in time.
Wait, that was an 8 challenger angle, wasn't it? With Godwiller's Grove getting that crest and maybe throwing one of the does he need 2 spats for that? Oh, yeah. So he needs another one. Yeah. Maybe social distancing actually makes a lot of sense here. And we're now going off to Zante, who has a tremendous amount of 70 gold and so much to spend it on. He also has a tome. If he gets another Sork from that or another Strategist emblem, that'll be huge for him, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, with the place that Sante is at the moment, just looking very, very good indeed. I know we've had people talking in the chat saying, finally we're seeing a normal board. You've got to remember that this was the most incredible drops at the beginning of the game. The Vel'Koz, the Sorcerer comp, just being thrown into Sante's face full force, and he was more than willing to say, you know what? The game wants me to go this way. I am going to make it work.
Yeah, we're going to see Asad here going back into the vertical Damasha fully just fully committing to that line from here on out, right? But also Sante really needs to find that Lux here so he can make better use of that blue buff, better use of whatever else he has on the board, right? This Teemo here is not adding too much. There's a Lux here. That's going to be a massive boost for him. Now, if you can find either of those units upgrade, that's a strategy you're
Just ask!
Or Sorcerer as well. So 8 Sorcerer angle now is in play. Can actually also go to level 8 here, but the question beckons, is that needed, right? Would you rather roll to upgrade here? Which you're looking at a 1-star Swain, 1-star Tarek, 1-star Jown as well in the front line. You need a bit more power in that front line before you can start considering wasting all your gold going to level 8.
I'm telling you now, and I'm calling it, if that 8-Sorc board doesn't win the game, there's something wrong, okay? Because it is extremely high roll to get 2 tomes, and both of them, they give you your Sorc emblem. Now, he did make one out of the Spatula, so that was kinda earned, but that second tome giving a Sorc emblem with Godwiller's Grove is the best you could ever ask for if you're playing a full vertical sorcerer board. There's a lot of R in that.
You can see folks in the chat are getting very excited about this one as well. This is the perfect situation to run into, be able to sneak your way up and just walk right into an Ari as well. Again, it seems like for Northern Europe, the stars are aligning.
Yeah, but they also kind of need the help to a certain extent. When you look at the bottom end of the lobby right now, the Daerondas and Slicks kind of mixing it down there, decisive way as well. Dark Hydra in between those, right? So currently speaking, the lobby HP-wise is very close, right? All the way from the top to the bottom. 67 HP on Memo. This game is very, very close. We're going to get all of our players through stage 4, which has not been a given throughout the day, but it's going to be a big boost. And the question beckons now, can Decisive Way turn this into a full-on win streak here? Can go level 7 as well, just trying to figure out what the next addition to the board will be.
Just add more gunners. That is the very simple answer. Just add in more gunners. With Godwiller's Grove, he can easily give that Echo away. If he gets a Senna, if he gets a second Jace, maybe an Orgot here would be easily replacing this, and still while keeping the Zone Augment to add it for any of your units. Maybe goes on an Orgot himself. But now we're off to Memo versus Daerondas, and this is where finally TRCs collapsing gets very important and exciting to watch, Peter.
Yeah, Memo's board. We've been waiting to see this really come together. Unfortunately, things are getting a little spicy because the backline access for the challengers, it gets exactly where it needs to be. Weeda, you noted that we haven't seen Nasus fully brought to his itemization state as quite of yet, and that will mean that Memo will take the L.
Definitely will be that, and also, even though that was a Lux too, but when you have a Yasuo too acting in the way we saw this happen right here, that's going to be up here. But meanwhile, you see both Sasa and Asad going level 8 on 4-5. That is absolutely massive as well. Like, there's so much power being pressed around this lobby right now, and it's ever so close.
He's trying his best looking for that Zeri 2-starred. Again, it is a hugely strong upgrade to that board that relies with the zone Chemtech mods being overcharged. That's a very good Senna. We might be seeing 7 Demacia here as well from Asadfuego, which gives his units a lot of red end items. And there he goes. That Warmox coming on the Galio is going to be a huge upgrade for him. And also the Archangel going on Gwen. Peter, this round is going to be very exciting for him.
I mean, I don't want to completely count on the possibility we might even be going up to even further than this. But yeah, this board for Asad, again, it's a board that nobody else has really been making work. Certainly not on a stage as big as this. You can see that there's a massive amount of resistances and so many of these units, which under other circumstances would not be worthy of mention. With the bonus resistances, they can hold on for a very long time.
Yeah, and also you gotta kind of look in. Wait, the Nasus, right? Okay, did the Nasus like start randomly dancing mid-fight as if they've won? That was interesting. But you gotta see, like, he's currently floating a Demacia, right? He's playing a Poppy one on the board here. He has the Kale on the bench. Gotta figure out where the better at for the rest of the board here will be, because it doesn't look like he's gonna go for a 9 Demacia angle. Needs to find something else to boot here, because right now this Poppy is not adding anything to the board. Could play a Kale, put the Poppy, could play Shen, put the Poppy where the Kale is, for example, but then you lose Slayer on the Gwen. So there are some things here you need to kind of look at, figure out where you want to go with.
Yeah, this lobby is so stacked. He's just missing 1 Jarvan, and this is going to be a 9 Demacia board, and we already got an 8 Sorcerer board. Ladies and gents, maybe sometimes it doesn't have to be a prismatic lobby for us to see crazy things like this happen. But there goes the Gwen 2, even before the Garen 2, and he's not found a single Garen pair. That Kai'Sa could be going into action as well. Finally gets the second Garen. Okay, I get it. Just ask. Another Nasus, but still not getting a single Jarvan, and that Garen is still 1-starred.
I think at some point you just have to accept, okay, the shop's giving me not quite what I was looking for, but I've got to make it work anyway. I mean, a quick word, of course, about Dark as a region. You know, they, in our regular Rising Legends circuit, the players, particularly from Germany, have been trying so hard to come up and claim the limelight away from the French players. They've been denied moving to the world stage in our last regional competition. This will mean so much for them if they can get the crown here at the SuperBrawl.
Yeah, that 1-star Ari. Now you got this time with that.
I was going to say, yeah, Slick's facing elimination, right? He has that Ionia angle online here with the Affiliate comp that we saw a lot of in the earlier parts of the set. It's just nowhere near as strong as it used to be here. And now Slick's out in 8th place in the final game of this SuperBrawl here. You look at Dark Hydra, Asad, and Decisive. All at relatively low AP totals. Jarvan found as well. The 9 Demacia angle is online. You have the Gwen here as the other carry, but Lux is still 1-star here, right? So the damage is primarily going to come from a 2-star Gwen and also a 1-star Lux. If you get Lux into that 2-star state, this will be a much stronger board here, and depending on who he's going to face up against, that could be the big decision maker.
This will, of course, be changed for the next half set, but right now, Asad doing a lot of just jigging to make sure the Demacian items go exactly where they need to. The Lux and the Gwen are both so strong. The Garen may not be up to the 3-star we'd have otherwise hoped for, but this is just a board you can see nowhere else. See Dark Hydra looking with respect at Demacia 9 board that is absolutely rock solid.
Yeah, the amount of armor and magic resistance that they get from 9 Demacia and the Radiant items that each and every one of them carry. Peter, you don't even have to 2-star these units in order for them to deal damage and be tanky, because it's 200 armor and magic resistance, if I'm not mistaken, when you hit 9 Demacia on all of your units. So that's Bastion, and that's also free Radiant items for every single unit you have.
Yeah, but also now look at this board here coming through from the side where he's finally able to go level 8. He's been a bit more greedy with how he's been treating this game so far. And he is going to be struggling to a certain extent here, right? Because he's down level 9 with Dark Hydra at 2. Decisive Way cannot go out in 7th here. It makes it's so difficult for the remaining 2 players of the Northern Legends team to get through this game.
We know that Decisive Way has got potential. You can see the yellow indication of the robotic arm on the Jinx means that this Decisive Way board could become world-endingly strong. But up against the enormous amount of resistances, it doesn't look like the chaff is being swept away by Decisive, but that Maokai needs to stay alive or the front backline will disappear. It seems like it's just enough this time.
Both players survive here, and Asad taking a big hit on the opposite side of the board here. So Asad's going to go out in 7th instead, and now all of a sudden, this could be Dark Hydra 6th and Decisive Way 5th instead. But we also see the fact that Rondas, he was win streaking before going into this fight. He has just lost, so it's not all a dance on roses right now for this Northern European team. And Memo, he's just living life. He's streaking at the top of the standings, but he's still stuck at level 7. Will some of these higher level boards start overpowering soon? Time will tell.
It's getting very close to the point where we see Doc maybe losing here, Peter, but Yani, I spoke Arabic in the middle of that. That's because how hyped I am, but what I'm saying is, in a lobby like this, where God Willis Grove comes in, you can see boards like this getting absolutely stacked. So boards like the Azir might not be reaching full potential. We just face here. I cannot look at him in the green screen and not laugh, man.
Oh boy. But, I mean, we talked a little bit about what this would mean for Dark to win out this one. Of course, Northern Legends and the Northern European scene, they've got a few legends of their own. We just spotted one of them in the chat, Alana, dropping by to see what could be, again, a huge, history-making performance from the Northern European side, but it's going to take a whole lot of bullets, a whole lot of great rounds.
Yeah, Decisive could be going out here. Same thing goes for Dark Hydra. That is doing God's work, staying alive here, but no, the backline axis coming in will take him out. And not by anyone, but sadly enough, by his very own teammate, Memo, taking Dark Hydra out here. And it's going to be another round maybe for Daerondas, but Wida, it seems that this game could be looking pretty good for if they're able to stay alive.
It is interesting, right? Because Santé did take a loss to Decisive Way there, because Santé was in the middle of that kind of transition points in towards that level 9. But when you look at the overall health of the lobby, it's Memo, it's Sasa. Both of them are full streaking right now. This is absolutely ridiculous to look at. And now can Santé Sports, he's still rocking a Swain 1 in the front line here. But no matter what, it is going to be a team elimination.
I mean, Santé's board is begging belief how strong it is. You see the Lux stays untouched on the side. Yasuo does not get onto her in time to stop the massive torrent of light. He goes on to the last one though and gets taken out just before the turret respawns.
It's going to be Santé and Decisive Way getting knocked out here. Sasa and Memo are still standing. Daerondas at the 8 HP. This is absolutely ridiculous. This might just be game over. Dark might just have won the SuperBrawl.
Yeah, you have Memo, you have Sasa both on top of the leaderboard right now, and Daerondas, he has to defend that title as much as he can. If he's able to maybe get a first here. Wait, is there even a chance still? Someone do the math for me pretty quickly, please, because
if they get the first place, Northern Europe will still win, but they can only win by getting the first place.
He has to be first place. He has to be first place, Daerondas. The final hope.
8 HP.
It's okay, the final hope. According to Soji, 8 HP is 2 lives, so he has a chance.
So he does get another upgrade here, right? That's what he got. He gets in towards that Gwen 2, but both Memo and Sasa can just navigate this with absolute ease, right? This is going to be so easy for them to orchestrate this here. And the question is, this challenger board at this point in time is not necessarily a board that is built to win games. It's a board that is very good at finishing area from 6th to 2nd place, but it doesn't have the top end here. His economy is kind of stacked, right? It doesn't have that like 50 gold here to start building towards going level 9.
Could be the final fight, Peter.
On this round. This could be it. Daerondas needs to hold on despite everything. The Doc players, the Doc fans may have started celebrating early on, but it's right into the midst of all the carnage. The Kaiser stays up and keeps on fighting. Daerondas gets through another round.
Yeah, and lucky enough for him, it was a ghost battle. So Sasa and Memo, they're gonna have to be reducing each other's HP right now, doing some of the work for him, despite the fact that they're both still extremely healthy. Sasa's sitting on a whooping amount of 44 HP, and he also got Memo with 31. So Daerondas might not be leaving us anytime soon, Wida.
Oh, but the thing is that worth noting here, both Memo and Sasa have a couple of upgrades they can start building towards here, but you can kind of see here the fact that Memo, he's chasing down the Lux free, right? Even an R82 here would be an upgrade to this board as well. And Daerondas is capped. There's not a lot of extra upgrades you can start building towards, and that's something you gotta keep in mind here, as we do see Memo going up against Daerondas here. This Jarvan going into the backline could be massive, but again, all of the carries on the side of Daerondas here will be a massive threat to the Lux and the Asir.
That's a very good Shroud. It came in here making his sorcerers maybe delayed a little bit. He has 2 Luxes on board, but that Shroud was really good. They also have it at access to the back line, and Memo might be taking an L here again from the challenger, but the Kai'Sa is still staying alive. There on this board is very, very slippery. Not able to catch him enough and kill him on time. He still gets one more chance, and Memo is 1 life away from giving another chance for any Peter.
This could not be a tougher road for Daerondas to step here. There's so much HP on their side. Daerondas will find an upgrade with the Shen 2. I mean, you're talking about Daerondas as a player to watch, a player who may be stepping into a lot of people's attention. If he can somehow get the win here, I have to think this would be one of his crowning moments.
Definitely would be able to take it home for his region. But again, think about this on the side of the Dark Historia speaking here. You have Sasa, 2-time Golden Spectre Cup champion, could also become SuperBrawl champion on top of this here. Shroud is good, but is this enough to kind of stop the onslaught of the German here?
One more fight, Peter. Could be it for Daerondas at this point.
The numbers are getting really dicey here. The front line is still so incredibly good. The Kaiser is still alive, but the Argot makes it through with all the health in the world. It will not be the time for Northern Europe. Instead, Dart take the win. They have secured the SuperBrawl and one more step towards the main limelight itself.
This should also be the crowning moment for Sasa individually, picking up the MVP crown. One would assume at least, right? Because Dark Hydra has been like his main contestant all throughout the day, all throughout the weekend even to a certain extent. All the way down in that 6th place here. And now all he can do is just play it off with each other here, figuring out who is going to be the victor in the final game. But no matter how we slice it, Peter, it is going to be Dark on top. They have won the SuperBrawl.
You can see the chat at the moment just being lit up with the flags. And this is what we love about the Super Brawl, Morgan. It really gives people a very concrete thing to rally behind. This has been an amazing talk for Northern Europe. It's just a little bit more amazing for Dark.
Yeah, they've done their best there. Any one of the most consistent teams, not losing a single game for the past 2 days of Super Brawl, but now, Doc, they managed to win it. You get to celebrate a little bit early, and just as you said, it's going to be double the celebration. They're not just happy here for their win, but also Sasa gets to celebrate him being the MVP, unless Memo has another opinion keeping him alive, but no, he doesn't. He's lost just alive on 1 HP. But it doesn't even matter, Sasa's still alive, and Duck are already celebrating. You can look at their cameras, they're smiling, they're happy. It's a team effort, they all get to celebrate the achievement together, and it's teamwork, baby. That's the beauty of Super Brawl.
1 HP and a dream of a Lux free. I don't think it is gonna happen here, but he's still in town trying to make it, and it's not gonna be the case here, but it doesn't matter. Memo has been the perfect wingman all throughout this week in general here. And also, we've been kind of hammering on his own individual performances, but look at the points from today. 27 points on him. This win is very much on the back of Memo stepping up here when other players have faltered.
Win trading!
And Memo, absolutely the heart of the Dark scene. One more time round, Morgan.
One more time around. He tried his best to roll for that Lux 3, but we already celebrated a little bit too early, just as you and Peter say. Ladies and gents, Duck are going to be your Super Brawl champions this time, and they've had a massive run throughout the entire Super Brawl. They won. It was extremely close between all games. We got a full best of 7 roller coaster of emotions, and I think I don't have to go to the gym today. I played enough cardio just commentating and watching these games, you know. Makes you want me in bench press? I don't care anymore. I burned enough calories today watching and commentating these games rather than just going out to train. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Annie. That was a beautiful series.
Absolutely. I think that was just an amazingly well played. We got to all 7 games here. I don't think there's any discussions about these two teams being the ones that deserve to be in this grand final. What a show they put on today.
Honestly, I feel like this is pretty much the way it should have gone. You know, as we said in the game, that they're a region who are looking to really step up to the top level. They've got the GSC wins. They've now got the Super Brawl win as well. They're ready to be one of the countries that's going to represent EMEA on the world stage. For Northern Europe to get this far, to fight this hard and this well, it's all about the potential for them, and they've got it by the bucket load.
To everyone celebrating, to everyone who was vouching for Duck, we get to tell you Glückwunsch and Tschüssi until we can see you in another stream from now. But don't worry, we're still on a break. We get to see our beautiful analyst desk, of course, with Makes herself the very Duck representative with our own, the talent desk. This was Morgan and Wida and Peter. Thank you so much for being here with us, but let us go into a quick break before we go into the winner interview and as well with the analyst desk.
My fuego is lit. I am hydrated. Write down this memo. 5454 is our code to win. Germany taking it all in that very final game of this best of 7. But of course, before we hear from the legend Zaza himself, we do have a little bit of game to get through, Panda. And let's start us off with the winning comp from him, which was this 6 soundboard. Now, that's not the first time we've seen it, but with the Ancient Archives that he's been running for basically in the entire SuperBrawl weekend, picking up the Zaun emblem right from the get-go and allowing himself to go into that Zaun composition with 6 Zaun, it was just amazing from start to finish.
Not just that, but the augments really favor that really high cap. Gifts of the Fallen especially is one of those augments that if you're able to get to the late game, you essentially make it so your board is so hard to defeat with the amount of combat strength this augment gives you. So all in all, I think we saw it from the very beginning, the emblem giving so much direction to Sasa, and we're seeing it here in the standings. Germany was at the very start in stages 2 and 3, near the bottom of the HP standing, but they found ways to cap their boards out, to stabilize, and to go back into the top of the standings once stage 5 and 6 were underway.
And for the longest time throughout today, I thought players were avoiding that karma reroll. I thought they had memorized that this comp did not go their way, but Slicks, unfortunately being baited in that very last game and picking her up, clicking on karma, it just didn't work out for all of SuperBrawl. I think it's mostly because of the comps that have been working that she has been such a bad target unit, but unfortunately took that 8th there. Asad running it back with surprisingly 9 Demacia being terrible. For being a vertical comp, I thought this was horrendous. I was so upset to see it go 7th, and then Dark Hydra going out as well. There was a lot of pressure on Zaza and Memo to perform, and Memo, you know, a little bit tongue-in-cheek being a meme for like day 1, day 2, day 3 with only getting bot 4s, but today he showed up when it mattered, and that is the most important storyline here, so I'm really excited to see that.
That was all part of the plan. Memo was the sleeper agent on this team. His training arc was, he was undergoing the training, knowing the hardship of defeat in days 1 and 2 and the start of day 3. But when it mattered most, he came in with his final form and popped off for a team that needed it. There's many Doc players that just were not stable in these final games. They were bot 4ing, and Memo came in and stepped up when it mattered most. So just huge props to Memo, who's had, in my opinion, one of the best seasons, most improved seasons as a player. He's been popping off on ladder as well the last 2 months.
I couldn't agree more. I'm so excited to see him do well competitively as well. But we're going to be looking at our standings thus far. Of course, we know that Dach has won in this best of 7, but check out how close it was, how many ties this best of 7 had. Every single time they came close to each other, it was only by a couple of points that one team could dominate, and in the end it was Dach that took it all home. Very cool to see. And also shout out to Northern EU, they've done fantastic. I think the entire team was sleeper agents, to be honest with you, because nobody expected them to get as far as they did, so I do want to shout them out as well for making it as far as they did, bringing this game into game 7. That's a lot of competitive skill you have to recognize and respect. But checking out this, Dach on top, Zaza is going to be the person that we do get to talk with. I believe he'll be joining us in just a couple of seconds for an interview, and I am so excited to talk to him again. We get a lot of Zaza interviews on this stream just because of how good he is. I'm not complaining. I love talking to this dude. Hi Zaza, how are you today? Congratulations.
I'm doing well, thanks.
Now, Zaza, right from the get-go, there's a little bit of history. We do know that there is a tradition between you and your girlfriend where you light a candle for important events. I have to ask, was there a SuperBrawl candle?
Oh, I don't know if there was a SuperBrawl candle.
Okay.
I mean, I got MVP, so there has to be one, right?
Okay.
So Zaza, I have to ask you, you've already made history in TFT for EMEA, winning 2 GSCs in different sets, but the first player to win 2 different GSCs. You're now making history being the first player to win a GSC and the premier team-based competition, in this case with SuperBrawl, in this set as well. How does it feel? What's the next record you're breaking, or what's the next curse you're breaking? Maybe EMEA at Worlds? Is it time?
Yeah, like I have like 2 goals I want to achieve competitively. And that's like winning my TRC, but this checkmate format gets me every time. And of course, like going to Worlds. Yeah, I think those are like my 2 biggest goals, and maybe doing a bit better on ladder because I don't know, ladder is so boring. Like, how can you play that?
Now, I think there might be a time in this set where you reach one of these goals before the other, and not in the order where you would expect it. You've done fantastically throughout this entire season, and I would be surprised if we wouldn't see you at Worlds again, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Talking about this format, about this tournament, on Friday, I believe we had an interview where you guys said, well, you know, we go into game, we mute, and that's it. We don't really talk to each other. Clearly, that was not true for today. So how have you been adapting for today?
I don't know. I think like the first day we didn't talk at all. Like, we just muted ourselves, and I think it's actually not that bad. I think we could have done it the whole tourney, and it would have been perfectly fine. But it got a bit boring, so we just unmuted, and like, it's usually me talking some shit and the other guys tryharding. So, yeah.
Okay, come on. I know you're taking this a little bit mute, but there were some situations where players put carry units on the bench to not hurt their teammates. We've seen this a couple times. Of course, there had to be communications around this, no?
Yeah, like one tech I discovered today was the zone tech. Like, you can just remove the mods and like give your teammates a free like let your teammates win. Like that was so good. And yeah, I mean, I can maybe talk a bit about the preparation for today. I don't know if you wanted to ask that, but I'm interviewing myself. Whatever.
No, go ahead. You're good.
You're the star right now, Stasa. Go for it.
I woke up at like 7 a.m. and I watched all the VODs I could get from them, and then I cooked up a good game plan. And one game plan was actually playing Gunner and Zone, because first of all, Zone is broken in this format, and second of all, they don't play Zeri at all. So yeah, and we had this plan that we go for Earth when we lose. So we get selection and we can pick like a really good region. So that was kind of a plan for today, and I think it worked out quite well.
It did, and the Zon board, the Gunner board, was the star here in the last game, so everything came out perfectly with that game plan, executing it to perfection as well. Sasa, I have to ask you, this is of course a regional tournament with you defending the national pride of the DACH region. Since the start of set 8, DACH has come up slowly in an individual level, coming up, winning GSCs, performing very highly, a lot of players qualifying to GSCs as well, and trying to end that reign that France has had as a region for the last few sets. This is another big message to that French region. How do you feel about this rivalry now? Do you think DACH finally has a good basis to argue that you guys are the strongest, the powerhouse country in EMEA?
Like, I think France actually sent a really good team. But there's better players, I would say. But they are not playing in the French TRC for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, I think it's really hard for us to get on a French level. I think like our top players are on the same level as their top players. But there's just so little players on that level in Germany, and it's really hard. There's like no full-time TFT player really, maybe me and Solo. So like, how can you put that much time into the game and like catch up? It's kind of hard.
Now, Zaza, I believe you're still looking for a team, so I'm going to do you the honors of doing a shout out and saying, sign this guy. He's been doing fantastic.
Oh, okay.
He would be the best pickup for you. So hopefully we can get some more orcs. Were you signed?
I think orcs should sign Memo, Assad, and Dark Hydra. I'm taking.
Okay. All right. I'll take it. So sign all of the German players. I'm down with it. Now, you do have the chance to, of course, as always, speak some shout out, greet some people. Stage is yours, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I guess the first shout out this time goes to my team. Because of like, without them, I would have never won this tournament. Like, we all had some pop-off moments, and when someone like had a bad game, like we carried them, no problem. yeah, and then of course I want to shout out my family. They're watching again. My girlfriend who's watching and cheering in chat, and my organization Morcats, like they support me where they can. And of course the German community, like they are spamming the chat. Like big shout out to them. And I think I forgot no one.
I'm sure they won't mind if you did. I was waiting for that very delayed woo that we had the last time from your family, but guess this time we're not going to get the pleasure of it. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Seza. It's been fantastic. Congratulations once more, and I hope you guys celebrate and have a good evening together.
Always so great to see
Alright.
Sasa finding success. Just a treat of a person, but also a player. He's been dominating for so long, and I think he's really a core part of the good vibes in the DACH region as a whole. We saw there the shout outs to his team. And I think a lot of this, despite the lack of communication, you could tell the vibes were immaculate with Memo, especially throughout the entirety of this tournament.
I absolutely agree. It couldn't be better. I'm very, very excited that, my home region has won, so I
Mine
get
too.
to be a little bit biased. They always, shut up. They always say that I jinxed them. Let this be the proof that that is not true. Okay, thank you. Now, we do
the reason
have
they won,
more-
clearly, the Hawaiian shirt synergy between me and Sasa.
Absolutely not.
No?
Get out. You're not getting any points in this, Panda. You've been
Half a point. Come on.
cheering on Northern Europe for the entire day. I'm not going
They
to let
needed a
you take this
cheerleader.
one.
I stepped in,
No.
that's all I was doing there.
There were lots of cheerleaders on this desk, let me tell you that much. But we do have one more winner for today, and that is our giveaway winner. Now, Panda, can you talk me through the math here?
I cannot. Math is not my strong suit. I was more of a languages person, so I'll leave the winner to do all of it, or Makes, if you want to step in. As casuals, we were
13.
told.
Yeah,
It's
so
13.
the answer is 13. I knew that because I did the math this morning after waking up. I see these posts. I'm like,
Surely.
haha, numbers. Yeah, that's
You
actually
didn't cheat
true.
by getting
I
the
got
answer.
the wrong result the first time I did it, but it doesn't
Embarrassing.
matter. I then looked at the comments and I figured it out. So yeah.
So you cheated. Okay, thank you for admitting
Didn't.
that.
I didn't.
You looked
I
at the
learned.
comments you said.
It's a learning situation.
All right. Well, that's, I think, a questionable perspective there. I see that makes. I'm not sure I agree with you on that one, but sure.
You gotta study. Come on. Anyhow, on October 6th, which incidentally is my birthday, we are going to be tuning in again. Golden Special Cup number 3 is going to happen, and I'm sure we're going to see Zaza there again and some of the other players that we had the pleasure of meeting this weekend. Make sure you write that into your calendars. October 6th at 4 p.m. CEST. I believe that's still summertime. Well, we should be going into wintertime then soon, eventually. Now, we do have our socials, Panda. So as our social media king, would you do me the honors?
Yes, I will. If you want to follow up with all the news, the information, the tournaments, the ladder snapshots, the everything else, it's all happening on Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA. If during a tournament you want to, chime in with some specific thoughts, you can use the TFT Rising Legends hashtag, and we'll sometimes feature you on broadcast. You can be the star of the show as well in some cases. And play TFT everywhere else: Instagram, Facebook, on YouTube. We have a presence really everywhere. We're trying to take over, to be honest. And when it comes to our individual casters, we have, of course, as we see there, Makes with an underscore, ImpetuousPanda. I made it very easy. And then we have Counterfeit Cast, no S at the end. Weeda Casts, yes, S at the end. And Morgan Casts, also joining Weeda with an extra S at the very end there. And I think that's covered. I think that's everything.
Thank you so much, Panda. And of course, thank you to you guys for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you had the best of fun. Thank you so much specifically for cheering on your teams. But of course, also a huge thanks to our production team, to our observers. They've been nothing but wonderful, as well as our mods. And thank you so much to my co-casters. We're going to sign off here. We're going to see you again at October 6th. And I hope you take care until then.
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime.
It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, still in the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. Cause it's my moment, my moment, my moment, oh, my moment, oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit.